Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 17. The Adventure of the Three Students by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. It was in the year 95 that a combination of events, into which I need not enter, caused Mr. Sherlock Holmes and myself to spend some weeks in one of our great university towns, and it was during this time that the small but instructive adventure which I am about to relate befell us. It will be obvious that any details which would help the reader exactly to identify the college or the criminal would be injudicious and offensive. So painful a scandal may well be allowed to die out. With due discretion, the incident itself may, however, be described, since it serves to illustrate some of those qualities for which my friend was remarkable. I will endeavor in my statement to avoid such terms as would serve to limit the events to any particular place, or give a clue as to the people concerned. We were residing at the time in furnished lodgings close to a library, where Sherlock Holmes was pursuing some laborious researches in early English charters, researches which led to results so striking that they may be the subject of one of my future narratives. Here it was that one evening we received a visit from an acquaintance, Mr. Hilton Soames, tutor and lecturer at the College of St. Luke's. Mr. Soames was a tall, spare man of a nervous and excitable temperament. I had always known him to be restless in his manner, but on this particular occasion he was in such a state of uncontrollable agitation that it was clear something very unusual had occurred. "I trust, Mr. Holmes, that you can spare me a few hours of your valuable time. We have had a very painful incident at St. Luke's, and really, but for the happy chance of your being in town, I should have been at a loss what to do." "I am very busy just now, and I desire no distractions," my friend answered. "I should much prefer that you called in the aid of the police." "No, no, my dear sir, such a course is utterly impossible. When once the law is evoked, it cannot be stayed again, and this is just one of those cases where, for the credit of the college, it is most essential to avoid scandal. Your discretion is as well known as your powers, and you are the one man in the world who can help me. I beg you, Mr. Holmes, to do what you can." My friend's temper had not improved since he had been deprived of the congenial surroundings of Baker Street. Without his scrapbooks, his chemicals, and his homely untidiness, he was an uncomfortable man. He shrugged his shoulders in ungracious acquiescence, while our visitor, in hurried words and with much excitable gesticulation, poured forth his story. "I must explain to you, Mr. Holmes, that tomorrow is the first day of the examination for the Fortescue Scholarship. I am one of the examiners. My subject is Greek, and the first of the papers consists of a large passage of Greek translation which the candidate has not seen. This passage is printed on the examination paper, and it would naturally be an immense advantage if the candidate could prepare it in advance. For this reason, great care is taken to keep the paper secret. Today, about 3 o'clock, the proofs of this paper arrived from the printers. The exercise consists of half a chapter of Thucydides. I had to read it over carefully, as the text must be absolutely correct. At 4:30 my task was not yet completed. I had, however, promised to take tea in a friend's rooms, so I left the proof upon my desk. I was absent rather more than an hour. You are aware, Mr. Holmes, that our college doors are double, a green beige one within and a heavy oak one without. As I approached my outer door, I was amazed to see a key in it. For an instant I imagined that I had left my own there, but on feeling in my pocket I found that it was all right. The only duplicate which existed, so far as I knew, was that which belonged to my servant, Bannister, a man who has looked after my room for 10 years, and whose honesty is absolutely above suspicion. I found that the key was indeed his, that he had entered my room to know if I wanted tea, and that he had very carelessly left the key in the door when he came out. His visit to my room must have been within a very few minutes of my leaving it. His forgetfulness about the key would have mattered little upon any other occasion, but on this one day it has produced the most deplorable consequences. The moment I looked at my table, I was aware that someone had rummaged among my papers. The proof was in 3 long slips. I had left them altogether. Now I found that one of them was lying on the floor, one was on the side table near the window, and the third was where I had left it. Holmes stirred for the first time. "The first page on the floor, the second in the window, the third where you left it," said he. "Exactly, Mr. Holmes. You amaze me. How could you possibly know that?" "Pray continue your very interesting statement." For an instant I imagined that Bannister had taken the unpardonable liberty of examining my papers. He denied it, however, with the utmost earnestness, and I am convinced that he was speaking the truth. The alternative was that someone passing had observed the key in the door, had known that I was out, and had entered to look at the papers. A large sum of money is at stake, for the scholarship is a very valuable one, and an unscrupulous man might very well run a risk in order to gain an advantage over his fellows. Bannister was very much upset by the incident. He had nearly fainted when we found that the papers had undoubtedly been tampered with. I gave him a little brandy and left him collapsed in a chair, while I made a most careful examination of the room. I soon saw that the intruder had left other traces of his presence besides the rumpled papers. On the table in the window were several shreds from a pencil which had been sharpened. A broken tip of lead was lying there also. Evidently the rascal had copied the paper in a great hurry, had broken his pencil, and had been compelled to put a fresh point to it. "Excellent," said Holmes, who was recovering his good humor as his attention became more engrossed by the case. "Fortune has been your friend." This was not all. I have a new writing table with a fine surface of red leather. I am prepared to swear, and so is Bannister, that it was smooth and unstained. Now I found a clean cut in it about 3 inches long, not a mere scratch, but a positive cut. Not only this, but on the table I found a small ball of black dough or clay, with specks of something which looks like sawdust in it. I am convinced that these marks were left by the man who rifled the papers. There were no footmarks and no other evidence as to his identity. I was at my wits' end when suddenly the happy thought occurred to me that you were in the town, and I came straight round to put the matter into your hands. Do help me, Mr. Holmes. You see my dilemma. Either I must find the man, or else the examination must be postponed until fresh papers are prepared, and since this cannot be done without explanation, there will ensue a hideous scandal, which will throw a cloud not only on the college, but on the university. Above all things, I desire to settle the matter quietly and discreetly. "I shall be happy to look into it and to give you such advice as I can," said Holmes, rising and putting on his overcoat. "The case is not entirely devoid of interest. Had anyone visited you in your room after the papers came to you?" "Yes, young Dowlot Ross, an Indian student who lives on the same stair, came in to ask me some particulars about the examination." "For which he was entered?" "Yes." "And the papers were on your table?" "To the best of my belief, they were rolled up." "But might be recognized as proofs?" "Possibly." "No one else in your room?" "No." "Did anyone know that these proofs would be there?" "No one save the printer." "Did this man Bannister know?" No, certainly not. No one knew. Where is Bannister now? He was very ill, poor fellow. I left him collapsed in the chair. I was in such a hurry to come to you. You left your door open? I locked up the papers first. Then it amounts to this, Mr. Solmes, that unless the Indian student recognized the roll as being proofs, the man who tampered with them came upon them accidentally, without knowing that they were there. So it seems to me. Holmes gave an enigmatic smile. Well, said he, let us go round. Not one of your cases, Watson. Mental, not physical. All right, come if you want to. Now, Mr. Solmes, at your disposal. The sitting room of our client opened by a long, low, latticed window onto the ancient, lichen-tinted court of the old college. A Gothic arched door led to a worn stone staircase. On the ground floor was the tutor's room. Above were 3 students, one on each story. It was already twilight when we reached the scene of our problem. Holmes halted and looked earnestly at the window. Then he approached it, and standing on tiptoe with his neck craned, he looked into the room. He must have entered through the door. There is no opening except the one pane, said our learned guide. Dear me, said Holmes, and he smiled in a singular way as he glanced at our companion. Well, if there is nothing to be learned here, we had best go inside. The lecturer unlocked the outer door and ushered us into his room. We stood at the entrance while Holmes made an examination of the carpet. I am afraid there are no signs here, said he. One could hardly hope for any upon so dry a day. Your servant seems to have quite recovered. You left him in a chair, you say. Which chair? By the window there. I see. Now this little table. You can come in now. I have finished with the carpet. Let us take the little table first. Of course, what has happened is very clear. The man entered and took the papers, sheet by sheet, from the central table. He carried them over to the window table, because from there he could see if you came across the courtyard, and so could effect an escape. As a matter of fact, he could not, said Solmes, for I entered by the side door. Ah, that's good. Well, anyway, that was in his mind. Let me see the 3 strips. No finger impressions, no. Well, he carried over this one first, and he copied it. How long would it take him to do that, using every possible contraction? A quarter of an hour, not less. Then he tossed it down and seized the next. He was in the midst of that when your return caused him to make a very hurried retreat, very hurried, since he had not time to replace the papers which would tell you that he had been there. You were not aware of any hurrying feet on the stair as you entered the outer door? No, I can't say I was. Well, he wrote so furiously that he broke his pencil and had, as you observe, to sharpen it again. This is of interest, Watson. The pencil was not an ordinary one. It was above the usual size, with a soft lead. The outer color was dark blue, the maker's name was printed in silver lettering, and the piece remaining is only about 1.5 inches long. Look for such a pencil, Mr. Solmes, and you have got your man. When I add that he possesses a large and very blunt knife, you have an additional aid. Mr. Solmes was somewhat overwhelmed by this flood of information. I can follow the other points, said he, but really, in this matter of the length. Holmes had out a small chip with the letters N.N. and a space of clear wood after them. You see? No, I fear that even now... Watson, I have always done you an injustice. There are others. What could this N.N. be? It is at the end of a word. You are aware that Johann Faber is the most common maker's name. Is it not clear that there is just as much of the pencil left as usually follows the Johann? He held the small table sidewise to the electric light. I was hoping that if the paper on which he wrote was thin, some trace of it might come through upon this polished surface. No, I see nothing. I don't think there is anything more to be learned here. Now for the central table. This small pellet is, I presume, the black doughy mass you spoke of. Roughly pyramidal in shape and hollowed out, I perceive. As you say, there appear to be grains of sawdust in it. Dear me, this is very interesting. And the cut, a positive tear, I see. It began with a thin scratch and ended in a jagged hole. I am much indebted to you for directing my attention to this case, Mr. Soames. Where does that door lead to? To my bedroom. Have you been in it since your adventure? No, I came straight away for you. I should like to have a glance round. What a charming old-fashioned room. Perhaps you will kindly wait a minute until I have examined the floor. No, I see nothing. What about this curtain? You hang your clothes behind it. If anyone were forced to conceal himself in this room, he must do it there, since the bed is too low and the wardrobe too shallow. No one there, I suppose. As Holmes drew the curtain, I was aware, from some little rigidity and alertness of his attitude, that he was prepared for an emergency. As a matter of fact, the drawn curtains disclosed nothing but 3 or 4 suits of clothes hanging from a line of pegs. Holmes turned away and stooped suddenly to the floor. "Hello, what's this?" said he. It was a small pyramid of black, putty-like stuff, exactly like the one upon the table of the study. Holmes held it out on his open palm in the glare of the electric light. "Your visitor seems to have left traces in your bedroom as well as in your sitting room, Mr. Soames." "What could he have wanted there?" "I think it is clear enough. You came back by an unexpected way, and so he had no warning until you were at the very door. What could he do? He caught up everything which would betray him, and he rushed into your bedroom to conceal himself." "Good gracious, Mr. Holmes, do you mean to tell me that all the time I was talking to Bannister in this room, we had the man prisoner, if we had only known it?" "So I read it." "Surely there is another alternative, Mr. Holmes. I don't know whether you observed my bedroom window." "Lattice-paned, lead framework, 3 separate windows, one swinging on hinge, and large enough to admit a man." "Exactly, and it looks out on an angle of the courtyard so as to be partly invisible. The man might have effected his entrance there, left traces as he passed through the bedroom, and finally, finding the door open, have escaped that way." Holmes shook his head impatiently. "Let us be practical," said he. "I understand you to say that there are 3 students who use this stair, and are in the habit of passing your door." "Yes, there are." "And they are all in for this examination?" "Yes." "Have you any reason to suspect any one of them more than the others?" Soames hesitated. "It is a very delicate question," said he. "One hardly likes to throw suspicion where there are no proofs." "Let us hear the suspicions. I will look after the proofs." "I will tell you then in a few words the character of the 3 men who inhabit these rooms. The lower of the 3 is Gilchrist, a fine scholar and athlete, plays in the rugby team and the cricket team for the college, and got his blue for the hurdles and the long jump. He is a fine, manly fellow. His father was the notorious Sir Jabez Gilchrist, who ruined himself on the turf. My scholar has been left very poor, but he is hard-working and industrious. He will do well. The second floor is inhabited by Dowlot Ross, the Indian. He is a quiet, inscrutable fellow, as most of those Indians are. He is well up in his work, though his Greek is his weak subject. He is steady and methodical. The top floor belongs to Miles McLaren. He is a brilliant fellow when he chooses to work, one of the brightest intellects of the university, but he is wayward, dissipated, and unprincipled. He was nearly expelled over a card scandal in his first year. He has been idling all this term, and he must look forward with dread to the examination." "Then it is he whom you suspect?" I dare not go so far as that, but of the three he is perhaps the least unlikely." "Exactly. Now, Mr. Soames, let us have a look at your servant Bannister." He was a little white-faced, clean-shaven, grizzly-haired fellow of 50. He was still suffering from this sudden disturbance of the quiet routine of his life. His plump face was twitching with his nervousness, and his fingers could not keep still. "We are investigating this unhappy business, Bannister," said his master. "Yes, sir." "I understand," said Holmes, "that you left your key in the door?" "Yes, sir." "Was it not very extraordinary that you should do this on the very day when there were these papers inside?" "It was most unfortunate, sir, but I have occasionally done the same thing at other times." "When did you enter the room?" "It was about 4:30. That is Mr. Soames' tea time." "How long did you stay?" "When I saw that he was absent, I withdrew at once." "Did you look at these papers on the table?" "No, sir, certainly not." "How came you to leave the key in the door?" "I had the tea tray in my hand. I thought I would come back for the key, then I forgot." "Has the outer door a spring lock?" "No, sir." "Then it was open all the time?" "Yes, sir." "Anyone in the room could get out?" "Yes, sir." "When Mr. Soames returned and called for you, you were very much disturbed?" "Yes, sir. Such a thing has never happened during the many years that I have been here. I nearly fainted, sir." "So I understand. Where were you when you began to feel bad?" "Where was I, sir? Why, here, near the door." "That is singular, because you sat down in that chair over yonder near the corner. Why did you pass these other chairs?" "I don't know, sir. It didn't matter to me where I sat." "I really don't think he knew much about it, Mr. Holmes. He was looking very bad, quite ghastly." "You stayed here when your master left?" "Only for a minute or so. Then I locked the door and went to my room." "Whom do you suspect?" "Oh, I would not venture to say, sir. I don't believe there is any gentleman in this university who is capable of profiting by such an action. No, sir, I'll not believe it." "Thank you, that will do," said Holmes. "Oh, one more word. You have not mentioned to any of the three gentlemen whom you attend that anything is amiss?" "No, sir, not a word." "You haven't seen any of them?" "No, sir." "Very good. Now, Mr. Soames, we will take a walk in the quadrangle, if you please." 3 yellow squares of light shone above us in the gathering gloom. "Your 3 birds are all in their nests," said Holmes, looking up. "Hello, what's that? One of them seems restless enough." It was the Indian, whose dark silhouette appeared suddenly upon his blind. He was pacing swiftly up and down his room. "I should like to have a peep at each of them," said Holmes. "Is it possible?" "No difficulty in the world," Soames answered. "This set of rooms is quite the oldest in the college, and it is not unusual for visitors to go over them. Come along, and I will personally conduct you." "No names, please," said Holmes, as we knocked at Gilchrist's door. A tall, flaxen-haired, slim young fellow opened it, and made us welcome when he understood our errand. There were some really curious pieces of medieval domestic architecture within. Holmes was so charmed with one of them that he insisted on drawing it in his notebook, broke his pencil, had to borrow one from our host, and finally borrowed a knife to sharpen his own. The same curious accident happened to him in the rooms of the Indian, a silent little hook-nosed fellow who eyed us askance, and was obviously glad when Holmes's architectural studies had come to an end. I could not see that in either case Holmes had come upon the clue for which he was searching. Only at the third did our visit prove abortive. The outer door would not open to our knock, and nothing more substantial than a torrent of bad language came from behind it. "I don't care who you are. You can go to blazes," roared the angry voice. "Tomorrow's the exam, and I won't be drawn by anyone." "A rude fellow," said our guide, flushing with anger as we withdrew down the stair. Of course, he did not realize that it was I who was knocking, but nonetheless his conduct was very uncourteous, and indeed, under the circumstances, rather suspicious. Holmes's response was a curious one. "Can you tell me his exact height?" he asked. "Really, Mr. Holmes, I cannot undertake to say. He is taller than the Indian, not so tall as Gilchrist. I suppose 5'6" would be about it." "That is very important," said Holmes. "And now, Mr. Soames, I wish you good night." Our guide cried aloud in his astonishment and dismay. "Good gracious, Mr. Holmes, you are surely not going to leave me in this abrupt fashion. You don't seem to realize the position. Tomorrow is the examination. I must take some definite action tonight. I cannot allow the examination to be held if one of the papers has been tampered with. The situation must be faced." "You must leave it as it is. I shall drop round early tomorrow morning and chat the matter over. It is possible that I may be in a position then to indicate some course of action. Meanwhile, you change nothing, nothing at all." "Very good, Mr. Holmes. You can be perfectly easy in your mind. We shall certainly find some way out of your difficulties. I will take the black clay with me, also the pencil cuttings. Good-bye." When we were out in the darkness of the quadrangle, we again looked up at the windows. The Indian still paced his room. The others were invisible. "Well, Watson, what do you think of it?" Holmes asked, as we came out into the main street. "Quite a little parlor game. Sort of 3-card trick, is it not? There are your 3 men. It must be one of them. You take your choice. Which is yours?" "The foul-mouthed fellow at the top. He is the one with the worst record. And yet that Indian was a sly fellow also. Why should he be pacing his room all the time?" "There's nothing in that. Many men do it when they are trying to learn anything by heart." "He looked at us in a queer way." "So would you if a flock of strangers came in on you when you were preparing for an examination next day, and every moment was of value. No, I see nothing in that. Pencils, too, and knives, all was satisfactory. But that fellow does puzzle me." "Who?" "Why, Bannister, the servant. What's his game in the matter?" "He impressed me as being a perfectly honest man." "So he did me. That's the puzzling part. Why should a perfectly honest man— Well, well, here's a large stationer's. We shall begin our researches here." There were only 4 stationers of any consequences in the town, and at each Holmes produced his pencil chips and bid high for a duplicate. All were agreed that one could be ordered, but that it was not a usual size of pencil, and that it was seldom kept in stock. My friend did not appear to be depressed by his failure, but shrugged his shoulders in half-humorous resignation. "No good, my dear Watson. This, the best and only final clue, has run to nothing. But indeed I have little doubt that we can build up a sufficient case without it. By Jove, my dear fellow, it is nearly 9, and the landlady babbled of green peas at 7:30. What with your eternal tobacco, Watson, and your irregularity at meals, I expect that you will get notice to quit, and that I shall share your downfall. Not, however, before we have solved the problem of the nervous tutor, the careless servant, and the 3 enterprising students." Holmes made no further allusion to the matter that day, though he sat lost in thought for a long time after our belated dinner. At 8 in the morning he came into my room just as I finished my toilet. "Well, Watson," said he, "it is time we went down to St. Luke's. Can you do without breakfast?" "Certainly." "Soames will be in a dreadful fidget until we are able to tell him something positive." "Have you anything positive to tell him?" "I think so." "You have formed a conclusion?" "Yes, my dear Watson, I have solved the mystery." But what fresh evidence could you have got? Aha, it is not for nothing that I have turned myself out of bed at the untimely hour of 6. I have put in 2 hours' hard work and covered at least 5 miles, with something to show for it. Look at that." He held out his hand. On the palm were 3 little pyramids of black, doughy clay. "Why, Holmes, you had only 2 yesterday." "And 1 more this morning. It is a fair argument that wherever number 3 came from is also the source of numbers 1 and 2, eh, Watson? Well, come along and put friend Soames out of his pain." The unfortunate tutor was certainly in a state of pitiable agitation when we found him in his chambers. In a few hours the examination would commence, and he was still in the dilemma between making the facts public and allowing the culprit to compete for the valuable scholarship. He could hardly stand still, so great was his mental agitation, and he ran toward Holmes with 2 eager hands outstretched. "Thank heaven that you have come. I feared that you had given it up in despair. What am I to do? Shall the examination proceed?" "Yes, let it proceed by all means." "But this rascal?" "He shall not compete." "You know him?" "I think so. If this matter is not to become public, we must give ourselves certain powers, and resolve ourselves into a small private court-martial. You there, if you please, Soames. Watson, you here. I'll take the armchair in the middle. I think that we are now sufficiently imposing to strike terror into a guilty breast. Kindly ring the bell." Bannister entered and shrank back in evident surprise and fear at our judicial appearance. "You will kindly close the door," said Holmes. "Now, Bannister, will you please tell us the truth about yesterday's incident?" The man turned white to the roots of his hair. "I have told you everything, sir." "Nothing to add?" "Nothing at all, sir." "Well, then, I must make some suggestions to you. When you sat down on that chair yesterday, did you do so in order to conceal some object which would have shown who had been in the room?" Bannister's face was ghastly. "No, sir, certainly not." "It is only a suggestion," said Holmes suavely. "I frankly admit that I am unable to prove it, but it seems probable enough, since the moment that Mr. Soames' back was turned, you released the man who was hiding in that bedroom." Bannister licked his dry lips. "There was no man, sir." "Ah, that's a pity, Bannister. Up to now you may have spoken the truth, but now I know that you have lied." The man's face set in sullen defiance. "There was no man, sir." "Come, come, Bannister." "No, sir, there was no one." "In that case you can give us no further information. Would you please remain in the room? Stand over there near the bedroom door. Now, Soames, I am going to ask you to have the great kindness to go up to the room of young Gilchrist and ask him to step down into yours." An instant later the tutor returned, bringing with him the student. He was a fine figure of a man, tall, lithe, and agile, with a springy step and a pleasant open face. His troubled blue eyes glanced at each of us, and finally rested with an expression of blank dismay upon Bannister in the farther corner. "Just close the door," said Holmes. "Now, Mr. Gilchrist, we are all quite alone here, and no one need ever know one word of what passes between us. We can be perfectly frank with each other. We want to know, Mr. Gilchrist, how you, an honorable man, ever came to commit such an action as that of yesterday." The unfortunate man staggered back and cast a look full of horror and reproach at Bannister. "No, no, Mr. Gilchrist, sir, I never said a word, never one word," cried the servant. "No, but you have now," said Holmes. "Now, sir, you must see that after Bannister's words your position is hopeless, and that your only chance lies in a frank confession." For a moment Gilchrist, with upraised hand, tried to control his writhing features. The next he had thrown himself on his knees beside the table, and burying his face in his hands, He had burst into a storm of passionate sobbing. "Come, come," said Holmes kindly. "It is human to err, and at least no one can accuse you of being a callous criminal. Perhaps it would be easier for you if I were to tell Mr. Soames what occurred, and you can check me where I am wrong. Shall I do so?" "Well, well, don't trouble to answer. Listen and see that I do you no injustice. From the moment, Mr. Soames, that you said to me that no one, not even Bannister, could have told that the papers were in your room, the case began to take a definite shape in my mind. The printer one could, of course, dismiss. He could examine the papers in his own office. The Indian I also thought nothing of. If the proofs were in a roll, he could not possibly know what they were. On the other hand, it seemed an unthinkable coincidence that a man should dare enter the room, and that by chance on that very day the papers were on the table. I dismissed that. The man who entered knew that the papers were there. How did he know? When I approached your room, I examined the window. You amused me by supposing that I was contemplating the possibility of someone having, in broad daylight, under the eyes of all these opposite rooms, forced himself through it. Such an idea was absurd. I was measuring how tall a man would need to be in order to see, as he passed, what papers were on the central table. I am 6 feet high, and I could do it with an effort. No one less than that would have had a chance. Already, you see, I had reason to think that, if one of your 3 students was a man of unusual height, he was the most worth watching of the 3. I entered, and I took you into my confidence as to the suggestions of the side table. Of the center table I could make nothing, until in your description of Gilchrist you mentioned that he was a long-distance jumper. Then the whole thing came to me in an instant, and I only needed certain corroborative proofs, which I speedily obtained. What happened was this. This young fellow had employed his afternoon at the athletic grounds where he had been practicing the jump. He returned carrying his jumping shoes, which are provided, as you are aware, with several sharp spikes. As he passed your window, he saw, by means of his great height, these proofs upon your table, and conjectured what they were. No harm would have been done had it not been that, as he passed your door, he perceived the key which had been left by the carelessness of your servant. A sudden impulse came over him to enter, and see if they were indeed the proofs. It was not a dangerous exploit, for he could always pretend that he had simply looked in to ask a question. Well, when he saw that they were indeed the proofs, it was then that he yielded to temptation. He put his shoes on the table. "What was it you put on that chair near the window?" "Gloves," said the young man. Holmes looked triumphantly at Bannister. He put his gloves on the chair, and he took the proofs sheet by sheet to copy them. He thought the tutor must return by the main gate and that he would see him. As we know, he came back by the side gate. Suddenly he heard him at the very door. There was no possible escape. He forgot his gloves, but he caught up his shoes and darted into the bedroom. You observe that the scratch on that table is slight at one side, but deepens in the direction of the bedroom door. That in itself is enough to show us that the shoe had been drawn in that direction, and that the culprit had taken refuge there. The earth round the spike had been left on the table, and a second sample was loosened and fell in the bedroom. I may add that I walked out to the athletic grounds this morning, saw that tenacious black clay is used in the jumping pit, and carried away a specimen of it, together with some of the fine tan or sawdust, which is strewn over it to prevent the athlete from slipping. Have I told the truth, Mr. Gilchrist?" The student had drawn himself erect. "Yes, sir, it is true," said he. "Good heavens, have you nothing to add?" cried Soames. "Yes, sir, I have, but the shock of this disgraceful exposure has bewildered me. I have a letter here, Mr. Soames, which I wrote to you early this morning in the middle of a restless night. It was before I knew that my sin had found me out. Here it is, sir. You will see that I have said, I have determined not to go in for the examination. I have been offered a commission in the Rhodesian police, and I am going out to South Africa at once." "I am indeed pleased to hear that you did not intend to profit by your unfair advantage," said Solmes. "But why did you change your purpose?" Gilchrist pointed to Bannister. "There is the man who set me in the right path," said he. "Come now, Bannister," said Holmes, "it will be clear to you from what I have said that only you could have let this young man out, since you were left in the room and must have locked the door when you went out. As to his escaping by that window, it was incredible. Can you not clear up the last point in this mystery and tell us the reasons for your action?" "It was simple enough, sir, if you only had known, but with all your cleverness it was impossible that you could know. Time was, sir, when I was butler to old Sir Jabez Gilchrist, this young gentleman's father. When he was ruined, I came to the college as servant, but I never forgot my old employer because he was down in the world. I watched his son all I could for the sake of the old days. Well, sir, when I came into this room yesterday, when the alarm was given, the very first thing I saw was Mr. Gilchrist's tan gloves lying in that chair. I knew those gloves well, and I understood their message. If Mr. Solmes saw them, the game was up. I flopped down into that chair, and nothing would budge me until Mr. Solmes, he went for you. Then out came my poor young master, whom I had dandled on my knee, and confessed it all to me. Wasn't it natural, sir, that I should save him, and wasn't it natural also that I should try to speak to him as his dead father would have done, and make him understand he could not profit by such a deed? Could you blame me, sir?" "No, indeed," said Holmes heartily, springing to his feet. "Well, Solmes, I think we have cleared your little problem up, and our breakfast awaits us at home. Come, Watson. As to you, sir, I trust that a bright future awaits you in Rhodesia. For once you have fallen low, let us see in the future how high you can rise." End of The Adventure of the Three Students. Read by Terrance Callan, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 17. Cheating the Dead by Mont Hurst, Jr. From Mystery Magazines, April 15, 1924. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Cheating the Dead by Mont Hurst, Jr. I shall never forget the Levereux case as long as I live. The circumstances surrounding the solution of this case showed the keenest kind of thought and deduction I have ever known. My work as secretary to Howard Elliott, the famous motion picture producer, naturally drew me into the case. I had known Elliott for years. I was first associated with him when we were members of a little tabloid show playing the smaller cities of the West, and our greatest ambition in those days was to see our names on Broadway. At a small town in Southern California, the show property was attached by the sheriff. Our manager disappeared with what few funds remained, leaving the company stranded. Howard Elliott and I rode a freight train into Los Angeles. At this time, the motion picture industry was in its infancy. 2 or 3 companies had opened studios in Los Angeles, and we secured work at one of them as extras. Elliott's rise was spectacular. He worked as a leading man, scenario writer, director, and finally secured backing to launch his now great company. He became known as Howard Elliott, the Great Producer, while I had only attached success in a small way, became known as Plain Bill Monroe, production manager in Elliott's company. The great success Elliott had made was not gained without making a few enemies. In the motion picture game, quick action, rival publicity, and the bidding for stars' contracts naturally led to Elliott's making a few enemies. Of course, nothing serious had ever come out of it, until one day Elliot became involved in an argument with Alfred LaRue, one of the older producers. The climax of this bitter enmity was reached when, at a party at the Mathwick Country Club, Elliot and LaRue came to blows. The men were separated. The final crushing of Alfred LaRue as a producer came when Elliot outbid him for the contract of Olga Wendell, a famous star. Elliot also won the heart and hand of Miss Wendell, and thus a double blow was dealt LaRue, who had been madly in love with her. A month later, LaRue was a bankrupt. He had put his whole fortune into preparations starring Olga Wendell. She was a great public favorite, and her name was a box office attraction. Losing her services had wrecked LaRue financially, but losing her hand had made a madman of him. After this coup of Elliot's, LaRue retired from the motion picture colony. He went to his country estate up in the valley and was seldom seen except at social affairs at the country club. Rodney Morton's estate adjoined that of LaRue. He was in the midst of the social whirl, being a director of several banks and the silent partner of Howard Elliot. Just after LynneT, Morton gave a weekend party. Most all of the movie colony was invited, I among them. Alfred LaRue was urged to come. Rodney Morton was endeavoring to act as a peacemaker between LaRue and Elliot. In the ballroom of Morton's house, it was noticed that LaRue seemed morose and very quiet. Rodney Morton came over and gave LaRue a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Come, Alfred, forget the past and bury the hatchet. There's no reason why you and Howard Elliot should be on the outs," he said. Then, turning, he called to Elliot to come over. As Elliot approached, he saw LaRue and stopped, then shrugged his shoulders and sat down beside LaRue. "How are you, Alfred P.?" he said genially. "Why should you care?" was LaRue's surly answer. "Now, you fellows be good sports and get together. The old saying, 'all's fair in love and war,' still holds good, and it was truly a business war between you two," said Morton. LaRue got up and called Elliot to follow. They went out on the lawn, and in a few moments Elliot returned. "I'm going over to Alfred's house for a while tonight, Rodney," he said, smiling. "He seemingly wants to be friends with me and has a few bottles of really old stuff to sample. I'll see you fellows later," Elliot added as he prepared to leave. About 12 that night, Elliot came in and went directly to his room, after calling out a cheery "good night" to us. We were up rather late that night, as a poker tournament was in progress. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning before we retired. The next morning, we were awakened by the housekeeper of LaRue banging on the front door. We dressed hurriedly and rushed downstairs. We opened the door and let her in. She was greatly excited. "Oh, Mr. Morton! Johnson, the chauffeur, found Mr. LaRue dead down by the lake. He did not come down this morning, and we started to search for him. A bullet hole was in his head. Oh, sir, it's terrible." "Come on, fellows, and let's go over. Phone the sheriff and coroner, Hargis," said Morton as we heard the news. We hurried down to the lake. Johnson had not touched anything. The body of LaRue was lying between two small willow saplings. Johnson had looked at the body and hurriedly notified the housekeeper. Howard Elliot seemed very nervous. As we examined the ground about the body, we noticed several cigarette butts. Morton picked one up and examined it. Without a word, he passed it to me with a look of concern. I looked at the stub and saw the initials of Elliot in gilded letters on one end. I knew he bought special-made cigarettes with his initials on them. It was a known fact of all of us that LaRue never smoked cigarettes. Just then, Bill Watson, the sheriff, came up. He spoke to each of us and began to examine the body. Of course, he picked up the cigarette stubs and called to Elliot. "Well, sir, these look like your cigarettes, don't they?" Elliot said nothing, but slightly nodded his head. Watson walked down to the bank of the lake a few feet. He stopped and picked something out of the water. Then he came back to us, and in his hands held a wet silk handkerchief. The initials in the corner were HWE. I knew the handkerchief belonged to Howard Elliot. With all this evidence against Elliot, I could not bring myself to believe him guilty of the murder of LaRue. Bill Watson spoke again. "Elliot, you are under arrest for the murder of LaRue. The evidence clearly points to you. I have questioned the housekeeper of LaRue, and know that you were in his house last night. Everyone knows that you and LaRue were bitter enemies. You will have to go to the district attorney's office with me, where you may be able to arrange bail." We were stunned at this serious turn of events, although the evidence was strong enough to warrant the arrest of Elliot. The men had been bitter enemies, and Elliot was known to have been at the home of LaRue. His own initialed cigarette stubs and handkerchief had been found near the body of LaRue. Things looked black indeed for Howard Elliot. Of course, we rallied to him and assured the prisoner of our support and friendship. Just as Bill Watson was preparing to take Elliot to town, Don Casper, the scenario writer, spoke up. I had noticed that he seemed to be in a deep study all during the time we were there. "Wait just a moment, Mr. Watson. I think I have this thing solved. Howard Elliot is not guilty. LaRue committed suicide," said Casper. "Well, I'll wait just long enough to hear your fairy tale," said Bill Watson with a sneer. "I believe I can prove my theory to your satisfaction," said Casper. "Do you see that sapling? Well, just look at the small piece of string dangling from the top of it." We looked at the sapling. It was only about 10 feet in height. The body of LaRue lay at the base of it. At the top of the sapling was a piece of string about 3 feet in length. "My theory is this," Casper went on. LaRue, seeking revenge on Elliot, and being despondent over his loss of the love of Miss Wendell, devised a plan of revenge. He succeeded in getting possession of the handkerchief and some cigarettes belonging to Elliot. Last night he invited Elliot to his home. After a few rounds of drinks, Elliot left. After he had gone, LaRue came down here to the lake with his own revolver. He smoked several of the cigarettes and scattered the stubs around under the sapling. Then he took the handkerchief and tossed it into the water where it would not float away. Next he pulled the sapling over and tied the string to the top of it. He made a loop in the other end of the string and put the butt of the gun in the loop. See the loop in the string? Then, pressing the revolver to his head, he fired. As he fell, the sapling, being bent, bounded back upright. Of course, the revolver and string fairly flew back into the air with such force that the revolver was hurled from the loop into the water. The sapling acted very much like a slingshot. LaRue probably had tested this before and knew how it would act. We can prove my theory if someone will get a bathing suit and search for the revolver in the lake on a line with the sapling. We were astounded at this theory. Morton sent Johnson for a bathing suit, and Bill Watson laughed skeptically as he said, "You won't find anything in the lake but a lot of mud and turtles." Johnson soon returned with a bathing suit, and Morton put it on. He was carried out into the lake about 40 feet from the bank in a canoe. There he began diving for it. After 20 minutes he arose and in one hand held a revolver. When he came out of the water, he handed the revolver to Bill Watson. An examination showed the name of LaRue on the handle. It was the type of revolver used in the French army, and it was well known that LaRue had served under the French flag as a captain. Bill Watson was dumbfounded. The only thing he could do was release Howard Elliott. "I guess you ain't guilty, Elliott," he said as he turned to Judge Hare, the coroner, who had just arrived on the scene. After a short examination, Judge Hare's verdict was that Alfred LaRue came to his death by self-destruction. At the home of Morton, we enjoyed a late breakfast. Finally, Howard Elliott asked, "Casper, how did you come to the theory of suicide?" The writer smiled. We were all waiting to hear his answer. "The first thing that came to my mind was that you were innocent, Elliott," he said. "And of course I was on the lookout for any possible clues. The first thing I noticed was the piece of loop string dangling from the top of the sapling. A week ago I was strolling along the banks of the lake and observed LaRue experimenting with the sapling. The string held a rock, and as he bent the sapling over, he would let go, and each time as it bounded up, the rock was hurled into the water." Howard Elliott spoke. "You certainly have my heartfelt thanks, Casper, and I can't begin to thank you. Things were decidedly against me. I was beginning to think I was in for a trial for murder." "Oh, there was no danger, Elliott, because I knew you were innocent before we went to the lake. You came in at 12, and I distinctly saw LaRue leave his house at 2 this morning. I sat up all night working on a new photoplay, and as your room is next to mine, you could not have left without me hearing you." The end of Cheating the Dead by Mont Hurst, Jr.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 17. Dr. Kreener's Last Experiment by Sax Roma. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Dr. Kreener's Last Experiment by Sax Roma. "Examine it closely," said the man in the unusual caped overcoat. "It'll repay examination." I held the little object in the palm of my hand, and having stared for some moments, I touched it gingerly, whereupon my acquaintance laughed a short bass laugh. "It looks fragile," he said, "but have no fear, it is nearly as hard as a diamond." Thus encouraged, I took the thing up between finger and thumb and held it before my eyes. For a long time I looked at it, and looking, my wonder grew. I thought that here was a most wonderful example of the lapidary's art which I had ever met with, east or west. It was a tiny pink rose, no larger than the nail of my little finger. Stalk and leaves were there, and golden pollen lay in its delicate heart. Each fairy petal blushed with June fire. The frail leaves were exquisitely green. Withal it was hard and unbendable as a thing of steel. "Allow me," said the masterful voice, passing a powerful lens to me. I regarded the rose through the glass, and thereupon I knew beyond doubt that there was something phenomenal about the gem, if gem it were. I could plainly trace the veins and texture of every petal. I suppose I looked somewhat startled. Baldly stated, the fact may not seem calculated to inspire fear, but in reality there was something so weird about this unnatural bloom that I dropped it on the table. As I did so, I uttered an exclamation, for in spite of the stranger's assurances on the point, I had not overcome my feeling of the thing's fragility. "Don't be alarmed," he said, meeting my startled gaze. "It would need a steam hammer to do it any damage." He replaced the jewel in his pocket, and when I returned the lens to him, he acknowledged it with a grave inclination of the head. As I looked into his sunken eyes, in which I thought there lay a certain sardonic merriment, the fantastic idea flashed through my mind that I had fallen into the clutches of an expert hypnotist who was amusing himself at my expense. That the miniature rose was a mere hallucination produced by the same means as a notorious Indian rope trick. Then, looking around me at the cosmopolitan groups surrounding the many tables and catching snatches of conversations dealing with subjects so diverse as politics, painting, and the Russian ballet, common sense reasserted itself. I looked into the grave face of my acquaintance. I cannot believe, I said slowly, that human ingenuity could so closely duplicate the handiwork of nature. Surely the gem is unique, possibly one of those magical talismans of which we read in Eastern stories. My companion smiled. It's not a gem, he replied, and while in a sense it is a product of human ingenuity, it is also the handiwork of nature. I was badly puzzled, and doubtless I revealed the fact, for the stranger laughed in a short fashion. I am not trying to mystify you, he assured me, but the truth is so hard to believe sometimes that in the present case I hesitate to divulge it. Did you ever meet Chesterton? This abrupt change of topic somewhat startled me, but nevertheless I replied, I once heard him play. Why do you ask the question? For this reason. Chesterton possessed the only other form of this art which, so far as I am aware, ever left the possession of the inventor. He occasionally wore it in his buttonhole. It is then a manufactured product of some sort? As I have said, in a sense it is, but he drew the tiny exquisite ornament from his pocket again and held it up before me. It is a natural bloom. What? It is a natural bloom, replied my acquaintance, fixing his penetrating gaze upon me, by a perfectly simple process invented by the cleverest chemist of his age. It has been reduced to this gem-like state, while retaining unimpaired every one of its natural beauties, every shade of its natural color. You are incredulous. On the contrary, I replied, having examined it through a magnifying glass. I had already assured myself that no human hand had fashioned it. You aroused my curiosity intensely. Such a process, with its endless possibilities, should be worth a fortune to the inventor. The stranger nodded grimly and again concealed the rose in his pocket. You're right, he said. The secret died with the man who discovered it, in the great munition factory explosion in 1917. You recall it? It took all London, and fragments were cast into 3 counties. I recall it perfectly well. You remember also the death of Dr. Kreener, the chief chemist? He died in an endeavor to save some of the working people. I remember. He was the inventor of the process, but it was never put upon the market. He was a singular man, sir, as was once said of him, a Don Juan of science. Dame Nature gave him her heart unwooed. He trifled with science as some men trifle with love, tossing aside with a smile discoveries which would have made other men famous. This, tapping his breast pocket, was one of them. You astound me. Do I understand you to mean that Dr. Kreener had invented a process of reducing any form of plant life to this condition? Almost any form, was a guarded reply. And some forms of animal life too. What? If you like, the stranger leaned forward and grasped my arm. I'll tell you the story of Dr. Kreener's last experiment. Part 2. Here's the stranger's story. I asked you if you had ever seen Chesterton, and you replied that you had once heard him play. Having once heard him play, you will not have forgotten him. He had something of the personality of Paganini, as you remember, except that he was a smaller man. Long, gaunt, white hands in the face of a haggard Mephistopheles. The critics quarrelled about him as critics only quarrel about real genius, and while one school proclaimed that he had discovered an entirely new technique, a revolutionary system of violin playing, another school was equally positive in declaring that he could not play at all, that he was a mountebank, a trickster, whose proper place was in a variety theatre. There were stories too that were never published, stories not only about him, but also concerning the Stradivarius upon which he played. As you have heard him play, it is therefore unnecessary for me to attempt to describe the effect of that music. The only composition which overbore his name, I refer to the Black Mass, affected me on every occasion when I heard it, as no other composition has ever done. Perhaps it was his playing, rather than the music itself, which reached down into hitherto unplumbed depths within me and awakened dark things which, unsuspected, lay there sleeping. I never heard the Black Mass played by anyone else. Indeed, I am not aware that it was ever published. But had it been, we should rarely hear it. Like Locke's music to Macbeth, it bears an unpleasant reputation. To include it in any concert program would be to court disaster. An idle superstition, perhaps. But there is much naivete in the artistic temperament. Men detested Chesterton. yet when he chose, he could win over his bitterest enemies. Women followed him as children followed the Pied Piper. He courted none, but was courted by all. He would glance aside with those black eyes, shrug in his insolent fashion, and turn away, and they would follow. Heaven knows how many followed. So much for Chesterton. At the time of the episode of which I refer, Dr. Kreener occupied a house in Regent's Park. He was a favorite with the painters, sculptors, poets, and social reformers who have made of Soho a new Mecca. No movement in art was so modern that Dr. Kreener was not conversant with it. No political development so violent or so secret that Dr. Kreener could not speak of it complacently and with inside knowledge. The favorite meeting place for these oddly assorted boon companions of his was the doctor's laboratory in Regent's Park. Here on a Sunday evening one might meet the very latest composer, the sculptor bringing a new message, or the man destined to supplant with the ballet the time-worn operatic tradition. But while some of these would come and go, so that one could never count with certainty upon meeting them, there was one who never failed to be present when such an informal reception was held. Andrews was the name by which he was known to the circles in which he moved. No one, from Sir John Tenier, the fashionable portrait painter, to Kruski of the Russian ballet, disputed Andrews' rights to be counted one of the elect. He was a great, red-bearded, unkempt Scotsman, and only once can I remember to have seen him strictly sober. But to hear him talk about painters and painting in his thick Caledonian accent was to look into the soul of an artist. He was as sour as an unripe grapefruit, cynical, embittered, a man savagely disappointed with life and the world, and tragedy was written all over him. If anyone knew the secret of his wasted life, it was Dr. Kreener, and Dr. Kreener was a reliquary of so many secrets that this one was as safe as if the grave had swallowed it. One Sunday, Chesterton joined the party. That he would gravitate there sooner or later was inevitable. From the first moment of their meeting, an intense antagonism sprang up between Chesterton and Andrews. Neither troubled very much to veil it. In Chesterton it found expression in covert sneers and sidelong glances, while the big lion-maned Scotsman snorted upon contempt of the violinist. Chesterton became a regular visitor to Dr. Kreener's laboratory. The doctor prevailed upon Andrews to tolerate him, but I could not help noticing how Chesterton skilfully and deliberately goaded the Scotsman, seeming to take fiendish delight in disagreeing with his pet theories and in discussing any topic which he had found to be distasteful to Andrews. Chief among these was that sort of irreverent criticism of women in which male parties so often indulge. Bitter cynic though he was, women were sacred to Andrews. To speak disrespectfully of a woman in his presence was like uttering blasphemy in the study of a cardinal. Chesterton very quickly detected the Scotsman's weakness, and one night he launched out into a series of amorous adventures which set Andrews writhing. On this occasion the party was a small one, comprising myself, Dr. Kreener, Andrews, and Chesterton. I could feel the storm brewing, but was powerless to check it. How presently it was to break in tragic violence I could not foresee. Fate had not meant that I should foresee. Allowing for the free play of an extravagant artistic mind, Chesterton's career on his own showing had been that of a callous blackguard. I began by being disgusted and ended by being fascinated, not by the man's scandalous adventures, but by the scarcely human psychology of the narrator. He related how he had passed from Warsaw to Budapest, Budapest to Paris, and Paris to London, leaving ruin behind him with a smile, airily flicking cigarette ashes upon the floor to indicate the termination of each episode. Andrews watched him in a lowering way, which I did not like at all. He had ceased to snort his scorn. Indeed, for 10 minutes or so he had uttered no word or sound, but there was something in the pose of his ungainly body which strangely suggested that of a great dog preparing to spring. Presently the violinist recalled what he termed a charming idyll of Normandy. "There is one poor fool in the world," he said, shrugging his slight shoulders, "who never knew how badly he should hate me. Of him I shall tell you. Do you remember, my friends, some few years ago, a picture called A Dream of Dawn? It was published in Paris and London, and everybody bought it. Everybody said, 'He is a made man. This fellow who can paint so fine.'" Chesterton hesitated for a moment and then continued. It's a figure of a slender girl. Ah, angels of grace, what a girl! He kissed his hand rapturously. She's posed bending gracefully forward and looking down at her own lovely reflection in the water. It's in the seashore, you remember, and the little ripples play about her ankles. The first blush of the dawn robes her white body in a transparent mantle of light. Ah, it was as she stood so in a little cove of Normandy that I saw her. He paused again, rolling his dark eyes, and I could hear Andrew's heavy breathing. Then he went on. It was a new art, the posing of the model, not in a lighted studio, but in the scene to be depicted. And the fellow who painted her, the man with the barbarous name, bah, he was big as Mr. Andrews, and ugly, pooh, uglier than he. A moon face with cropped skull like a prize fighter, and no soul. But yes, he could paint. A dream of dawn was genius. Yes, some soul he must have had. He could paint, dear friends, but he could not love. Him I counted as poof. He blew imaginary down into space. Her I sought out and presently found. She told me in those sweet stolen rambles along the shore, when the moonlight made her look like a Madonna, that she was his inspiration, his art, his life. And she wept, and I kissed her tears away. To please her, I waited until the dream of dawn was finished. With the finish of the picture, finished also his dream of dawn. Cherrypin laughed and lighted a fresh cigarette. Can you believe that a man could be so stupid? He never knew of my existence, this big red booby. He never knew that I existed until his dream had fled with me. In a week we were in Paris, that dream girl and I. In a month we had quarrelled. I always end these matters with a quarrel. It makes the complete finish. She struck me in the face, and I laughed. She turned and went away. We were tired of one another. Ah! Again he airily kissed his hand. There were others after I had gone. I heard for a time, but a memory is like a rose, fresh and fair and sweet. I'm glad I can remember her so, and not as she afterward became. That's the art of love. She killed herself with absinthe, my friends. She died in Marseille. Thus far Cherrypin had proceeded, and he was in the act of again airily flicking ash upon the floor, when, uttering a sound which I can only describe as a roar, Andrews hurled himself upon the smiling violinist. His great hands clutched Cherrypin's throat. The insane Scotsman, for insane he was at that moment, forced the other back upon the settee from which he had half arisen. In vain I sought to drag him away from the writhing body, but I doubt if any man could have relaxed that deadly grip. Cherrypin's eyes protruded hideously, and his tongue lolled forth from his mouth. One could hear the breath whistling through his nostrils as Andrews silently, deliberately squeezed the life out of him. It all occupied only a few minutes, and then Andrews, slowly opening his rigidly crooked fingers, stood panting and looking down at the distorted face of the dead man. For once in his life the Scotsman was sober, and turning to Dr. Kreener, he said, I've waited 7 long years for this, and I'll hang with contentment. I can never forget the ensuing moments in which, amid a horrible silence, only broken by the ticking of a clock and heavy breathing of Cahoon, the long-forgotten creator of a dream of dawn, so long known to us as Andrews, we stood watching the contorted body on the settee. And as we watched, slowly the rigid limbs began to relax, and Cherrypin slid gently down onto the floor, collapsing there with a soft thud, where he squatted like some hideous Buddha resting back against the cushions. One spectral white hand raised above his head, and fingers still clutching a big gold tassel. Andrews, for so I always think of him, was the first to break the silence that ensued. Send for the police, he said in a queer, shaky voice. Dinna fear, but I'm ready. I'm only sorry it happened here. You ought to be glad, said Dr. Kreener. There was a covert meaning in the words, a fact which penetrated even to the dulled intelligence of the Scotsman, for he glanced up haggardly at his friend. You ought to be glad, repeated Dr. Kreener. Turning, he walked to the laboratory door and unlocked it. He next lowered all the blinds. I pray that we have not been observed, he said, but we must chance it. He mixed a drink for Andrews and himself. His quiet, decisive manner had had its effect, and Andrews was now more composed. Indeed, he seemed to be in a half-dazed condition, but he persistently kept his back turned to the crouching figure propped up against the settee. If you think you can follow me, said Dr. Kreener abruptly, I'll show you the result of a recent experiment." Unlocking a cupboard, he took out a tiny figure, some 2 inches long by 1 inch high, mounted upon a polished wooden pedestal. It was that of a guinea pig. The flaky fur gleamed like the finest silk, and one felt that the coat of the minute creature would be as flawless to the touch, whereas in reality it possessed the rigidity of steel. Literally, one could have done it little damage with a hammer. Its weight was extraordinary. "I am learning new things about this process every day," continued Dr. Kreener, placing the little figure upon a table. "For instance, while it seems to operate uniformly upon vegetable matter, there are curious modifications when one applies it to animal and mineral substances. I have now definitely decided that the result of this particular inquiry must never be published. You, Cahoon, I believe, possesses an example of the process, a tiger lily, I think. I must ask you to return it to me. Our late friend Chesterton wears a pink rose in his coat, which I had treated in the same way. I am going to take the liberty of removing it." He spoke in the hard, incisive manner which I had heard him use in the lecture theatre, and it was evident enough that his design was to prepare Andrews for something which he contemplated. Facing the Scotsman, where he had hunched up in the big armchair, dully watching the speaker, Dr. Kreener said, "There is one experiment which I have never before had a suitable opportunity of attempting. Of its result I am personally confident, but science always demands proof." His voice rang now with a note of repressed excitement as he paused for a moment. "If you were to examine this little specimen very closely," he said, and rested his finger upon the tiny figure of the guinea pig, "you would find that in one particular it is imperfect. Although a diamond drill would have to be employed to demonstrate the fact, the animal's organs, although they have undergone a chemical change quite new to science, are intact, perfect down to the smallest detail. One part of the creature's structure alone defied my process. In short, dental enamel is impervious to it. This little animal, otherwise as complete as when it lived and breathed, has no teeth. I found it necessary to extract them before submitting the body to the reductionary process." He paused. "Shall I go on?" he asked. Andrews, to whose mind I think no conception of the doctor's project had yet penetrated, shuddered but slowly nodded his head. Dr. Kreener glanced across the laboratory at the crouching figure of Chesterton, then resting his hands upon Andrew's shoulders, he pushed him back in the chair and stared into his dull eyes. "Brace yourself, Cahoon," he said tersely. Turning, he crossed to a small mahogany cabinet at the farther end of the room. Pulling out a glass tray, he judiciously selected a pair of dental forceps. Part 3. Thus far the stranger's appalling story had progressed when that singular cloak in which hypnotically he had enwrapped me seemed to drop, and I found myself clutching the edge of the marble table and staring into the grey face of the speaker. I became suddenly aware of the babble of voices about me, of the greasy smell of the Café Regus, and of the presence of a waiter who was inquiring if there were any further orders as closing time drew near. I was conscious of nausea. "Excuse me," I said, rising unsteadily, "but I fear the oppressive atmosphere is affecting me." "If you prefer to go out," said my acquaintance, in that deep voice which, throughout the dreadful story, had rendered me oblivious of my surroundings, "I should be much favoured if you would accompany me to a spot not 500 yards from here." Seeing me hesitate, he added, "I have a particular reason for asking." "Very well," I replied, inclining my head, "if you wish it. But certainly I must seek the fresh air." Going out through the swing doors and passing the bookstall with its array of papers and journals, we came to the street, turned to the left again, and soon we were threading the mazes of Soho. I felt somewhat recovered. Here, in the busy highways, the spell of my singular acquaintance lost much of its potency, and already I found myself doubting the story of Dr. Kreener and Chesterton. Indeed, I began to laugh at myself, conceiving that I had fallen into the hands of some comedian who was making sport of me. I was about to give expression to these new and saner ideas when my companion paused before a door half hidden in a little alley which divided the back of an Italian restaurant from the tawdry-looking establishment of a cigar merchant. He apparently held the key, for although I did not actually hear the turning of the lock, I saw that he had opened the door. "May I request you to follow me?" His deep voice reached me out of the darkness. "I'll show you something which will repay your trouble." Again the cloak touched me, but it was without entirely resigning myself to the compelling influence that I followed my mysterious acquaintance up an uncarpeted and nearly dark stair. On the landing above, A gas lamp was burning, and opening a door immediately facing the stair, the stranger conducted me into a barely furnished and untidy room. The atmosphere smelled like that of a bar room, the odors of stale spirits and of tobacco mingling unpleasantly. As my guide removed his hat and stood there, a square, gaunt figure in his queer caped overcoat, I secured for the first time a view of his face in profile, and there was something startlingly unfamiliar about it. Seen thus, my acquaintance was another man. I realized that there was something unnatural about the long white hair, the grey face, that the sharp outline of brow, nose, and chin was that of a much younger man than I had supposed him to be. All this came to me in a momentary flash of perception, for immediately my attention was riveted upon a figure hunched up on a dilapidated sofa on the opposite side of the room. It was that of a big man, bearded and very heavily built, but his face was scarred by years of suffering, and his eyes confirmed the story indicated by the smell of stale spirits with which the air of the room was laden. A half-empty bottle stood on a table at his elbow, a glass beside it, and a pipe lay in a saucer full of ashes near the glass. As we entered, the glazed eyes of the man opened widely, and he clutched at the table with big red hands, leaning forward and staring horribly. Saving this derelict figure and some few dirty utensils and scattered garments, which indicated that the apartment was used both as sleeping and living room, there was so little of interest in the place that automatically my wandering gaze strayed from the figure on the sofa to a large oil painting, unframed, which rested upon the mantelpiece above the dirty grate in which the fire had become extinguished. I uttered a stifled exclamation. It was a dream of dawn, evidently the original painting. On the left of it, from a nail in the wall, hung a violin and bow, and on the right stood a sort of cylindrical glass case or closed jar upon a wooden base. From the moment that I perceived the contents of this glass case, a sense of fantasy claimed me, and I ceased to know where reality ended and mirage began. It contained a tiny and perfect figure of a man. He was arrayed in a perfect-fitting dress suit, such as a doll might have worn, and he was posed as if in the act of playing a violin, although no violin was present. At the elfin black hair and Mephistophelian face of this horrible, wonderful image, I stared fascinatedly. I looked and looked at the dwarfed figure of Chesterton. All these impressions came to me in the space of a few hectic moments, when in upon my mental tumult intruded a husky whisper from the man on the sofa. "Kreener," he said. "Kreener." At the sound of that name, and because of the way in which it was pronounced, I felt my veins were freezing. The speaker was staring straight at my companion. I clutched at the open door. I felt that there was still some crowning horror to come. I wanted to escape from that reeking room, but my muscles refused to obey me, and there I stood. "Kreener," repeated the husky voice, and I saw that the speaker was rising unsteadily to his feet. "You have brought him again. Why have you brought him again? He'll play me a step nearer to hell." "Brace yourself, Callan," said the voice of my companion. "Brace yourself." "Take him away," came a sudden frenzied shriek. "Take him away. He's here at my elbow. Kreener," mocking me and pointing to the cursed violin. "Here," said the stranger, a high note of command in his voice. "Drop that. Sit down at once." Even as the other obeyed him, the cloaked stranger, stepping to the mantelpiece, opened a small box which lay there beside the glass case. He turned to me, and I tried to shrink away from him. For I knew, yet I loathed to look upon what was in the box. Muffled, as though reaching through the fog, I heard the words, "A perfect human body in miniature, every organ intact by means of a process rendered indestructible. Chesterton, as he was in life, may be seen by the curious 10,000 years hence, incomplete in one respect, here in this box." The spell was broken by a horrifying shriek from the man whom my companion had addressed as Callan, and whom I could only suppose to be the painter of the celebrated picture which rested upon the mantel. "Take him away, Kreener. He's reaching for the violin." Animation returned to me, and I fell rather than ran down the darkened stair. How I opened the street door, I know not, but even as I stepped out into the homeliness of Soho, the cloaked figure was beside me, and hand was laid upon my shoulder. "Listen," commanded a deep voice. My next impression was of a dull murmur. I opened my eyes and struggled to sit upright. I was in the manager's office of the Café Regis. The head waiter and the manager himself were bending over me solicitously. The head waiter held a glass of water in his hand. "What has happened?" I asked weakly. "Was I brought in here from the street?" "No, no, monsieur. The heat was very great tonight in the café. It was the heat, monsieur." "But," I protested, struggling to regain control of myself, "I went out." "Monsieur cannot have gone out." "But I did go out," I persisted, "with the man to whom I was talking." "I do not recollect," declared the head waiter, "that monsieur was talking to anyone this evening." The end of Dr. Kreener's Last Experiment by Sax Rohmer. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 17. The Dublin Mystery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Dublin Mystery by Baroness Oxy. I always thought that the history of that forged will was about as interesting as any I had read, said the man in the corner that day. He had been silent for some time and was meditatively sorting and looking through a packet of small photographs in his pocketbook. Polly guessed that some of these would presently be placed before her for inspection, and she had not long to wait. "That is old Brooks," he said, pointing to one of the photographs. Millionaire Brooks, as he was called. "And these are his two sons, Percival and Murray. It was a curious case, wasn't it? Personally, I don't wonder that the police were completely at sea. If a member of that highly estimable force happened to be as clever as the clever author of that forged will, we should have very few undetected crimes in this country. That's why I always try to persuade you to give our poor, ignorant police the benefit of your great insight and wisdom," said Polly with a smile. "I know," he said blandly. "You have been most kind in that way, but I'm only an amateur. Crime interests me only when it resembles a clever game of chess with many intricate moves which all tend to one solution, the checkmating of the antagonist, the detective force of the country. Now confess that in the Dublin Mystery, the clever police there were absolutely checkmated. Absolutely. Just as the public was. There was actually 2 crimes committed in one city which have completely baffled detection. The murder of Patrick Weather, the lawyer, and the forged will of millionaire Brooks. There are not many millionaires in Ireland. No wonder old Brooks was a notability in his way, since his business, bacon curing I believe it is said to be worth over £2 million of solid money. His younger son Murray was a refined, highly educated man, and was moreover the apple of his father's eye, as he was a spoiled darling of Dublin society. Good-looking, a splendid dancer and a perfect rider, he was the acknowledged catch of the matrimonial market of Ireland, and many a very aristocratic house was open hospitably to the favourite son of the millionaire. Of course, Percival Brooks, the eldest son, would inherit the bulk of the old man's property and also probably the larger share of the business. He too was good-looking, more so than his brother. He too rode, danced, and talked well. But it was many years ago that mammas with marriageable daughters had given up all hopes of Percival Brooks as a probable son-in-law. That young man's infatuation for Maisie Fortescue, a lady of undoubted charm, but very doubtful antecedents, who had astonished the London and Dublin music halls with her extravagant dances, was too well known and too old established to encourage any hopes in other quarters. Whether Percival Brooks would ever marry Maisie Fortescue was thought to be very doubtful. Old Brooks had the full disposal of all his wealth, and it would have fared ill with Percival if he introduced an undesirable wife into the magnificent Fitzwilliam Place establishment. That's how matters stood, continued the man in the corner. When Dublin society one morning learnt with deep regret and dismay that old Brooks had died very suddenly at his residence after only a few hours' illness. At first it was generally understood that he had had an apoplectic stroke. Anyway, he had been at business, hale and hearty as ever, the day before his death, which occurred late on the evening of February 1st. It was the morning papers of February 2nd which told the sad news to the readers. And it was those self-same papers which on that eventful morning contained another, even more startling piece of news that proved the prelude to a series of sensations, such as tranquil, placid Dublin had not experienced for many years. This was that on that very afternoon which saw the death of Dublin's greatest millionaire, Mr. Patrick Weatherd, his solicitor, was murdered in Phoenix Park at 5 o'clock in the afternoon while actually walking to his own house from his visit to his client in Fitzwilliam Place. Patrick Weatherd was as well known as the proverbial town pump. His mysterious and tragic death filled all Dublin with dismay. The lawyer was a man 60 years of age, had been struck on the back of the head by a heavy stick, garroted, and subsequently robbed, for neither money, watch, or pocketbook were found upon his person, whilst the police soon gathered from Patrick Weatherd's household that he had left home at 2 o'clock that afternoon, carrying both watch and pocketbook, and undoubtedly money as well. An inquest was held, and a verdict of wilful murder was found against some person or persons unknown. But Dublin had not exhausted its stock of sensations yet. Millionaire Brooks had been buried with due pomp and magnificence, and his will had been proved, his business and personality being estimated £2,500,000 by Percival Gordon Brooks, his eldest son and sole executor. The younger son, Murray, who had devoted the best years of his life to being a friend and companion to his father, while Percival ran after ballet dancers and music hall stars, Murray, who had avowedly been the apple of his father's eye in consequence, was left with a miserly pittance of £300 a year, and no share whatever in the gigantic business of Brooks and Sons, bacon curers of Dublin. Something had evidently happened within the precincts of the Brookstown mansion, which the public and Dublin society tried in vain to fathom. Elderly mammas and blushing debutantes were already thinking of the best means whereby next season they might more easily show the cold shoulder to young Murray Brooks, who had so suddenly become a hopeless detrimental in the marriage market, when all these sensations terminated in one gigantic, overwhelming bit of scandal, which for the next 3 months furnished food for gossip in every drawing room in Dublin. Mr. Murray Brooks, namely, had entered a claim for probate of a will made by his father in 1891, declaring that the later will, made the very day of his father's death and proved by his brother as sole executor, was null and void, that will being a forgery. Part 2. Forgery. The facts that transpired in connection with this extraordinary case were sufficiently mysterious to puzzle everybody. As I told you before, all Mr. Brooks' friends never quite grasped the idea that the old man should so completely have cut off his favourite son with the proverbial shilling. You see, Percival had always been a thorn in the old man's flesh. Horse racing, gambling, theatres, and music halls were, in the old pork butcher's eyes, so many deadly sins which his son committed every day of his life, and all the Fitzwilliam Place household could testify to the many and bitter quarrels which had arisen between father and son over the latter's gambling or racing debts. Many people asserted that Brooks would sooner have left his money to charitable institutions than seen it squandered upon the brighter stars that adorn the music hall stage. The case came up for hearing early in the autumn. In the meanwhile, Percival Brooks had given up his racecourse associates, settled down in the Fitzwilliam Place mansion, and conducted his father's business without a manager, but with all the energy and forethought which he had previously devoted to more unworthy causes. Murray had elected not to stay on in the old house. No doubt associations were of too painful and recent a nature. He was boarding with the family of Mr. Wilson Hibbert, who was the late Patrick Weatherd's, the murdered lawyer's partner. They were quiet, homely people who lived in a very poky little house in Kilkenny Street, and poor Murray must, in spite of his grief, have felt very bitterly the change from his luxurious quarters in his father's mansion to his present tiny room and homely meals. Percival Brooks, who was now drawing an income of over 100,000 a year, was very severely criticized for adhering so strictly to the letter of his father's will and only paying his brother that paltry £300 a year, which was very literally but the crumbs off his own magnificent dinner table. The issue of that contested will case was therefore awaited with eager interest. In the meanwhile, the police, who had at first seemed fairly loquacious on the subject of the murder of Mr. Patrick Weatherd, suddenly became strangely reticent, and by their very reticence aroused a certain amount of uneasiness in the public mind until one day the Irish Times published the following extraordinary enigmatic paragraph. We hear on authority, which cannot be questioned, that certain extraordinary developments are expected in connection with the brutal murder of our distinguished townsman, Mr. Weatherd. The police, in fact, are vainly trying to keep it secret, that they hold a clue which is as important as it is sensational, and that they only await the impending issue of a well-known litigation in the probate court to effect an arrest. The Dublin public flocked to the court to hear the arguments in the great will case. I myself journeyed down to Dublin. As soon as I succeeded in fighting my way to the densely crowded court, I took stock of the various actors in the drama, which I, as a spectator, was prepared to enjoy. There were Percival Brooks and Murray, his brother, the two litigants, both good-looking and well-dressed, and both striving, by keeping up a running conversation with their lawyer, to appear unconcerned and confident of the issue. With Percival Brooks was Henry Oranmore, the eminent Irish K.C., whilst Walter Hibbert, a rising young barrister, the son of Wilson Hibbert, appeared for Murray. The will of which the latter claimed probate was one dated 1891, and had been made by Mr. Brooks during a severe illness which threatened to end his days. This will had been deposited in the hands of Messrs. Weatherd and Hibbert, solicitors to the deceased, and by it Mr. Brooks left his personality equally divided between his two sons, but had left his business entirely to his youngest son, with a charge of £2,000 a year upon it, payable to Percival. You see that Murray Brooks therefore had a very deep interest in that second will being found null and void. Old Mr. Hibbert had very ably instructed his son, and Walter Hibbert's opening speech was exceedingly clever. He would show, he said, on behalf of his client, that the will dated February 1st, 1908, could never have been made by the late Mr. Brooks, as it was absolutely contrary to his avowed intentions, and that if the late Mr. Brooks did on the day in question make any fresh will at all, it certainly was not the one proved by Mr. Percival Brooks, for that was absolutely a forgery from beginning to end. Mr. Walter Hibbert proposed to call several witnesses in support of both these points. On the other hand, Mr. Henry Oranmore, K.C., very ably and courteously replied that he too had several witnesses to prove that Mr. Brooks certainly did make a will on the day in question, and that whatever his intentions may have been in the past, he must have modified them on the day of his death, for the will proved by Mr. Percival Brooks was found after his death under his pillow, duly signed and witnessed, and in every way legal. Then the battle began in sober earnest. There were a great many witnesses to be called on both sides, their evidence being of more or less importance, chiefly less. But the interest centred round the prosaic figure of John O'Neill, the butler at Fitzwilliam Place, who had been in Mr. Brooks' family for 30 years. "I was clearing away my breakfast things," said John, "when I heard the master's voice in the study close by. Oh my, he was that angry. I could hear the words disgrace and villain and liar and ballet dancer, and one or two other ugly words as applied to some female lady, which I would not like to repeat. At first I did not take much notice, as I was quite used to hearing my poor dear master having words with Mr. Percival. So I went downstairs carrying my breakfast things. But I had just started clearing my silver when the study bell goes ringing violently, and I hear Mr. Percival's voice shouting in the hall, 'John, quick, send for Dr. Mulligan at once. Your master is not well. Send one of the men, and you come up and help me to get Mr. Brooks to bed.' I sent one of the grooms with the doctor," continued John, who seemed still affected at the recollection of his poor master, to whom he had evidently been very much attached, "and I went up to see Mr. Brooks. I found him lying on the study floor, his head supported in Percival's arms. 'My father has fallen in a faint,' said the young master. 'Help me to get him up to his room before Dr. Mulligan comes.' Mr. Percival looked very white and upset, which was only natural, and we had got my poor master to bed. I asked if I should not go and break the news to Mr. Murray, who had gone to business an hour ago. However, before Mr. Percival had time to give me an order, the doctor came. I thought I had seen death plainly writ in my master's face, and when I showed the doctor out an hour later, and he told me that he would be back directly, I knew that the end was near. Mr. Brooks rang for me a minute or two later. He told me to send at once for Mr. Weatherd, or else for Mr. Hibbert, if Mr. Weatherd could not come. 'I haven't many hours to live, John,' he says to me. 'My heart is broke. The doctor says my heart is broke. A man shouldn't marry and have children, John, for they will sooner or later break his heart. I was so upset I couldn't speak, but I sent round at once for Mr. Weatherd, who came himself just about 3 o'clock that afternoon. After he had been with my master about an hour, I was called in, and Mr. Weatherd said to me that Mr. Brooks wished me and one other of our servants to witness that he had signed a paper which was on a table by his bedside. I called Pat Mooney, the head footman, and before us both Mr. Brooks put his name at the bottom of that paper. Then Mr. Weatherd gave me the pen and told me to write my name as a witness, and that Pat Mooney was to do the same. After that we were both told we could go. The old butler went on to explain that he was present in his late master's room on the following day when the undertakers, who had come to lay the dead man out, found a paper underneath his pillow. John O'Neill, who recognized the paper as the one to which he had appended his signature the day before, took it to Mr. Percival and gave it into his hands. In answer to Mr. Walter Hibbert, John asserted positively that he took the paper from the undertaker's hand and went straight with it to Mr. Percival's room. He was alone, said John. I gave him the paper. He just glanced at it, and I thought he looked rather astonished, but he said nothing, and I at once left the room. When you say that you recognize the paper as the one which you had seen your master sign the day before, how did you actually recognize that it was the same paper? Asked Mr. Herbert, amidst breathless interest on the part of the spectators. I narrowly observed the witness's face. It looked exactly the same paper to me, sir, replied John, somewhat vaguely. Did you look at the contents then? No, sir, certainly not. Had you done so the day before? No, sir, only at my master's signature. Then you only thought by the outside look of the paper that it was the same? It looked the same thing, sir, persisted John obstinately. You see, continued the man in the corner, leaning eagerly forward across a narrow marble table, the contention of Murray Brooks' adviser was that Mr. Brooks, having made a will and hidden it, for some reason or other, under his pillow, that will had fallen, through the means related by John O'Neill, into the hands of Mr. Percival Brooks, who had destroyed it and substituted a forged one in its place, which adjudged the whole of Mr. Brooks' millions to himself. It was a terrible and very daring accusation directed against a gentleman who, in spite of his many wild oats sowed in early youth, was a prominent and important figure in Irish high life. All those present were aghast at what they heard, and the whispered comments I could hear around me showed me that public opinion at least did not uphold Mr. Murray Brooks' daring accusation against his brother. But John O'Neill had not finished his evidence, and Mr. Walter Hibbert had a bit of sensation still up his sleeve. He had, namely, produced a paper, the will proved by Mr. Percival Brooks, and had asked John O'Neill if once again he recognized the paper. Certainly, sir, said John unhesitatingly. That's the one the undertaker found under my poor dead master's pillow, and which I took to Mr. Percival's room immediately. Then the paper was unfolded and placed before the witness. Now, Mr. O'Neill, will you tell me if that is your signature? John looked at it for a moment. Then he said, Excuse me, sir, and produced a pair of spectacles, which he carefully adjusted before he again examined the paper. Then he thoughtfully shook his head. It don't look much like my writing, sir, he said at last. That is to say, he added, by way of elucidating the matter, it does look like my writing, but then I don't think it is. There was at that moment a look in Mr. Percival Brooks' face, continued the man in the corner quietly, which then and there gave me the whole history of that quarrel, that illness of Mr. Brooks, of the will, aye, and of the murder of Patrick Weatherd too. All I wondered at was how every one of those learned counsel on both sides did not get the clue just the same as I did, but went on arguing, speechifying, cross-examining for nearly a week, until they arrived at the one conclusion which was inevitable from the very first, namely that the will was a forgery, a gross, clumsy, idiotic forgery, since both John O'Neill and Pat Mooney, the two witnesses, absolutely repudiated the signatures as their own. The only successful bit of calligraphy the forger had done was a signature of old Mr. Brooks. It was a very curious fact, and one which had undoubtedly aided the forger in accomplishing his work quickly, that Mr. Weatherd, the lawyer, having no doubt realized that Mr. Brooks had not many moments in life to spare, had not drawn up the usual engrossed, magnificent document dear to the lawyer heart, but had used for his client's will one of those regular printed forms which can be purchased at any stationer's. Mr. Percival Brooks, of course, flatly denied the serious allegations brought against him. He admitted that the butler had brought him the document the morning after his father's death, and that he certainly, on glancing at it, had been very much astonished to see that the document was his father's will. Against that, he declared that its contents did not astonish him in the slightest degree, that he himself knew of the testator's intentions, but that he certainly thought his father had entrusted his will to the care of Mr. Weatherd, who did all his business for him. I only very cursorily glanced at the signature, he concluded, speaking in a perfectly calm, clear voice. You must understand that the thought of forgery was very far from my mind, and that my father's signature is exceedingly well imitated, if indeed it is not his own, which I am not at all prepared to believe. As for the two witnesses' signatures, I don't think I had ever seen them before. I took the document to Messrs. Barkston and Maud, who had often done business for me before, and they assured me that the will was in perfect form and order. Asked why he had not entrusted the will to his father's solicitors, he replied, for the very simple reason that exactly half an hour before the will was placed in my hands, I had read that Mr. Patrick Weatherd had been murdered the night before. Mr. Hibbert, the junior partner, was not personally known to me. After that, for form's sake, a good deal of expert evidence was heard on the subject of the dead man's signature, but that was quite unanimous, and merely went to corroborate what had already been established beyond a doubt, namely that the will dated February 1st, 1908 was a forgery, and probate of the will dated 1891 was therefore granted to Mr. Murray Brooks, the sole executor mentioned therein. Part 3. A memorable day. 2 days later, the police applied for a warrant for the arrest of Mr. Percival Brooks on a charge of forgery. The Crown prosecuted, and Mr. Brooks had again the support of Mr. Oranmore, the eminent Casey. Perfectly calm, like a man conscious of his own innocence and unable to grasp the idea that justice does sometimes miscarry, Mr. Brooks, the son of the millionaire, himself still the possessor of a very large fortune under the former will, stood up in the dock on that memorable day in October 1908, which still no doubt lives in the memory of his many friends. All the evidence with regard to Mr. Brooks' last moments and the forged will was gone through over again. That will, it was a contention of the Crown, had been forged so entirely in favour of the accused, cutting out every one else, that obviously no one but the beneficiary under the false will would have had any motive in forging it. Very pale and with a frown between his deep-set, handsome Irish eyes, Percival Brooks listened to this large volume of evidence piled up against him by the Crown. At times he held brief consultations with Mr. Oranmore, who seemed as cool as a cucumber. Have you ever seen Oranmore in court? He's a character worthy of Dickens. His pronounced brogue, his fat, podgy, clean-shaven face, his not always immaculately clean, large hands have often delighted the caricaturist. As it very soon transpired during that memorable magisterial inquiry, he relied, for a verdict in favour of his client, upon two main points, and he had concentrated all his skill upon making these 2 points as telling as he possibly could. The first point was the question of time. John O'Neill, cross-examined by Oranmore, stated without hesitation that he had given the will to Mr. Percival at 11 o'clock in the morning. And now the eminent Casey brought forward and placed to the witness box the very lawyers into whose hands the accused had then immediately placed the will. Now, Mr. Barkston, a very well-known solicitor of King Street, declared positively that Mr. Percival Brooks was in his office at 12:15. 2 of his clerks testified to the same time exactly, and it was impossible, contended Mr. Oranmore, that within 3/4 of an hour Mr. Brooks could have gone to a stationer's, bought a will form, copied Mr. Weatherd's writing, his father's signature, and that of John O'Neill and Pat Mooney. Such a thing might have been planned, arranged, practiced, and ultimately, after a great deal of trouble, successfully carried out, but human intelligence could not grasp the other as a possibility. Still the judge wavered. The eminent Casey had shaken but not shattered his belief in the prisoner's guilt. But there was one point more, and this Oranmore, with the skill of a dramatist, had reserved for the fall of the curtain. He noted every sign in the judge's face. He guessed that his client was not yet absolutely safe. Then only did he produce his last 2 witnesses. One of them was Mary Sullivan, one of the housemaids in Fitzwilliam Mansion. She had been sent up by the cook at 4:15 on the afternoon of February 1st with some hot water which the nurse had ordered for the master's room. Just as she was about to knock at the door, Mr. Weatherd was coming out of the room. Mary stopped with a tray in her hand, and at the door Mr. Weatherd turned and said quite loudly, "Now don't fret, don't be anxious, do try to be calm. Your will is safe in my pocket. Nothing can change it or alter one word of it but yourself." It was, of course, a very ticklish point in law whether the housemaid's evidence could be accepted. You see, she was quoting the words of a man since dead, spoken to another man also dead. There's no doubt that had there been very strong evidence on the other side against Percival Brooks, Mary Sullivan's would have counted for nothing. But as I told you before, the judge's belief in the prisoner's guilt was already very seriously shaken, and now the final blow aimed at it by Mr. Oranmore shattered his last lingering doubts. Dr. Mulligan, namely, had been placed by Mr. Oranmore into the witness box. He was a medical man of unimpeachable authority. In fact, absolutely at the head of his profession in Dublin. What he said practically corroborated Mary Sullivan's testimony. He had gone in to see Mr. Brooks at 4:30 and understood from him that his lawyer had just left him. Mr. Brooks certainly, though terribly weak, was calm and more composed. He was dying from a sudden heart attack, and Dr. Mulligan foresaw the almost immediate end. But he was still conscious and managed to murmur feebly, "I feel much easier in my mind now, doctor. Have made my will. Weatherd has been, he's got it in his pocket. It's safe there. Safe from that—" But the words died on his lips, and after that he spoke but little. He saw his two sons before he died, but hardly knew them or even looked at them. "You see," concluded the man in the corner, "you see that the prosecution was bound to collapse. Oranmore did not give it a leg to stand on. The will was forged, it is true. Forged in favor of Percival Brooks and of no one else, forged for him and for his benefit. Whether he knew and connived at the forgery was never proved, or, as far as I know, even hinted, but it was impossible to go against all the evidence which pointed that, as far as the act itself was concerned, he at least was innocent. You see, Dr. Mulligan's evidence was not to be shaken. Mary Sullivan's was equally strong. There were two witnesses swearing positively that old Brooks' will was in Mr. Weatherd's keeping when the gentleman left the Fitzwilliam mansion at 4:15. At 5 in the afternoon, the lawyer was found dead in Phoenix Park. Between 4:15 and 8 in the evening, Percival Brooks never left the house. That was subsequently proved by Oranmore up to the hilt and beyond a doubt. Since the will found under old Brooks' pillow was a forged will, where then was a will he did make, and which Weatherd carried away with him in his pocket? "Stolen, of course," said Polly, "by those who murdered and robbed him. It may have been of no value to them, but they naturally would destroy it, lest it might prove a clue against them." "Then you think it was a mere coincidence?" he asked excitedly. "What? That Weatherd was murdered and robbed at the very moment that he carried the will in his pocket, whilst another was being forged in its place? It certainly would be very curious if it were a coincidence," she said musingly. "Very," he repeated with biting sarcasm, whilst nervously his bony fingers played with the inevitable bit of string. "Very curious indeed. Just think of the whole thing. There was the old man with all his wealth, and two sons, one to whom he is devoted, and the other with whom he does nothing but quarrel. One day there's another of these quarrels, but more violent, more terrible than any that have previously occurred, with the result that the father, heartbroken by it all, has an attack of apoplexy and practically dies of a broken heart. After that he alters his will, and subsequently a will is proved which turns out to be a forgery. Now everybody, police, press, and public alike, at once jump to the conclusion that, as Percival Brooks benefits by the forged will, Percival Brooks must be the forger. Seek for him whom the crime benefits is your own axiom," argued the girl. "I beg your pardon?" "Percival Brooks benefited to the tune of £2 million. "I beg your pardon. He did nothing of the sort. He was left with less than half the share that his younger brother inherited. Now, yes, but that was a former will, and that forged will was so clumsily executed, the signatures so carelessly imitated, that the forgery was bound to come to light. Did that never strike you? Yes, but there is no but, he interrupted. It was all as clear as daylight to me from the very first. The quarrel with the old man which broke his heart was not with his eldest son, with whom he was used to quarrelling, but with the second son whom he idolized, in whom he believed. Don't you remember how John O'Neill heard the words liar and deceit? Percival Brooks had never deceived his father. His sins were all on the surface. Murray had led a quiet life and pandered to his father and fawned upon him until, like most hypocrites, he at last got found out. Who knows what ugly gambling debt or debt of honor suddenly revealed to old Brooks was the cause of that last and deadly quarrel? You remember that it was Percival who remained beside his father and carried him up to his room? Where was Murray throughout that long and painful day when his father lay dying? He, the idolized son, the apple of the old man's eye? You never hear his name mentioned as being present there all that day. But he knew that he had offended his father mortally, and that his father meant to cut him off with a shilling. He knew that Mr. Weatherd had been sent for, and Weatherd left the house soon after 4 o'clock. And here the cleverness of the man comes in. Having lain in wait for Weatherd and knocked him on the back of the head with a stick, he could not very well make that will disappear altogether. There remained the faint chance of some other witness knowing that Mr. Brooks had made a fresh will, Mr. Weatherd's partner, his clerk, or one of the confidential servants in the house. Therefore, a will must be discovered after the old man's death. Now, Murray Brooks was not an expert forger. It takes years of training to become that. A forged will executed by himself would be sure to be found out. Yes, that's it, sure to be found out. The forgery will be palpable. Let it be palpable. And then it will be found out, branded as such, and the original will of 1891, so favourable to the young blackguard's interests, would be held as valid. Was it devilry or merely additional caution which prompted Murray to pen that forged will so glaringly in Percival's favour? It's impossible to say. Anyhow, it was the cleverest touch in that marvellously devised crime. To plan that evil deed was great. To execute it was easy enough. He had several hours' leisure in which to do it. Then at night it was simplicity itself to slip the document under the dead man's pillow. Sacrilege causes no shudder to such natures as Murray Brooks. The rest of the drama you know already. But Percival Brooks? The jury returned a verdict of not guilty. There was no evidence against him. But the money? Surely the scoundrel does not have the enjoyment of it still. No, he enjoyed it for a time. But he died about 3 months ago, and forgot to take the precaution of making a will. So his brother Percival has got the business after all. If you ever go to Dublin, I should order some of Brooks' bacon if I were you. It is very good. The End of the Dublin Mystery by Baroness Oxy.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 17. The Hammer of God by G.K. Chesterton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The little village of Bohun Beacon was perched on a hill so steep that the tall spire of its church seemed only like the peak of a small mountain. At the foot of the church stood a smithy, generally red with fires and always littered with hammers and scraps of iron. Opposite to this, over a rude cross of cobbled paths, was the Blue Boar, the only inn of the place. It was upon this crossway, in the lifting of a leaden and silver daybreak, that two brothers met in the street and spoke, though one was beginning the day and the other finishing it. The Reverend and Honorable Wilfred Bohun was very devout, and was making his way to some austere exercises of prayer or contemplation at dawn. Colonel the Honorable Norman Bohun, his elder brother, was by no means devout, and was sitting in evening dress on the bench outside the Blue Boar, drinking what the philosophic observer was free to regard either as his last glass on Tuesday or his first on Wednesday. The colonel was not particular. The Bohuns were one of the very few aristocratic families really dating from the Middle Ages, and their pennon had actually seen Palestine. But it is a great mistake to suppose that such houses stand high in chivalric tradition. Few except the poor preserve traditions. Aristocrats live not in traditions, but in fashions. The Bohuns had been Mohawks under Queen Anne and Mashers under Queen Victoria. But like more than one of the really ancient houses, they had rotted in the last 2 centuries into mere drunkards and dandy degenerates, till there had even come a whisper of insanity. Certainly there was something hardly human about the colonel's wolfish pursuit of pleasure, and his chronic resolution not to go home till morning had a touch of the hideous clarity of insomnia. He was a tall, fine animal, elderly, but with hair still startlingly yellow. He would have looked merely blond and leonine, but his blue eyes were sunk so deep in his face that they looked black. They were a little too close together. He had very long yellow mustaches, on each side of them a fold or furrow from nostril to jaw, so that a sneer seemed cut into his face. Over his evening clothes he wore a curious pale yellow coat that looked more like a very light dressing-gown than an overcoat, and on the back of his head was stuck an extraordinary broad-brimmed hat of a bright green color, evidently some oriental curiosity caught up at random. He was proud of appearing in such incongruous attires, proud of the fact that he always made them look congruous. His brother the curate had also the yellow hair and the elegance, but he was buttoned up to the chin in black, and his face was clean-shaven, cultivated, and a little nervous. He seemed to live for nothing but his religion, but there were some who said, notably the blacksmith, who was a Presbyterian, that it was a love of Gothic architecture rather than of God, and that his haunting of the church like a ghost was only another and purer turn of the almost morbid thirst for beauty which sent his brother raging after women and wine. This charge was doubtful, while the man's practical piety was indubitable. Indeed, the charge was mostly an ignorant misunderstanding of the love of solitude and secret prayer, and was founded on his being often found kneeling, not before the altar, but in peculiar places, in the crypts or gallery, or even in the belfry. He was at the moment about to enter the church through the yard of the smithy, but stopped and frowned a little as he saw his brother's cavernous eyes staring in the same direction. On the hypothesis that the colonel was interested in the church, he did not waste any speculations. There only remained the blacksmith's shop, and though the blacksmith was a Puritan and none of his people, Wilfrid Bohun had heard some scandals about a beautiful and rather celebrated wife. He flung a suspicious look across the shed, and the colonel stood up laughing to speak to him. "Good morning, Wilfrid," he said. "Like a good landlord, I am watching sleeplessly over my people. I am going to call on the blacksmith." Wilfrid looked at the ground and said, "The blacksmith is out. He is over at Greenford." "I know," answered the other with silent laughter. "That is why I am calling on him." "Norman," said the cleric, with his eye on a pebble in the road, "are you ever afraid of thunderbolts?" "What do you mean?" asked the colonel. "Is your hobby meteorology?" "I mean," said Wilfrid without looking up, "do you ever think that God might strike you in the street?" "I beg your pardon," said the colonel. "I see your hobby is folklore." "I know your hobby is blasphemy," retorted the religious man, stung in the one live place of his nature. "But if you do not fear God, you have good reason to fear man." The elder raised his eyebrows politely. "Fear man?" he said. "Barnes the blacksmith is the biggest and strongest man for 40 miles round," said the clergyman sternly. "I know you are no coward or weakling, but he could throw you over the wall." This struck home, being true, and the lowering line by mouth and nostril darkened and deepened. For a moment he stood with the heavy sneer on his face. But in an instant Colonel Bohun had recovered his own cruel good humor and laughed, showing 2 dog-like front teeth under his yellow mustache. "In that case, my dear Wilfrid," he said quite carelessly, "it was wise for the last of the Bohuns to come partially in armor." And he took off the queer round hat covered with green, showing that it was lined within with steel. Wilfrid recognized it indeed as a light Japanese or Chinese helmet, torn down from a trophy that hung in the old family hall. "It was the first hat to hand," explained his brother airily. "Always the nearest hat, and the nearest woman." "The blacksmith is away at Greenford," said Wilfrid quietly. "The time of his return is unsettled." And with that he turned and went into the church with bowed head, crossing himself like one who wishes to be quit of an unclean spirit. He was anxious to forget such grossness in the cool twilight of his tall Gothic cloisters. But on that morning it was fated that his still round of religious exercises should be everywhere arrested by small shocks. As he entered the church, hitherto always empty at that hour, a kneeling figure rose hastily to its feet and came towards the full daylight of the doorway. When the curate saw it, he stood still with surprise, for the early worshipper was none other than the village idiot, a nephew of the blacksmith, one who neither would nor could care for the church or for anything else. He was always called Mad Joe, and seemed to have no other name. He was a dark, strong, slouching lad, with a heavy white face, dark straight hair, and a mouth always open. As he passed the priest, his moon-calf countenance gave no hint of what he had been doing or thinking of. He had never been known to pray before. What sort of prayers was he saying now? Extraordinary prayers, surely. Wilfrid Bohun stood rooted to the spot, long enough to see the idiot go out into the sunshine, and even to see his dissolute brother hail him with a sort of avuncular jocularity. The last thing he saw was the colonel throwing pennies at the open mouth of Joe, with the serious appearance of trying to hit it. This ugly, sunlit picture of the stupidity and cruelty of the earth sent the ascetic finally to his prayers for purification and new thoughts. He went up to a pew in the gallery, which brought him under a colored window which he loved and always quieted his spirit, a blue window with an angel carrying lilies. There he began to think less about the half-wit with his livid face and mouth like a fish. He began to think less of his evil brother, pacing like a lean lion in his horrible hunger. He sank deeper and deeper into those cold and sweet colors of silver blossoms and sapphire sky. In this place, half an hour afterwards, he was found by Gibbs, the village cobbler, who had been sent for him in some haste. He got to his feet with promptitude, for he knew that no small matter would have brought Gibbs into such a place at all. The cobbler was, as in many villages, an atheist, and his appearance in church was a shade more extraordinary than Mad Joe's. It was a morning of theological enigmas. "What is it?" asked Wilfrid Bohun rather stiffly, but putting out a trembling hand for his hat. The atheist spoke in a tone that, coming from him, was quite startlingly respectful, and even, as it were, huskily sympathetic. "You must excuse me, sir," he said in a hoarse whisper, "but we didn't think it right not to let you know at once. I'm afraid a rather dreadful thing has happened, sir. I'm afraid your brother—" Wilfrid clenched his frail hands. "What devilry has he done now?" he cried in voluntary passion. "Why, sir," said the cobbler, coughing, "I'm afraid he's done nothing, and won't do anything. I'm afraid he's done for. You had really better come down, sir." The curate followed the cobbler down a short winding stair which brought them out at an entrance rather higher than the street. Bohun saw the tragedy in one glance, flat underneath him like a plan. In the yard of the smithy were standing 5 or 6 men, mostly in black, one in an inspector's uniform. They included the doctor, the Presbyterian minister, and the priest from the Roman Catholic chapel, to which the blacksmith's wife belonged. The latter was speaking to her, indeed, very rapidly in an undertone, as she, a magnificent woman with red gold hair, was sobbing blindly on a bench. Between these two groups, and just clear of the main heap of hammers, lay a man in evening dress, spread-eagled and flat on his face. From the height above, Wilfrid could have sworn to every item of his costume and appearance, down to the Bohun rings upon his fingers, but the skull was only a hideous splash, like a star of blackness and blood. Wilfrid Bohun gave but one glance and ran down the steps into the yard. The doctor, who was the family physician, saluted him, but he scarcely took any notice. He could only stammer out, "My brother is dead. What does it mean? What is this horrible mystery?" There was an unhappy silence, and then the cobbler, the most outspoken man present, answered. "Plenty of horror, sir," he said, "but not much mystery." "What do you mean?" asked Wilfrid, with a white face. "It's plain enough," answered Gibbs. "There is only one man for 40 miles round that could have struck such a blow as that, and he's the man that had most reason to." "We must not prejudge anything," put in the doctor, a tall, black-bearded man, rather nervously, "but it is competent for me to corroborate what Mr. Gibbs says about the nature of the blow, sir. It is an incredible blow. Mr. Gibbs says that only one man in this district could have done it. I should have said myself that nobody could have done it." A shudder of superstition went through the slight figure of the curate. "I can hardly understand," he said. "Mr. Bowen," said the doctor in a low voice, "metaphors literally fail me. It is inadequate to say that the skull was smashed to bits like an eggshell. Fragments of bone were driven into the body and the ground, like bullets into a mud wall. It was the hand of a giant." He was silent a moment, looking grimly through his glasses. Then he added, "The thing has one advantage, that it clears most people of suspicion at one stroke. If you or I or any normally made man in the country were accused of this crime, we should be acquitted as an infant would be acquitted of stealing the Nelson column." "That's what I say," repeated the cobbler obstinately. "There's only one man that could have done it, and he's the man that would have done it. Where's Simeon Barnes, the blacksmith?" "He's over at Greenford," faltered the curate. "Most likely over in France," muttered the cobbler. "No, he is in neither of these places," said a small and colorless voice, which came from the little Roman priest who had joined the group. "As a matter of fact, he is coming up the road at this moment." The little priest was not an interesting man to look at, having stubbly brown hair and a round and stolid face. But if he had been as splendid as Apollo, no one would have looked at him at that moment. Everyone turned round and peered at the pathway, which wound across the plain below, along which was indeed walking, at his own huge stride and with a hammer on his shoulder, Simeon the smith. He was a bony and gigantic man, with deep, dark, sinister eyes and a dark chin-beard. He was walking and talking quietly with 2 other men, and though he was never especially cheerful, he seemed quite at his ease. "My God!" cried the atheistic cobbler, "and there's the hammer he did it with." "No," said the inspector, a sensible-looking man with a sandy mustache, speaking for the first time. "There's the hammer he did it with over there by the church wall. We have left it and the body exactly as they are." All glanced round, and the short priest went across and looked down in silence at the tool where it lay. It was one of the smallest and the lightest of the hammers, and would not have caught the eye among the rest, but on the iron edge of it were blood and yellow hair. After a silence, the short priest spoke without looking up, and there was a new note in his dull voice. "Mr. Gibbs was hardly right," he said, "in saying that there is no mystery. There is at least the mystery of why so big a man should attempt so big a blow with so little a hammer." "Oh, never mind that," cried Gibbs in a fever. "What are we to do with Simeon Barnes?" "Leave him alone," said the priest quietly. "He is coming here of himself. I know those two men with him. They are very good fellows from Greenford, and they have come over about the Presbyterian chapel." Even as he spoke, the tall smith swung round the corner of the church and strode into his own yard. Then he stood there quite still, and the hammer fell from his hand. The inspector, who had preserved impenetrable propriety, immediately went up to him. "I won't ask you, Mr. Barnes," he said, "whether you know anything about what has happened here. You are not bound to say. I hope you don't know, and that you will be able to prove it. But I must go through the form of arresting you in the King's name for the murder of Colonel Norman Bohun." "You are not bound to say anything," said the cobbler in officious excitement. "They've got to prove everything. They haven't proved yet that it is Colonel Bohun, with the head all smashed up like that." "That won't wash," said the doctor aside to the priest. "That's out of the detective stories. I was the colonel's medical man, and I knew his body better than he did. He had very fine hands, but quite peculiar ones. The second and third fingers were the same length. Oh, that's the colonel, right enough." As he glanced at the brained corpse upon the ground, the iron eyes of the motionless blacksmith followed them and rested there also. "Is Colonel Bohun dead?" said the smith quite calmly. "Then he's damned." "Don't say anything, oh, don't say anything," cried the atheist cobbler, dancing about in an ecstasy of admiration of the English legal system. "For no man is such a legalist as the good secularist." The blacksmith turned on him over his shoulder the august face of a fanatic. "It's well for you infidels to dodge like foxes, because the world's law favors you," he said. "But God guards his own in his pocket, as you shall see this day." Then he pointed to the colonel and said, "When did this dog die in his sins?" "Moderate your language," said the doctor. "Moderate the Bible's language, and I'll moderate mine. When did he die?" "I saw him alive at 6 o'clock this morning," stammered Wilfred Bohun. "God is good," said the smith. "Mr. Inspector, I have not the slightest objection to being arrested. It is you who may object to arresting me. I don't mind leaving the court without a stain on my character. You do mind, perhaps, leaving the court with a bad setback in your career." The solid inspector for the first time looked at the blacksmith with a lively eye, as did everybody else except the short, strange priest, who was still looking down at the little hammer that had dealt the dreadful blow. "There are two men standing outside this shop," went on the blacksmith with ponderous lucidity, "good tradesmen in Greenford, whom you all know, who will swear that they saw me from before midnight till daybreak, and long after, in the committee room of our revival mission, which sits all night. We save souls so fast. In Greenford itself, 20 people could swear to me for all that time. If I were a heathen, Mr. Inspector, I would let you walk on to your downfall. But as a Christian man, I feel bound to give you your chance and ask you whether you will hear my alibi now or in court." The inspector seemed for the first time disturbed and said, "Of course, I should be glad to clear you altogether now." The smith walked out of his yard with the same long and easy stride and returned to his two friends from Greenford, who were indeed friends of nearly everyone present. Each of them said a few words which no one ever thought of disbelieving. When they had spoken, the innocence of Simeon stood up as solid as the great church above them. One of those silences struck the group which are more strange and insufferable than any speech. Madly, in order to make conversation, the curate said to the Catholic priest, You seem very much interested in that hammer, Father Brown." "Yes, I am," said Father Brown. "Why is it such a small hammer?" The doctor swung round on him. "By George, that's true," he cried. "Who would use a little hammer with 10 larger hammers lying about?" Then he lowered his voice in the curate's ear and said, "Only the kind of a person that can't lift a large hammer. It is not a question of force or courage between the sexes. It's a question of lifting power in the shoulders. A bold woman could commit 10 murders with a light hammer and never turn a hair. She could not kill a beetle with a heavy one." Wilfrid Bohun was staring at him with a sort of hypnotized horror, while Father Brown listened with his head a little on one side, really interested and attentive. The doctor went on with more hissing emphasis. "Why do these idiots always assume that the only person who hates the wife's lover is the wife's husband? 9 times out of 10, the person who most hates the wife's lover is the wife. Who knows what insolence or treachery he had shown her? Look there." He made a momentary gesture towards the red-haired woman on the bench. She had lifted her head at last, and the tears were drying on her splendid face, but the eyes were fixed on the corpse with an electric glare that had in it something of idiocy. The Reverend Wilfrid Bohun made a limp gesture as if waving away all desire to know, but Father Brown, dusting off his sleeve some ashes blown from the furnace, spoke in his indifferent way. "You are like so many doctors," he said. "Your mental science is really suggestive. It is your physical science that is utterly impossible. I agree that the woman wants to kill the correspondent much more than the petitioner does, and I agree that a woman will always pick up a small hammer instead of a big one. But the difficulty is one of physical impossibility. No woman ever born could have smashed a man's skull out flat like that." Then he added reflectively after a pause, "These people haven't grasped the whole of it. The man was actually wearing an iron helmet, and the blow scattered it like broken glass. Look at that woman. Look at her arms." Silence held them all up again, and the doctor said rather sulkily, "Well, I may be wrong. There are objections to everything. But I stick to the main point. No man but an idiot would pick up that little hammer if he could use a big hammer." With that, the lean and quivering hands of Wilfrid Bohun went up to his head and seemed to clutch his scanty yellow hair. After an instant they dropped, and he cried, "That was the word I wanted. You have said the word." Then he continued, mastering his discomposure, "The words you said were, 'No man but an idiot would pick up the small hammer.'" "Yes," said the doctor. "Well?" "Well," said the curate, "no man but an idiot did." The rest stared at him with eyes arrested and riveted, and he went on in a febrile and feminine agitation. "I am a priest," he cried unsteadily, "and a priest should be no shedder of blood. I mean that he should bring no one to the gallows, and I thank God that I see the criminal clearly now, because he is a criminal who cannot be brought to the gallows." "You will not denounce him?" inquired the doctor. "He would not be hanged if I did denounce him," answered Wilfrid with a wild but curiously happy smile. "When I went into the church this morning I found a madman praying there, that poor Joe who has been wrong all his life. God knows what he prayed, but with such strange folk it is not incredible to suppose that their prayers are all upside down. Very likely a lunatic would pray before killing a man. When I last saw poor Joe he was with my brother. My brother was mocking him." "By Jove," cried the doctor, "this is talking at last. But how do you explain—" The Reverend Wilfrid was almost trembling with the excitement of his own glimpse of the truth. "Don't you see? Don't you see?" he cried feverishly. "That is the only theory that covers both the queer things, that answers both the riddles. The 2 riddles are the little hammer and the big blow. The smith might have struck the big blow, but would not have chosen the little hammer. His wife would have chosen the little hammer, but she could not have struck the big blow. But the madman might have done both. As for the little hammer, why, he was mad and might have picked up anything. And for the big blow, have you never heard, Doctor, that a maniac in his paroxysm may have the strength of 10 men? The doctor drew a deep breath and said, "By golly, I believe you've got it." Father Brown had fixed his eyes on the speaker so long and steadily as to prove that his large, gray, ox-like eyes were not quite so insignificant as the rest of his face. When silence had fallen, he said with marked respect, "Mr. Bowen, yours is the only theory yet propounded which holds water every way and is essentially unassailable. I think, therefore, that you deserve to be told, on my positive knowledge, that it is not the true one." And with that, the odd little man walked away and stared again at the hammer. "That fellow seems to know more than he ought to," whispered the doctor peevishly to Wilfrid. "Those popish priests are deucedly sly." "No, no," said Bowen with a sort of wild fatigue. "It was the lunatic. It was the lunatic." The group of the 2 clerics and the doctor had fallen away from the more official group containing the inspector and the man he had arrested. Now, however, that their own party had broken up, they heard voices from the others. The priest looked up quietly and then looked down again as he heard the blacksmith say in a loud voice, "I hope I've convinced you, Mr. Inspector. I'm a strong man, as you say, but I couldn't have flung my hammer bang here from Greenford. My hammer hasn't got wings that it should come flying 1/2 a mile over hedges and fields." The inspector laughed amicably and said, "No, I think you can be considered out of it, though it's one of the rummiest coincidences I ever saw. I can only ask you to give us all the assistance you can in finding a man as big and strong as yourself. By George, you might be useful, if only to hold him. I suppose you yourself have no guess at the man." "I may have a guess," said the pale smith, "but it is not at a man." Then, seeing the scared eyes turned toward his wife on the bench, he put his huge hand on her shoulder and said, "Nor a woman either." "What do you mean?" asked the inspector jocularly. "You don't think cows use hammers, do you?" "I think no thing of flesh held that hammer," said the blacksmith in a stifled voice. "Mortally speaking, I think the man died alone." Wilfrid made a sudden forward movement and peered at him with burning eyes. "Do you mean to say, Barnes," came the sharp voice of the cobbler, "that the hammer jumped up of itself and knocked the man down?" "Oh, you gentlemen may stare and snigger," cried Simeon, "you clergymen who tell us on Sunday in what a stillness the Lord smote Sennacherib. I believe that one who walks invisible in every house defended the honor of mine, and laid the defiler dead before the door of it. I believe the force in that blow was just the force there is in earthquakes, and no force less." Wilfrid said, with a voice utterly undescribable, "I told Norman myself to beware of the thunderbolt." "That agent is outside my jurisdiction," said the inspector with a slight smile. "You are not outside his," answered the smith. "See you to it." And turning his broad back, he went into the house. The shaken Wilfrid was led away by Father Brown, who had an easy and friendly way with him. "Let us get out of this horrid place, Mr. Bowen," he said. "May I look inside your church? I hear it's one of the oldest in England. We take some interest, you know," he added with a comical grimace, "in old English churches." Wilfrid Bowen did not smile, for humor was never his strong point, but he nodded rather eagerly, being only too ready to explain the Gothic splendors to someone more likely to be sympathetic than the Presbyterian blacksmith or the atheist cobbler. "By all means," he said, "let us go in at this side." And he led the way into the high side entrance at the top of the flight of steps. Father Brown was mounting the first step to follow him when he felt a hand on his shoulder, and turned to behold the dark, thin figure of the doctor, his face darker yet with suspicion. "Sir," said the physician harshly, "you appear to know some secrets in this black business. May I ask if you are going to keep them to yourself?" "Why, doctor," answered the priest, smiling quite pleasantly, "there is one very good reason why a man of my trade should keep things to himself when he is not sure of them, and that is that it is so constantly his duty to keep them to himself when he is sure of them. But if you think I have been discourteously reticent with you or anyone, I will go to the extreme limit of my custom. I will give you 2 very large hints." "Well, sir," said the doctor gloomily. "First," said Father Brown quietly, "the thing is quite in your own province. It is a matter of physical science. The blacksmith is mistaken, not perhaps in saying that the blow was divine, but certainly in saying that it came by a miracle. It was no miracle, doctor, except insofar as man is himself a miracle, with his strange and wicked and yet half-heroic heart. The force that smashed that skull was a force well known to scientists, one of the most frequently debated of the laws of nature." The doctor, who was looking at him with frowning intentness, only said, "And the other hint?" "The other hint is this," said the priest. "Do you remember the blacksmith, though he believes in miracles, talking scornfully of the impossible fairy tale that his hammer had wings and flew half a mile across country?" "Yes," said the doctor, "I remember that." "Well," added Father Brown with a broad smile, "that fairy tale was the nearest thing to the real truth that has been said today." And with that he turned his back and stumped up the steps after the curate. The Reverend Wilfrid, who had been waiting for him, pale and impatient, as if this little delay were the last straw for his nerves, led him immediately to his favorite corner of the church, that part of the gallery closest to the carved roof and lit by the wonderful window with the angel. The little Latin priest explored and admired everything exhaustively, talking cheerfully, but in a low voice all the time. When in the course of his investigation he found the side exit and the winding stair down which Wilfrid had rushed to find his brother dead, Father Brown ran, not down, but up, with the agility of a monkey, and his clear voice came from an outer platform above. "Come up here, Mr. Bowen," he called. "The air will do you good." Bowen followed him and came out on a kind of stone gallery or balcony outside the building, from which one could see the illimitable plain in which their small hills stood, wooded away to the purple horizon and dotted with villages and farms. Clear and square, but quite small beneath them, was the blacksmith's yard, where the inspectors still stood, taking notes, and the corpse still lay like a smashed fly. "Might be the map of the world, mightn't it?" said Father Brown. "Yes," said Bowen very gravely, and nodded his head. Immediately beneath and about them the lines of the Gothic building plunged outwards into the void with a sickening swiftness akin to suicide. There is that element of Titan energy in the architecture of the Middle Ages that from whatever aspect it be seen, it always seems to be rushing away, like the strong back of some maddened horse. This church was hewn out of ancient and silent stone, bearded with old fungoids and stained with the nests of birds, and yet when they saw it from below, it sprang like a fountain at the stars, and when they saw it as now from above, it poured like a cataract into a voiceless pit. For these 2 men on the tower were left alone with the most terrible aspect of Gothic, the monstrous foreshortening and disproportion, the dizzy perspectives, the glimpses of great things small and small things great, a topsy-turvydom of stone in the mid-air. Details of stone, enormous by their proximity, were relieved against a pattern of fields and farms, pygmy in their distance. A carved bird or beast at a corner seemed like some vast walking or flying dragon, wasting the pastures and villages below. The whole atmosphere was dizzy and dangerous, as if men were upheld in air amid the gyrating wings of colossal genii. And the whole of that old church, as tall and rich as a cathedral, seemed to sit upon the sunlit country like a cloudburst. I think there is something rather dangerous about standing on these high places, even to pray, said Father Brown. Heights were made to be looked at, not to be looked from. Do you mean that one may fall over? Asked Wilfrid. I mean that one's soul may fall, if one's body doesn't, said the other priest. I scarcely understand you, remarked Bohun, indistinctly. Look at that blacksmith, for instance, went on Father Brown calmly. A good man, but not a Christian. Hard, imperious, unforgiving. Well, his Scotch religion was made up by men who prayed on hills and high crags, and learnt to look down on the world more than to look up at heaven. Humility is the mother of giants. One sees great things from the valley, only small things from the peak. But he didn't do it, said Bohun tremulously. No, said the other in an odd voice, we know he didn't do it. After a moment he resumed, looking tranquilly out over the plain with his pale gray eyes. I knew a man, he said, who began by worshipping with others before the altar, but who grew fond of high and lonely places to pray from, corners or niches in the belfry or the spire. And once in one of those dizzy places, where the whole world seemed to turn under him like a wheel, his brain turned also, and he fancied he was God, so that though he was a good man, he committed a great crime. Wilfrid's face was turned away, but his bony hands turned blue and white as they tightened on the parapet of stone. He thought it was given to him to judge the world and to strike down the sinner. He would never have had such a thought if he had been kneeling with other men upon a floor, but he saw all men walking about like insects. He saw one especially strutting just below him, insolent and evident by a bright green hat, a poisonous insect. Rooks cawed round the corners of the belfry, but there was no other sound till Father Brown went on. This also tempted him, that he had in his hand one of the most awful engines of nature. I mean gravitation, that mad and quickening rush by which all earth's creatures fly back to her heart when released. See, the inspector is strutting just below us in the smithy. If I were to toss a pebble over this parapet, it would be something like a bullet by the time it struck him. If I were to drop a hammer, even a small hammer. Wilfrid Bohun threw one leg over the parapet, and Father Brown had him in a minute by the collar. Not by that door, he said quite gently. That door leads to hell. Bohun staggered back against the wall and stared at him with frightful eyes. How do you know all this? He cried. Are you a devil? I am a man, answered Father Brown gravely, and therefore have all devils in my heart. Listen to me, he said after a short pause. I know what you did. At least I can guess the great part of it. When you left your brother, you were racked with no unrighteous rage, to the extent even that you snatched up a small hammer, half inclined to kill him with his foulness on his mouth. Recoiling, you thrust it under your buttoned coat instead, and rushed into the church. You pray wildly in many places, under the angel window, upon the platform above, and a higher platform still, from which you could see the colonel's eastern hat like the back of a green beetle crawling about. Then something snapped in your soul, and you let God's thunderbolt fall. Wilfrid put a weak hand to his head and asked in a low voice, How did you know that his hat looked like a green beetle? Oh, that, said the other with a shadow of a smile, that was common sense. But hear me further. I say I know all this, but no one else shall know it. The next step is for you. I shall take no more steps. I will seal this with the seal of confession. If you ask me why, there are many reasons, and only one that concerns you. I leave things to you because you have not yet gone very far wrong, as assassins go. You did not help to fix the crime on the smith when it was easy, or on his wife when that was easy. You tried to fix it on the imbecile because you knew that he would not suffer. That was one of the gleams that it is my business to find in assassins. And now come down into the village and go your own way as free as the wind, for I have said my last word." They went down the winding stairs in utter silence and came out into the sunlight by the smithy. Wilfred Bohun carefully unlatched the wooden gate of the yard, and going up to the inspector said, "I wish to give myself up. I have killed my brother." End of The Hammer of God, read by Terrance Callan, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Left by the Tide by Edward E. Schiff. From Weird Tales, March 1929. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A Short, Strange Tale of the Sea. Left by the Tide by Edward E. Schiff. Were it not for the 4-inch scar upon my forehead, I would have thought it a nightmare, some ghastly hallucination, even though it happened in broad daylight. But there is this scar which mars my features for life, tangible and terrible evidence to prove that I did not dream it. I had gone down to the beach with the rising sun, but I was the only one there. None of the other guests of the hotel had yet come down to take their early morning plunge, a charity affair that did not break until 3 o'clock in the morning kept them abed. So I was alone upon that sun-drenched stretch of sand. The tide was low, and I had walked some 100 yards before I was waist-deep and breasting the invigorating waters of the cold ocean. I swam out at once to the pile of rocks, a good quarter of a mile from the shore, and climbed out upon them. Now, at low tide, they formed a nearly circular, barnacle and weed-covered island, about 50 feet in diameter, and rising only a few feet above the waters. After resting a few minutes, I clambered over the jagged stones toward the center, where there was a depression about 6 or 7 feet deep, and about the same width, and where the retreating waters sometimes left strange denizens of the deep, which could be observed under ideal conditions. Just before I reached the little pool, I thrilled to the sound of a splash of a heavy body. The tide had left something there with a vengeance, I thought gleefully, and I hastened forward to see what it was. I stared, sickened by what I saw. A dead man with a shriveled, shrunken skin, hollow cheeks, and hideous in apparently the last stages of putrefaction. There he was, floating on his back, a bare few inches below the surface. His hands were under him, and at first I thought he was naked. Then, as I overcame my first horror, I noticed that he had a short apron about his loins, an apron made of what appeared to be the scales of a large fish. It was a curious garment and covered with green algae or sea moss. The man must have been dead a long time to have allowed for the formation of that slime. I puzzled over this, wondering how it was that he remained whole and not half devoured by the scavengers of the sea. Then suddenly I remembered the splash I had heard. Who had made it? Not the dead man. Closely I searched the pool for some other sign of life, but except for a sea crab or two, there was none. Turning my attention to the body again, I scrutinized it closely, and felt my scalp twitch when I thought I detected a barely perceptible rising and falling of the chest. The more I stared, the more certain I was that I was not mistaken. But drowned men do not breathe, I told myself. I must be laboring under a hallucination. I turned my eyes away and gazed out over the sea and sky to rest them, and when I turned them back again, I was shocked into an exclamation. The body had moved toward me. I could still see the faint traces of the eddy it had made to reach me. But dead men cannot move, and there was no wave or tide or any breath of wind that could propel it within the enclosed space. Now I was certain it was breathing. The slight but definitely regular expansion and contraction of the chest were caused by respiration. I could not be mistaken. Then suddenly the lids flashed open, and I was staring into its eyes. And they were the eyes of a living creature, sea green and evil, that probed through mine into the very recesses of my brain with satanic curiosity. Then, still holding me with its baleful gaze, the thing reached for the brink with huge hands that were webbed like those of some aquatic bird, and started to pull itself up. Somehow I broke the spell by which the thing held me, and, half mad with loathing and horror, I kicked him with my bare foot back into the pool. I think I stumbled back to the open water before I recovered my courage and paused to look back. It had come out of the pool and was dragging its slimy length over the rocks toward me. I realized at once it would not walk upright, and that I would have no difficulty in evading it. With unmitigated loathing, I watched it crawl until it approached within a few feet of me. Then I backed away from it, taking care to avoid being crowded into the sea, where it could easily outmaneuver me with its fin-like appendages. Again it tried to hold me with its hypnotic state, but I avoided its eyes, and, stooping down, picked up a fragment of a rock and tried to threaten it back. Suddenly it too reached out and picked up a stone, and we both threw at the same time. But I was completely beside myself with horror, and missed him by inches, while he caught me fairly on the chest, a blow that knocked the breath out of me and dropped me to my knees. The next moment he was upon me. His powerful hands closed about my throat, his cold, slimy body against my clinging warm flesh, his fetid breath in my nostrils. But I fought in a stark, frenzied madness that promised to rid me of his clinging, hateful weight. Then suddenly he released one of his hands from my throat, and I could feel him fumble around his waist. The next moment I would have been free of him, but his hand came up wielding a stone or coral knife. I screamed and tried to evade the blow, but while I spoiled his aim at my throat, he managed to inflict that awful gash on my forehead. When I came back to consciousness, it was with a cry of terror, in the arms of two men who were lifting me into a skiff, and for some minutes I struggled with them before I realized they were my rescuers. Their story is briefly told. They had observed me from the beach, apparently trying to avoid some creature which they thought was a seal. They quickly got into a skiff and rowed to the rocks, shouting to frighten off the creature when they saw me struggling with it. Then for a minute or two I was out of their sight, hidden by a projecting rock, and when they again saw me I was alone and lying flat on my back, though the moment before they had heard the thing splash into the sea. That is their story. Mine they would not believe. In fact, they tried to stop me from telling it, and attempted to soothe me as if I were a terror-stricken child, or crazy. They said I had injured my forehead by falling on a jagged stone. But that day 2 bathers were pulled down to their death by some creature of the sea. Sharks, they all said, but I know better. The end of Left by the Tide, by Edward E. Schiff.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 17. The Letter in the Mail. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Letter in the Mail by Alfred Plowman. It was Saturday morning, and the hands on the dial of the great clock in the main banking room of the Third National stood at 11:30. Before the windows of each of the three paying tellers was a long line of impatient customers, cashiers of commercial firms, paymasters of factories, and the usual miscellany of the weekend. Some had checks in their hands, which they fingered nervously. Some shifted restlessly from foot to foot. All kept glancing impatiently down the line, half angry when a customer delayed a teller for a moment more than seemed necessary. The line before the window of teller number 1 was unusually troublesome. Teller number 1, as a brass sign in the window announced, was Mr. Haskell, a middle-aged man with thinnish light hair on the top of his head, which made his forehead seem very high. He had watery blue eyes, a fair complexion, and when he was nervous or excited, the blood would mount from his throat to the high wall of his forehead, seeming to lose itself under the thin strands of his carefully parted hair. Mr. Haskell was a bachelor, had been with the bank for many years, and was head-paying teller. Because the other tellers worked under him, he occupied cage number 1, and because cage number 1 was nearest to the door, Mr. Haskell handled more customers than any of the other tellers. On this Saturday morning, the line before window number 1 was so troublesome that even such an experienced teller as Mr. Haskell was to be excused for becoming peevish. The next man in line stepped up and pushed a check under the bars. "Good morning. $520 gold pieces." Mr. Haskell grunted and looked up. The man was paymaster of a large hat factory. "Confound it. Everybody wants what I haven't got. Won't $20 bills do?" "No. The directors voted tokens of appreciation to the old employees. My special instructions were to pay it in gold." Mr. Haskell glanced at a stack of gold pieces. "I haven't got it here. I'll have to go down to the vault." The line moved angrily. "Confound it all. Look at the string. And almost 12. He picked up his bunch of keys and turned around, paused, and then threw the keys upon a desk in the corner of the cage, where a young man sat listing checks on an adding machine. "Go down to my vault, Mo, and bring up the stack of gold lying on the floor just inside the door." He turned to the window again. "Step aside, please. He'll be back in a moment." The next man in line moved up and laughed. Mr. Haskell looked at him, saw that his eyes were directed to the corner of the cage, and glanced around. The assistant teller sat at his desk immovable, his hand poised over the keyboard of the machine, his eyes fixed on the bunch of keys. "Looks like he's hypnotized," said the man. Well, get busy, Mo," ordered Mr. Haskell sharply. Yes, sir. Yes, sir." And the young man sprang up, a frightened look on his white face. Mr. Haskell eyed him a moment, undecided, then turned reluctantly to the window again. The young man pressed back the spring lock on the door in the rear of the cage and passed out. He threaded his way through the maze of bookkeepers' desks, the bunch of keys clasped in his hand, his eyes fixed straight before him. He knew now that he would do it, knew that he had always thought of doing it, knew that he had only been waiting a favorable moment. The plan which had been lurking in the hidden chambers of his mind sprang into sudden birth, and he was powerless before the strong temptation. He passed down the steps to the basement where the vaults were located. As he approached, the bunch of keys swinging from his hand, the watchman rolled back the iron gate and admitted him to the vault room. Before him was an immense cavern with a great door of many tons thrown wide open. He stepped inside, into the money vault, into the very heart of the bank. The vault was divided into compartments, each a miniature vault in itself, guarded by a steel door which closed with lock and key. In some were kept the reserve funds of the bank, currency and securities. There was a compartment also for each of the tellers, and the first one on his right was Mr. Haskell's. He inserted the key into the lock and threw open the door. When he had done this, he was completely shielded from outside observation, as the door of the sub-vault extended more than halfway across the main entrance. As he stood there, packages of money stacked high on the shelves, money in sacks, bills, gold, silver, the very air freighted with its odor, As he stood thus, a dizziness seized upon him. Impulse, the destroyer of multitudes of men, laid its hot hand upon his reason. He fought against it, hesitated, yielded. With eager, trembling fingers, he unbuttoned the office coat, then his vest, then his shirt. He tightened the belt around his waist, reached up to the topmost shelf, from the farthest corner took a bundle of bills. The top one was for $50, and upon the bands which held the package together was stamped $2,000. He slipped the bundle inside his shirt and reached up again, then again, and again, until he had 7 packages pressed close against his body. Afraid that Mo might bulk too large and arouse suspicion, he quickly buttoned his shirt and vest and coat, ran his hands over himself to feel that the bundles lay flat and even, and stooped to pick up the sack of gold. In that moment of stooping, a lightning flash of reason illumined the madness of his act. Outraged conscience sprang up in arms. He saw himself a malefactor, the hand of society against him, branded a felon by the law, lashed by the scourge of his own guilt. He straightened up and began to tear open his chest. Then he heard voices without the vault. "I say, Tom, did you see Mo down here?" "Yes, he's inside the vault," replied the watchman. Footsteps approached. Mo hastily buttoned his coat and reached for the sack of gold. The head of an office boy appeared in the doorway. "Say, Moore, old Haskell's about to have a fit upstairs. He sent me to look for you," said the boy with a grin. Mo did not answer. He closed the door, locked it, and with a bag of money in his hand, he left the vault. Fate had intervened. One mad moment had changed the course of his life. At the rattling of the cage door, Mr. Haskell stepped back and released the lock. "It took you a long time," he grumbled, taking the sack and keys from the young man's hand. Moore muttered something about "stop to get a drink of water," and taking his seat at the desk, resumed his operations on the adding machine. Soon the hands on the great clock touched 12, and the official banking day was over. The last few stragglers were served. Mr. Haskell hung out the tin sign bearing the word "closed" before his window and began to count his cash. Moore worked steadily away on the machine. The other tellers, their currency counted, turned out the lights in their cages, carried their trays of money down to their compartments in the vault. One by one the clerks and the bookkeepers, through with the day's work, left the building. Presently Mr. Haskell stepped back and looked down the line of darkened cages. "All gone, eh? Great Scott, this was a beastly day. I'm glad tomorrow's Sunday. About through, Moore?" "Just finished," answered the assistant, clearing the machine. "Good. Help me carry this stuff down to the vault. I've got to hurry. Got an engagement for 2 o'clock. Moore picked up several sacks of money and waited while Mr. Haskell turned out the light in the cage. They passed out into the deserted banking room. "All right, Mr. Wade," said Mr. Haskell as they passed the cashier's desk. The 3 of them, Moore first with the bags of money, then Haskell carrying the tray of bills, last the cashier, descended to the vault room. The trying moment had come. Moore hardly breathed with suppressed excitement. Haskell thrust a key into the lock of his compartment and threw open the door. He placed his tray upon a shelf, then turned and took the sacks from Moore. These he put beside the tray. He stepped back, shut the door, and locked it. As he passed out of the vault, Moore drew a long breath and wiped the sweat from his face. The cashier was setting the time locks. 43 1/2 hours, Mr. Haskell," he said, working on the dials. "Right." The watchman swung the ponderous door into place. The cashier laid hold on the wheel and turned it. There was a clicking of bolts, a falling of levers into place, and Moore knew that until 8:30 Monday morning his secret was safe. He wished the others good night in a strange, unnatural voice. His lips were so dry that they cracked as he parted them to speak. He went upstairs to the lockers, put on his hat and coat, and 5 minutes later was on the street. As he passed down the crowded sidewalk, he was conscious of a curious sensation of elation which mingled strangely with the hateful torture of his thoughts. Did he not have pressed warm and close against his body what all this hurrying throng was striving for? Money, money. Truly it was money made the world go round. He had it. It was his. A fortune. Thousands of dollars. Power was his. Freedom was his. Could he keep them? He smiled grimly at the thought. His plan began to shape itself in his mind. He would take a train to Philadelphia in order to baffle pursuit and at once embark for South America. By midnight, he would be miles out on the Atlantic. With 40 hours start, he would be able to elude the hue and cry. He stepped into a cigar store and telephoned the railroad ticket office. A train left for Philadelphia at 4 o'clock. He had no time to lose. He boarded a streetcar and in 20 minutes dismounted at his corner. He walked halfway up the block, ran quickly up a flight of stone steps to the door, and thrust his key into the lock. As he opened the door, he was met by the dank, musty smell peculiar to boarding houses of the second class. He glanced down the empty hall, then softly closing the door, he tiptoed to the stairway and cautiously ascended to the second floor. Safely in his own room, he locked the door and taking a cigarette box from his pocket, placed the last cigarette it held between his lips and threw the empty box into a corner. For a moment he stood puffing rapidly, his face pale and nervously twitching, his hand trembling as he took the cigarette from his feverish lips. At last he unbuttoned his shirt and took the money, package by package, from its hiding place, throwing it upon a small centre table. When he had taken it all out, he sank down upon a chair and stared at it. And so it was for this handful of faded and dirty bills, that he had bartered his honour, his peace of mind, his quietude of soul. For this he had become an outcast, a wanderer upon the face of the earth. Who for all this wealth would give him back the right to walk with honest men? How now could he look upon the world and say that it was good? All was black and murky, discoloured by the guilt upon his soul. He laughed aloud discordantly and rocked his body to and fro in an agony of vain remorse. If only the boy had stayed away one little moment longer, if only one of the other clerks had been sent for the gold, if only... Cursed fate that had conspired to undo him. Once he thought of taking the money back and confessing. No, that was impossible. The irrevocableness of his act sickened him. How could he erase from men's minds the knowledge of his guilt? Would they not rather pity him as a weak fool, too cowardly to carry out the thievery he had devised? And the others, clerks, bookkeepers, tellers, Mr. Haskell, honest men all, poor, hard-working, struggling along on meagre salaries, heads of families, all, upon all would fall the shadow of his guilt. Mistrust would light upon all. Once before, a clerk had stolen and had been detected. It took 6 months to dissipate the vague suspicion which hovered over the bank. Philip jerked upright in his seat and seized a pad of paper which lay upon the table. He would do what he could in reparation. So far as lay within his power, he would make amends. Having no pen and ink, he took a lead pencil from his pocket and wrote, Mr. Haskell, this letter will not be delivered to you before 9 o'clock Monday morning, and by that time I'll be out of reach. God help me, I cannot tell you why I have done what I have done. It was a moment of madness. Already I repent and am miserable. I write to you this, not in a spirit of bravado, but merely so that no innocent party shall suffer. I have no accomplices. No one else is guilty. I am alone. I hope that no one else will be implicated. I assume all responsibility. Thank you for past kindness. Philip Moore. He put the note in an envelope which he addressed to Haskell, Care Citibank. He sealed the letter, feeling a warm glow of charity and goodwill run through him at the act of justice he had done. At least he would bear the consequences of his wrongdoing. He felt almost heroic. His crime had been dignified. With returning ease of mind came thoughts of escape. He dragged a battered suitcase from beneath the bed. Into this he packed the money, then filled the case with clothes from his trunk. This done, he searched his pockets for a cigarette, then remembered that he had used the last one. He glanced at his watch. It was 2 o'clock. To idle away an hour or more without the solace of tobacco was impossible. He arose from his chair and, picking up the letter, left the room, locking the door after him. He dropped the letter into the mailbox on the corner. Then, as the lid fell with a clang, thought that he might just as well have waited until later. However, it did not matter. The bank's mail was not delivered until Monday morning. He purchased 4 packages of cigarettes from the corner druggist and returned to his room. All was as he had left it. He busied himself going through his trunks, seeing if there was anything else he cared to take, and burned a few letters. He moved about leisurely, taking a mental farewell to the cheap little room and its contents. He took a $5 bill from his pocket and put it on the dresser for the landlady, then remembered that he would need money for his railroad and steamship tickets. It would not do to be always unpacking his bag. Undoing the fastenings of the suitcase and reaching under the clothing, he drew out a bundle of bills. He slipped 10 or 12 bills from beneath the bench, and then, with mouth agape and starting eyeballs, stood looking at what he held. He dropped the package and, in an ecstasy of madness, tore open the other bundles. All were the same. They were dummies. Someone had been before him. The top and the bottom bill of each package were genuine. All between were worthless. He sank down upon the bed, and for a long time he was staring straight before him, his mind a wild jumble of unmanageable thoughts. What did it mean? Who had done it? What was he to do with this secret he had stumbled on? Flight was impossible now that he had practically no money. Should he go back to the bank on Monday morning and resume his duties as usual? And then there flashed across his mind the remembrance of the letter he had posted. With the thought, he leaped to his feet in an agony of fear. He had convicted himself of a crime of which, though guilty in intention, he was almost guiltless of execution. The room swirled around him, and he was near to fainting. And then out of his madness came the way of escape. He would go to Mr. Haskell, confess all, and throw himself upon the teller's mercy. No other course was possible. There was nothing else to do. In feverish haste, he crammed the bundles into the suitcase, locked it, and thrust it beneath the bed. He left the room, locking the door after him, and almost ran to the corner drugstore. Mo was so nervous that he could hardly find the number in the telephone directory of the hotel where Mr. Haskell lived. It seemed an age before the operator gave him the connection. He was told by the clerk that Mr. Haskell was not in his room. He remembered that the teller had spoken of an engagement for the afternoon. He left the drugstore and wandered up and down the street. In a half hour, he tried again with the same result. He kept on telephoning every half hour, but it was almost 8 o'clock when he got Mr. Haskell on the wire. "Hello, Mr. Haskell. This is Moore. I must see you at once. But it's most important. It's about the bank. I'll come to your room. All right. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Hanging up the receiver, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. A clerk was watching him curiously, but he paid no attention to him and hastily left the store. He boarded a streetcar and stood on the rear platform, trying to think how he should word what he had to say. Mr. Haskell was a bachelor with apartments at the Buckingham Hotel. He had told Philip over the telephone that he had an engagement for the evening, and the young man was in a turmoil of anxiety lest the teller leave his rooms before he could get to him. At last he reached the hotel and was shown to Mr. Haskell's rooms by a bellboy. He knocked upon the door with a hand that shook until his knuckles rattled against the panel. At the word to enter, he opened the door and stepped into the room. He was in a magnificently furnished library or study, lined with books and pictures. The furniture was heavy and luxurious. In the center of the room stood a massive table on which was an electrolier whose colored globe threw the recesses of the room into shadow. Just beyond the table stood Mr. Haskell in evening dress, a lighted match held to the cigar between his lips. Philip closed the door and crossed the room. "Hello, Moore. What the deuce brings you here at this time of night? You'll have to make your visit short. I'm just going out." Philip placed his hat upon the table and, coming round, stood before his superior. "I'm sorry, Mr. Haskell, but I'm afraid that what I tell you will spoil your evening's pleasure. It's about the bank." "Well, go on." "Mr. Haskell, I've been a clerk at the Third National 5 years. I've always been honest, but lately something has been the matter with me. At first I had great hopes for the future, but advancement was slow, very slow. I didn't seem to attract much attention. I began to get discontented, and my life seemed grey and monotonous. Then there was some money everywhere. When a man gets to feeling like I did, he must watch himself all the time when there is money around. I can't tell you how I came to do it. I've been afraid of it for a long time. Several times I was on the point of giving up a position because I couldn't trust myself. I lost my head today and did it." Did what? Asked Haskell in a harsh voice. Stole. I'd been thinking about it for 6 months, thinking that I would until I came to believe that I must. I tried to put the thought away from me, but I couldn't. The harder I tried to get it out of my mind, the more I thought of it. By trying to reason myself into being an honest man, I badgered myself into being a thief. I am sick, that's what I am, brain sick. Here's the deuce to pay, ejaculated Haskell, pushing forward a couple of chairs. Sit down. Why do you tell me this? How much have you taken? Next to nothing, replied Philip, sitting down on the edge of the chair and boring one hand nervously into the other. You remember when you sent me down for that bag of gold this morning? Yes, go ahead. While I was in the vault, I took 7 bundles of bills from your compartment and put them inside my shirt. Good heavens! Haskell leaned forward in his seat, the blood rushing up his face in waves, his eyes blazing. From where did you take this money? From your reserve currency on the top shelf, answered Philip, watching the other in amazement. Haskell leaped to his feet and paced the room, cursing under his breath, puffing furiously at his cigar. Philip watched him, astonished at the other's passion. Well, go ahead, burst out Haskell after a turn or two. Don't sit there like a grave image. What next? Did virtue triumph in the end? No, sir. I'm sorry to say it didn't. I went home, fully resolved to take a steamer tonight and leave the country. When I got home, I happened to open one of the bundles. Then I found them all. Mr. Haskell, someone has been tampering with your reserve funds. I had 7 bundles of old Confederate bills. Only the top and bottom bills were genuine. Haskell took out his handkerchief and wiped his face. Good heavens, Moore, this is dreadful. Whom do you suspect? Mr. Haskell, you don't know how glad I am to hear you say that. You believe what I am telling you? Asked Philip eagerly. Of course I believe you. If you were not speaking the truth, you wouldn't be here. Why should I not believe you? Philip drew a long breath. Thanks for your confidence. It makes the rest easy. I am sure you will help me. Why, what do you mean? Before I discovered that the packages were dummy, I mailed a letter to you, confessing to the robbery and freeing anyone else of suspicion. You did what? Mailed you a confession. I didn't want anyone else to bear the blame. The letter will be delivered to you Monday morning. I came here tonight to ask you to give it back to me, unopened. The letter is in the mails now? Yes, sir. For fully a minute, Haskell stood before Philip, staring into his face. Then he turned away, put a cigar into his mouth, and finding that it had burned out, lighted a fresh one. He walked up and down the room a few minutes. Finally, he came up to Philip, and in slow, even words said, More, I am the man who tampered with the reserves. You! Cried Philip, staggering back. Yes, I. Did you think that no one ever steals except a professional thug and a half-starved $40 a month clerk? I've lost money in speculation, all I had. Then I tried to get it back with other people's money, like the fool I am. I fixed up the dummy packages and stole from the reserve funds. I lost again and stole more. I've lived in a hell for the past 3 months. Every time a teller asked me for money, I thought I was discovered. Every time a bank examiner entered the door, I broke into a cold sweat. At every meeting of the directors, I had to half fill myself with whiskey to brace myself for the shock I thought was coming. I've been walking the plank and expected every moment to come to the end. Heavens, it's awful, awful, I tell you. The words rushed from his lips in a torrent, tripping over each other. He paced the room, carried away with excitement. Philip stared at him, speechless. Haskell came quickly toward him, talking rapidly. But that's all over now, Moore. We'll fix it so that we both get what we want. You, money. Me, peace. They stood close together, staring into each other's pale face. Don't you see? Breathed Haskell. I'll give you $1,000 tonight. You can catch a steamer in an hour. Monday, I'll express you $9,000 to Paris. I take the money from the reserves. I've stolen so much now that a few thousand more will make no difference. I'll find excuses for your absence, lull suspicion, delay investigation. When you're safely out of reach, I'll bring out your confession. Then we'll laugh at them more. You in Paris, I here, safe in peace. He sank down into a chair and covered his face with his hands, his body shaken by a paroxysm of hysterical sobs. Philip watched the bowed figure, striving to comprehend. At last, I will not do it, he burst out passionately. I'll not do it. Haskell lowered his hands and looked blankly up. Not do it? Then springing to his feet, why, you fool! Weren't you going to steal the money? Yes, but I didn't get away with it, and I'm glad of it. Do you think I want to change places with you? Did the money make you happy? Look at what you're now, a wreck, a liar, a thief and a coward. Yes, a coward. You want to shift the responsibility for what you have done to another. Bah! I'm 100 times better than you are. I accepted the consequences of my wrong. I even wrote a letter proclaiming myself the thief. I didn't shirk. I was willing to pay for what I had done. Curse your heroics. Will you do as I say? No. Once and for all, no. Haskell looked steadily at him for a moment. Then, going to the door, he locked it and put the key into the pocket. Coming back to the table, he pulled open a drawer and took out a revolver. By heaven, you will though, he said with a snarl. You'll take the money and leave town tonight, or else tomorrow morning you'll be in jail. What do you mean? Stammered Philip, starting back. Simply that I'll have you arrested for stealing from the bank. Have you forgotten the confession you mailed me? You wouldn't use that against me, cried Philip wildly. Why, I'll tell the truth. I'll tell them what you have told me tonight. That for what you'll tell them, jeered Haskell, snapping his fingers. Do you think they'll listen to you? What is your word against mine, backed up by a written confession? I'll send you to the penitentiary for 10 years. Let me out of here, panted Philip, losing all self-control. Let me out of here. I'll go to the postal authorities. I'll beg them to give me back the letter. You shan't have it. I will have it, said Haskell coldly. Now, sit down, and don't make a fool of yourself. Will you leave the city if I give you the money? No, 1,000 times. All right. Now, listen to me. I'm going to keep you here all night. I have a locked box at the post office in which all my personal mail, even if it is addressed to me in care of the bank, is placed. I rented it to receive my numerous communications from bucket shops and stockbrokers. I would never do to have such mail coming to the bank. I had no idea it would serve me such a good turn as it has today. Early tomorrow morning, I'll send a bellboy down for the mail. When your confession is in my hands, I'll give you one last chance to decide. If you refuse my offer, I'll have you arrested and accuse you of the theft as certain as my name is Wilbur Haskell. Now, that's all. There's no use arguing about this thing. Go into my bedroom if you like and lie down. I'll sit up and watch. If you prefer to keep me company, all right. He took off his dress coat and putting on a lounging robe which lay on a chair, he dropped the revolver into the capacious pocket of the gown. He brought cigars, cigarettes, and decanter of brandy from a cellaret and placed them upon the table. Sit down, Moore. We might as well be comfortable. We have a long wait before us. He drew a chair to the table and poured out liquor for them both. Philip sank down into a seat, his face white and agonized. Mr. Haskell, please don't make me do this thing. Look at me. I'm not a thief. Think of the temptation. Think of the grey sameness of my life. Give me another chance. Haskell slowly placed his glass upon the table. What's the use, Moore? You would do it again. You talk about the sameness of your life. What about mine? You couldn't stand it for 5 years. I've been up against it for 20. I tell you, it would get you again. A man can't fight it down forever. Now, what's the use of sitting there hugging up your misery like a sick kitten to a hot brick? Here are your friends, my boy. Make the most of them. He tapped his fingers in the decanter, then rattled the loose silver in his pocket. His manner and speech chilled Philip to the heart. The hours dragged wearily into the past. Few noises came up from the street. Passing footsteps ceased to echo in the corridor. In the brooding silence, the two men sat, Philip rousing himself now and then to make a plea for mercy, plunging back again into a sea of trouble at the cold, heartless reply to his appeal, struggling vainly in the net which enmeshed him. Haskell, sure of his power, watched his victim, now sneering, now snarling, now amused, now half angry. Then would come a long term of silence, broken only by the scratching of a match or the tinkle of a glass. The east began to redden. Presently a beam of sunlight flashed into the room and put the electric light to shame. Haskell pushed back his chair and arose. At last the day is here. He went to the window and, raising it a little, stood drawing the crisp air into his lungs with thrown-out chest. Philip watched him, his face grey and drawn from the long strain. "Mr. Haskell," he asked, "do you still intend to do as you said you would?" Haskell closed the window and, coming to the table, turned out the electrolia. "I most assuredly do. Have you made up your mind?" Philip did not answer, and after a moment's silence Haskell pressed a call for a bellboy. He came back to the table and removed the decanter and glasses, whistling softly. At a knock on the door, he took the key from his pocket and opened the door a little way. "Oh, it's you, is it, Peter? I want you to bring me up some coffee and some sandwiches. Any kind will do. Bring 2 cups and saucers, and come back here yourself." In a few moments the boy returned with a coffee percolator and some sandwiches upon a tray. Haskell opened the door for him, and he brought the things forward to the table. "Now, Peter," said Haskell, standing before the boy, with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his lips, "I want you to do something for me. Here's some money and a key. Take a taxicab and go down to the post office. The key is for lock box number 68. Open the box and bring the mail here. You may keep the change. Hurry now." When the boy had left the room, Haskell started toward the door as if to lock it, then turned around with a laugh. "No need to keep you under lock and key, eh, Moore? I guess you're just as anxious to stay as I am to have you." He went to the percolator and drew 2 cups of coffee. "There's something will make things look brighter, Moore. Help yourself to sugar and cream." He took up a sandwich and began to eat. "Mr. Haskell," said Philip with dry lips, pushing aside the cup, "this is a dreadful thing you are about to do. Do you realize that either way you are ruining my life?" "Oh, come now. I'm only obeying the first law of nature. You don't suppose I'm anxious to change all this," waving his hand, "for a striped suit and 4x8 cell? You wouldn't either. I wish you would take my advice and or rather the bank's money, and make tracks for Europe. You have helped me out of a mess, and I appreciate it. I'm not a bad sort. I'm mighty sorry for you. But as long as it must be one of us, why, naturally, I'd rather it would be you than me." "But why me?" asked Philip bitterly. "Why don't you play the man and pay for it yourself? I haven't done you any wrong." "Well, console yourself with the thought that it is often the innocent who suffer. I'm not going to argue my actions on moral grounds. I'm satisfied with results as they are." He lighted a cigarette and sipped his coffee. Philip rose and began to pace the floor. As he neared the door, he heard a step in the corridor, then a knock. Instantly he called out, "Is that you, Peter?" "Yes, sir." "How many letters have you?" "3, sir." "One addressed in pencil, the stamp upside down?" "Yes, sir." "Remember that letter." He turned round and faced Haskell. The teller was on his feet, his revolver levelled at Philip. "Get away from that door," Haskell snarled under his breath. Philip's face was white, and hand of death seemed on his heart. He did not move. "Get away from that door, or I'll kill you." "You wouldn't dare. They'd know the letter wasn't in your hands." Haskell's face was fearfully distorted. His eyes seemed starting from his head. He had the appearance of a man completely unnerved. The crisis had taken him off his guard. Philip backed slowly toward the door, keeping his eyes fixed on the spasmodically working face of Haskell. It was horrible, the sight of this man trying to work himself up to the point of killing another man. "You don't dare shoot," Philip spoke in a whisper, forcing the thought rather than the words across the space which separated them. "You don't dare. You're a coward. That's what you are. You're afraid of blood, red blood. You're a coward. A coward." His hand slid along the door and found the knob. "You haven't got the nerve to shoot. It's an awful thing to kill a man. You see the death watch, the little door, the chair." He turned the doorknob slowly. "And then you're a coward. Don't forget, a coward." He waited. "My God, you're right. I can't." The cry was wrung from Haskell's agonized lips. "I can't! I can't!" He turned suddenly and rushed toward the bedroom, stumbled blindly, cursing incoherently, and revolver clutched tightly in his hand. Philip jerked open the door and, seizing the startled bellboy, pulled him into the room. "Get the police! Quick! Something dreadful will happen!" He grasped the letters from the boy's hand, then pushed him toward the door. Suddenly a shot rang out from the inner room, followed by a groan and a crash of a heavy fall. Then silence. Philip stared into the blanched face of the boy. A wreath of blue smoke floated through the bedroom door. The end of The Letter in the Mail by Alfred Plowman.
Midsummer Nightmare by Will McMurrow. From the Popular Magazine, April 1929. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The harrowing experience of Mr. Forrester, who had a twin brother. Midsummer Nightmare by Will McMurrow. An amusing thing, you might think, to have happen to a perfectly sane and sensible person. But these amusing things are liable to have a tragic ending, and I wasn't at all amused, I can tell you. This twin brother of mine, I'm not boring you, I hope. Pullman smokers are inclined to make me talkative, especially when it's a long way between stops. No, I didn't say between drinks. Thanks a lot. I don't touch it. Saw too much of its effects lately. I was telling you about Jim, my twin brother. Rather unfortunate chap. Funny the way those things crop out in families with no apparent reason. There was no taint of insanity in the blood, as far as I know. He was folie couture, I think they call it. Hallucinations. Thought he was someone else, that sort of thing. Thought he was Harry, that's my name, and that I was Jim. Another hallucination was that he was a reincarnation of Julius Caesar. Absurd, of course, and harmless enough until he began to put his beliefs into practice. When he walked into the town hall of his village and threw the mayor out of his chair, and later made a speech to the people from the balcony declaring the country to be a conquered Roman province, something had to be done about it. He'd made considerable money before his mind became affected, so he didn't have to go to a public institution. His friends had him committed to a high-class sanitarium, and his affairs were taken care of by the court. I suppose his friends forgot him by and by, and there he stayed, undergoing some kind of treatment. I wasn't in the country at the time, and I was his only living relative. I had been away 10 years, since the time we were boys together. I doubt if anyone he knew had any idea that Jim had a brother living. And if he claimed he did, it was probably put down to another hallucination. At any rate, I wasn't notified of his condition. After our parents died, we were separated. We had quarreled over the inheritance. Before that, of course, we had been as close as twins usually are. Alike as two peas, too. Even to the scar that I carried on my right hand. There it is, you see. A knife wound I got as a boy while playing Indians with Jim. He deliberately inflicted a similar wound on his own right hand. Remorse, or some such thing. He was a neurotic fellow, with the indications of an unbalanced mind cropping out even at that age. He later thought I had cheated him in some way in the matter of the inheritance, and was very vindictive about it. Of course, I forgot all about the old quarrel when I heard, in a roundabout way, that poor Jim was insane. I made it a point as soon as I got here from Europe to go and see him. It was a sanitarium run by Dr. Swarthmore. You know the type of place, secluded, expensively run, with all the latest baths and rays and devices to trick the immortal spark back into that clouded mind. Swarthmore was the kind of nut on that thing himself, believed in his treatments and charged well for them. He handled various cases, dipsomania, melancholia, and so forth, and did well with them too. It was by no means a poor man's place. No thanks, I don't smoke. I'll explain that presently. I took the train out of Penn Station, this same line we're traveling on, by the way, and dropped off at a little station this side of Atlantic City. The station agent informed me that Swarthmore's was barely a quarter of a mile up the road, so even though it was a warm August afternoon, I decided to walk. I strolled along the curved dirt road, meeting no one on the way. I guess it was too hot for Swarthmore's parents to be out walking, and the country was not thickly settled, big estates mainly, with Swarthmore's 100-odd acres sandwiched in between two tracts of woods. The place was not what you might expect in an asylum. Evidently it had been a country place of some rich man, long, shaded avenues, big house in the center, gate lodge, farm buildings, and so on. Swarthmore had erected some cottages for his people, little cheerful homes. There was nothing institutional about the sanitarium. There was a watchman at the entrance, an old fellow with his chair tilted back against a tree trunk and a newspaper over his face, asleep at the switch. It was a lazy kind of an afternoon. I didn't awaken him. It didn't seem necessary. There was a sign there requesting visitors to check canes and umbrellas and dogs, so I left my stick in the rack and went ahead. Several other visitors had preceded me and were walking up the roadway toward the cottages. I followed and came to a shallow concrete pool bordered with trees. Several patients were bathing quite peacefully and happily under the watchful gaze of a well-dressed, heavy-set man on the bank. No uniform attendants about Dr. Swarthmore's place. Nothing vulgarly suggestive of an insane asylum. But the bathing suits were exactly alike. I caught sight of Jim almost immediately. He was standing in a bathing suit by a row of tiny bathhouses under the trees. The method there was to have the patients dress and undress for bathing there rather than have them wandering around the place in swimming suits. I recognized him right away. It was like looking at myself in a mirror. A bit thinner, perhaps, and some difference about the eyes, but unmistakably Jim. He saw me too, but appeared neither surprised nor delighted. I suppose in his mental state nothing appeared strange. I hesitated to approach him at once. We stood regarding each other for a full minute. Then he put his fingers to his lips, jerked his head toward the guardian warningly, and beckoned to me to slip quickly inside the bathhouse. I did so. I was not as well informed about the vagaries of lunatics as I am now, or I would have realized that it was not always advisable to humor them. It seemed the thing to do. He shut the door behind us and turned to face me. "So you've come back," he snarled, "to do me out of my inheritance, to gloat over what you have done." I began to wish I was out of that place. "You're wrong," I said soothingly. "Don't be excited now. I heard you were in here, and I came to see my captivity," he grated. "Caesar in chains. The great—" "That's utter nonsense, Jim." "Jim!" He didn't raise his voice, but I could see he was enraged. "You still keep up the damnable lie? You're Jim Forrester, and I am Harry. It's a trick to get my money from me. You've told these cursed villains here that story. They pretend not to believe me when I tell them I have a twin, and he is the real Jim. But now that you're here, the truth will—" "All right," I said hastily. I'll explain to them. Just let me out for a minute and I'll talk to the guard out there. I turned to go, fumbling with the doorknob, and it seemed to me that a stroke of lightning had struck the bathhouse. When I came to, the door was still shut, and I was lying on the floor. I felt my head that ached terrifically. There was a bump on the back where he had hit me, but no sign of blood. My clothes were gone. His bathing suit lay in a heap on the floor. It took me a full minute in my dazed state to get the full import of what had happened. Then the horrible truth came home to me. With the insane cunning of his kind, he had trapped me and freed himself. The full extent of that trap I did not realize until later. My first thought was to get out and give the alarm. I dressed hurriedly in Jim's bathing suit, then threw back the door with a slam. The man who stood guarding the patients looked quickly in my direction. "Careful, Mr. Forrester," he said good-humoredly. "You'll break the door." I rushed up to him excited. "Quick, watch the gate. One of your patients is escaping. He got me in there and changed clothes." "Best get in the water with the rest, Mr. Forrester. It's wonderfully cool there, they say. Look how the others are enjoying it." "Look here," I exclaimed. "You don't get this. I'm telling you, one of your people is getting away in my clothes. Hurry, there's a train leaving in 10 minutes. The one I was taking back to the city. Man alive, don't you see?" "Easy now." He seemed cool and detached. "Who is this party?" "My twin brother, Jim Forrester. I came here to see him. He tricked me and switched clothes. I'm not the man you think at all. I'm Harry Forrester, the twin brother." "I see." He beckoned to a man passing by, a man as phlegmatic and solid and pleasant as himself. "Mr. Forrester has been having the return of his little trouble. That twin brother of his, you know. Will you let him explain to Dr. Swarthmey?" "Just go with him, Mr. Forrester. The matter will be attended to satisfactorily." "You don't believe me," I cried desperately. "Meanwhile, he's getting away. You may never locate him again. He'll disappear." "Oh, he'll be back." He patted me, not familiarly, but in a friendly fashion, on the shoulder. "He usually does. Then you can point him out." I stood gaping at him, trying to grasp the complete disaster that had happened to me. They took me for Jim Forrester. Jim was gone, leaving me in his place. We were as alike as two peas. I knew no one nearer than Europe who could prove that I had not been in that sanitarium for 6 months. These people never believed Jim Forrester had a twin brother. To all appearances, I was Jim Forrester, still carrying out the delusion that I was Harry Forrester. How could I prove them wrong? Only one way, by stopping Jim from boarding the train and vanishing forever. I darted from beneath the man's arms, started running down the road to the gate, my bare feet scattering the pebbles. Behind me, heavy steps pounded, and the two men ranged alongside me. "Now, Mr. Forrester," the first one pleaded, "we can't have this sort of thing, you know. It's all in good fun, but we must go about it regularly. Dr. Swarthmey will want to hear all about your twin brother." I struggled in their grasp. "Let go of me! Damn your dumb heads, I'm not crazy. You're making a terrible mistake. The man you want is wearing my clothes right this minute. I must get to him before it's too late. Let go! Help! Here!" People were beginning to notice the commotion. I could see the shocked glances the visitors were exchanging. What they were thinking was that this was not the reputation that Swarthmey's had for order and discipline. My two captors probably agreed that this was a poor advertisement for the firm, for they began hurrying me toward the mansion. I appealed to an elderly gentleman nearby. "You can help me. Go to the railroad station and see if there isn't a man there dressed in a brown suit and straw hat. He looks exactly like me. We're twins. Stop him. You'll know him by sight." He walked away quickly, shaking his head. I shouted after him and squirmed around in the clutch of the guards. Other guards appeared from nowhere, as if by signal, and I was carried, kicking and fighting every step of the way, into the big house. That was my introduction to Dr. Swarthby. He was a short, plump, blue-shaven man, with a pencil mark of a mustache above thick lips that were eternally smiling as he listened to what a man had to say, and black staring eyes magnified beneath thick glasses. Eyes that were always watching, studying, analyzing, filing away for future reference. I learned to hate that eternal smile, and I learned to fear those gleaming, magnificent eyes that were always fastened on me wherever I turned, that confronted me wherever I might have the chance to be, always watching you, studying you, filing away for future reference the slightest move, the least slip of the tongue. But I didn't know him well then, when I was introduced to him. I explained fully, in detail, about the unfortunate affair of my twin brother, how I had come from Europe only recently and heard of his trouble, how I had come to see him and how the trick had been played on me, and exhorted him to locate Jim before the train started. He listened, eyes and smile fixed, and when I had finished, reached quickly for my hand and looked at the scar on the back. The fact that it was there did not seem to surprise him at all. I explained about it. It was exactly as if I tried to explain it to a squat, grinning stone god. "Listen, Mr. Forrester," he said, and leaned across the desk as if trying to hypnotize me. "You have no twin brother. Try to think that. Try hard. It is a dream, a nightmare. You are among friends here. You will rest, take life easy, exercise as usual, think of nothing but cheerful, pleasant things." "Damn it, man, you can't keep me here. I'm as sane as you are. I'm Harry Forrester. Jim is my twin brother. My twin. Alike as two peas. Twins. He's playing a trick on me." I rushed toward him, but my escort closed in quickly. They were practiced and proficient in handling situations like that. No rough handling, you know. Just a jolly, jostling crowd that took no offense when a shin was barked, and they even went so far as to pretend to me I was carrying a football down the corridor, and that they were the interference. I found myself in jig time, immersed to the neck in a warm, fuzzy bath, in a contraption that gave me no liberty of arms or legs, and there I remained for several hours. If it did not make me any easier in mind, it gave me time to think over my situation. I was calmer when they released me, and Dr. Swarthby visited me again. He had another bespeckled party with him, a kind of consultant, I suppose, who was there to observe the latest development of the madman's malady. But it was an old story to them, this delusion about a twin brother. They listened to my tale, nodded to one another. Swarthby asked me several questions, still smiling, still studying me as if under a microscope. "In other words," he said blandly, "if I understand you, you are not the Jim Forrester who has been here for the past 6 months, but a twin brother whom no one has seen around here before, and whom no one believes in but yourself. You carry the same scar on your hand. You are a living image of Jim Forrester, who stepped into a bathhouse to dress for bathing. All right. Don't excite yourself. We believe you absolutely. Now, What happened in the bathhouse? Do you remember falling down or getting some kind of shock? Think now. I was struck on the head by my brother, I said. Here, you can feel the lump yourself. They both examined it. Traumatic, Swarthy purred to the other man. I doubt it. Fainting fit brought it on, undoubtedly, but no direct causal relation. Delusion, of course. Remains fixed. Discuss it with you later. Listen to me, I said quietly. I can see where I am in a pickle here, but surely there is a way of proving my identity. I have friends in England that will vouch for my being the real Harry Forrester. Why not communicate with them? Surely, by all means. Just let me have their names, he agreed, but I could see he was humoring me and had no intention of writing to these, as he thought, visionary persons. You feel better now? I'll feel better when I've seen the last of you and your asylum, I exclaimed hotly. Stop treating me like a madman. Take my fingerprints, if you like, and compare them with this double of mine. We don't do that here, as you know, he explained patiently. If our clients did not object, their relatives might. This is not a prison. I think you had better rest now. It's been a rather strenuous day. I argued with him, pleading, explaining over again the combination of accidents that had placed me in this terrible position. I begged him to send for the watchman at the gate where I had left my cane with my initials on it. Eventually he agreed to do so, rather in the hope, I think, that I would be persuaded to quiet down. But there was no cane. A gentleman took it, I guess, the watchman said. There were several canes there. I don't remember which visitor it was. Mr. Forrester, Swarthy told the watchman, has been annoyed by a twin brother of his. Did anyone, resembling Mr. Forrester come in at the gate? You would have seen him, of course. The watchman shook his head. He was asleep, I cried. He didn't see me, naturally enough. Beg your pardon, sir, the man reddened. I was awake at all times. He was protecting his job, of course. You can see that. And there was no earthly reason for him to admit being asleep at his post just in order to humor a lunatic's delusion. But the thought that this man's lying stood between me and possible freedom enraged me beyond measure. I flung myself at him, got a blow before they tore us apart, and back I went to the warm bath under the care of a couple of attendants. It was a trap, and struggle as I might, there was no way out. What could I do? What would you have done? No, thanks a lot, no cigarettes. There I was in that man's hands. How I grew to hate him as the weeks went by, with his smile and his searching eyes and his damnable questions. Jim Forrester was gone, never came back. Anything might have happened to him. He might have wandered off a pierhead or gone overseas. He was cunning enough, and the wallet in my coat pocket was well filled. It was this wretched hallucination of his that doomed me. He had claimed he was Harry Forrester. No one believed in the twin brother idea. If I could have gotten out, I might have dug up some old family friend in our hometown in Ohio who knew the twins, who could have vouched for their being Harry and Jim Forrester. But I couldn't. I wrote letters, but Dr. Swarthy would not have strangers annoyed by his patients, and I suppose the letters were suppressed. It would look bad for his place. Once, one of Jim's legal guardians came to see me. I told my story to him, talked to him intelligently of Europe. But when I claimed to be Harry Forrester, he shook his head sadly. It was Jim's favorite delusion. He humored me, of course, but I could see it was no go. As far as he could tell, I was Jim Forrester, who had been placed in the sanitarium months before. Look at it from their viewpoint. Jim Forrester, an inmate, had been taken that day to the bathing pool with the others. He had slipped into one of the bathhouses to put on his bathing suit. He had appeared shortly in great excitement, still laboring under the delusion that he was being persecuted by a twin brother, and told the story that was obviously part of that delusion. No one had noticed such a twin among the visitors. If the watchman had seen me enter, if I had only shown myself to Dr. Swarthby first. But it was too late to think of that. I might have waited more cheerfully if there had been hope that my friends in England would grow alarmed at my disappearance. But I had no business connections. I had been living on my inheritance that was invested in government bonds. Moreover, Jim, with my clothes on, my papers, my hotel key, my safe deposit key, and all my records available, would adopt my identity. And he would, too, for that was his delusion, that he was Harry Forrester. Of course, he could not duplicate my signature exactly, but even a halfway imitation would pass where there was no reason for suspecting a forgery. He was capable of it. A man with delusional insanity can be perfectly sane on all other things but his one trouble. If he jumped overboard or turned the gas on, as was likely, that would be Harry Forrester's body, and no questions asked. Don't you see how impossible the thing was? There was a way out, and only one. That was to adopt Jim's identity as he had taken mine, to pretend that I was cured of this delusion that I was Harry Forrester. They would then release me. I would return to Jim's life and environment and quietly wind up his affairs so that I could slip out of the country and marshal my proofs. Fantastic, maybe, but there was nothing else for me to do. As long as I maintained I was Harry Forrester, they would keep me in that sanitarium. But I had to go about it carefully. No slips, mind you. I must convince Dr. Swarthby that he had achieved a real cure. To pretend and keep pretending under the glassy scrutiny of those merciless eyes meant that I would have to acquaint myself with the recent history of Jim Forrester, the faces of his friends, his habits of life before insanity had come upon him. It took weeks of preparation, of watching and waiting and matching my wits against Swarthby's. I made no mention of Harry Forrester, took all the weird treatments, the ultraviolet rays, the medicated baths, all the rigmarole that they insisted on. It was amusing to watch Swarthby sometimes, but I did not let him see me laughing at him up my sleeve. There were those penetrating eyes of his. Today, this morning in fact, I took the bull by the horns. It was then or never. I walked into his office alongside my attendant. I had drilled myself in the part I was to play. "What am I doing here?" I demanded. "Who is this man who follows me around? I don't understand. How did I come here?" "Don't you remember?" Swarthby's smile and glittering eyeglasses were upturned to me. I passed my hands across my forehead, as if in a daze. "No," I said slowly. "They tell me this is a sanitarium. There has been a mistake here. I'm Jim Forrester. The last thing I remember, I was driving my roadster with Leo Press." This was the name of one of Jim's friends, which I had learned. "From the Seaboard Inn." He asked me a lot of questions, searching questions about everything under the sun. I answered them in turn, carefully, guardedly. My liberty was at stake. If this failed, another chance might never come. He seemed almost convinced. He dismissed the attendant to wait outside. I sat down. More questions. I knew he was trying to trick me, watching for a slip of the tongue. I dug my nails into the palms of my hands to keep from shouting out the truth. That what I was saying was a lie, that it was a damnable outrage to make me assume another's identity, that I was really Harry Forrester. I denied having a twin brother, denied ever having been in Europe, tried to make it clear that this lie was the truth. And all the time those burning black eyes behind the glasses were boring into my tortured mind. All the time I was like a man sitting on top of a volcano that threatened to smash this world I was building. It came at last, the thing I could not escape, the trap I could not avoid, the truth I could not deny. He turned for an instant to get some form from his desk, shoved with the other hand a silver cigarette box toward me. I didn't know what I screamed at him. Perhaps I didn't scream, for he had no time to turn. I swung the silver box and crashed it down on his cursed head. The attendant ran in. He, too, fell before me. I had the strength of 10. Then the escape over the wall, this train rolling from the station. You look pale, my friend. I have tried you with my troubles. But your offering me a cigarette, it started me talking. He offered me a cigarette, too. It was too much. I could deny, pretend I was not Harry Forrester, that I was Jim, his twin brother. But to offer a cigarette, can't you see how absurd that was of him? What a ridiculous anachronism, to offer a cigarette to the great Julius Caesar. I had to kill him. There was no other way. Here, where are you going? Wait, there is something I must explain. You must understand. The end of Midsummer Nightmare. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 17. Poison by Jack Snow. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A brief tale is Poison by Jack Snow. No, it wasn't on Sarah's account that Crispin was doing it. Sarah simply had been the last straw. He had nothing left to cling to now, nothing more to live for. He took out a small bottle from his pocket and stared at it. He pulled the cork and smelled its contents. It smelled of almonds and was colorless water. He recorked the bottle and placed it carefully in his pocket again. He had got it this morning from the druggist. The stupid fool had gaped at him when he asked for it, but he had got it all right. There was enough poison here, he was sure, for 6 men. Crispin looked at his watch. It was 10 minutes to 12. At 12, on the last stroke of the bell, he would remove the cork and swallow the colorless liquid. Then, God, he would be well out of it. Perhaps he would be able to watch over Sarah. Perhaps he might sing to her in her sleep and bring her beautiful dreams. Crispin was a strange, bright-eyed young man. His eyes were palely green, and some of the folks about town were wont to trace his eccentricities and queer actions to the depths of his gleaming pupils. They said he was mad. That was the reputation he had earned himself by giving way to volatile fits of revolt and stormy passions against himself and his world. And now Crispin stood stiffly, staring before him. The wide window was open, and a slight summer breeze stroked the draperies with a gentle, undulating motion. He stared up at the heavens. All this, the crescent moon, the very-appointed stars, the deep velvet blue, the low murmuring winds, all would be alien to him in a few minutes. He was going to die at the stroke of the clock. He was calm. It would all go off quietly. What was the use of making a fuss? A few years more or less, what would it matter? Tears sparkled in his eyes. The clock was striking 10, 11, 12. He uncorked the bottle and raised it to his lips. The liquid went down easily, leaving the characteristic almond taint of the poison in his nostrils. He felt the unmistakable puckering of his lips and mouth. He was trembling and cold. Could it be that he was dying so soon? He sat down on the edge of a mounded white bed. How like a shroud it looked, concealing some gigantic bloated corpse. He arose again and walked to the window. He could not remain still. Action, motion were what he wanted. And so he was to die tonight, he thought. Had the insidious poison already spread through his system? Was this indeed his last night, his last hour among familiar, homely things? Was all to be changed now? Was nothing ever to be the same? Was he to die tonight? God, he could scarcely bring himself to believe it. 1,000 thoughts rushed through his mind, things he had forgotten. He had not written to his sister. He had meant to write. He must do so before he could die. And his papers, he had forgotten to stop them. They would keep on coming until his room was filled to the ceiling. But why did he think of such things now that he was to die? All was to be changed now. Kristen looked out into the night. How queerly, how vaporously the stars twinkled. They seemed to be dripping starlight. And what a wind that was whistling through the treetops. What a wild, roaring wind. And, oh God, he could feel no wind at all. And all these purple clouds hovering so low, what were they? Surely such clouds had never been seen before. They were hollow and reddish purple, ominous, feverish-looking things. Kristen clenched his fists and turned from the window, although the sound of the roaring wind still filled his head. So he was really going to die tonight. It was almost dark in the room, except for the moonlight, and the various objects took on strange and grotesque shapes. Nothing was the same now. Nothing would ever be the same. All was changed and strange. What were those long, thin shadows there in the corner by the window? They were writhing and groping up the side of the wall like huge serpents. He stared palely through the gloom and then sighed. It was the plants, the flowers and the ferns in the pots. How they were growing! Up the wall they crept, up, up. Now they were spreading over the ceiling. A terrific odor assailed his nostrils. It was the mighty sweetness of the lavender narcissus towering above him like a small tree. The fern was still growing, mounting higher and higher, interlacing its festoons and weaving about over the ceiling. Would it never cease its wild growth? He could hear its tendrils cracking and unfolding. The room looked like a greenhouse. And then Kristen shook himself. He was allowing his fancy to play tricks on him again. He must control himself. But then, if only fancy, pure and simple it were, what a mad one! What a strange delirium of a dying mind! That was it. He was dying. All this was only natural. He must resign himself to its weirdness. Dying he was, tonight. Oh God, surely not tonight. Not this night. No, no, this was too strange, too terrible. Give him a few hours, just until morning. Only a few brief hours let him have tonight. He would not die tonight. He would not. No, no, he would live. He would bring the poison up. Yes, by all the demons of hell, it should come up. He would not die. He would not. But, oh, how the wind roared and moaned, and the purple clouds were gathering thicker and thicker. Kristen stood trembling and perspiring with desperation. Water, water he wanted. Water would bring it up. He must have water. He started toward the door, and then whirled around, gasping. Where was the door? It should be there by the bureau, he remembered. But it was gone. Only the smooth paper was there. Where was it? He groped wildly about the room, feeling with his hands, and stumbling over chairs and stands. This continued for some minutes, as Kristen rushed frantically about the room, but at last he gave up. He fell on the bed, trembling and sobbing. He was a prisoner in his own room, and he must have water. Sobs, deep and long, racked his body. Then at last he sat up and stared up at the wall. There was a picture, he muttered to himself, a picture of a beautiful green meadow, with a gurgling, singing stream flowing through it. There were golden buttercups and sweet, nodding daisies growing on its bank. A calm, china blue sky and white, billowing clouds floated serenely above. There was water, an escape from death, miserable, rat-like death. What a haven! He seized a chair and placed it underneath the picture. He climbed onto the chair and gazed into the picture for several minutes. How clear and sparkling the water was! How it would cool his poor brain and soothe his fevered lips! He grasped the edges of the picture frame in his hands and stared eagerly, thirstily, at the picture. And then, suddenly, he felt himself dangling in the air. He must have kicked the chair from under him, he thought. He looked down. But no, there it was. But, oh, how far below him! And how vast and how immense the room had become. And the picture was plunging toward him at a terrific speed. He could hear the water rushing between the banks of the stream. He was still dangling in the air, in space. Things were gigantic, were becoming huger and more gargantuan every moment. Or, wait, could it be that he was growing smaller? Yes, that must be it. The trouble was not with the room and his surroundings, but with himself. It was the effect of that devil's poison. It was shrinking him up, smaller and smaller. There was only one thing for Kristen to do. He pulled himself up over the edge of the monstrous picture frame and tumbled forward into the grass. He was in a meadow. Several 100 feet away flowed a clear, sparkling stream. He was walking toward the stream. What a blue sky was above, and what sweet, fresh air stirred only by a gentle fanning breeze. And birds sang lovely, trilling notes. The next day, the news of Kristen's death was made known and spread generally over the town. When it reached the old druggist, he was shaken and bewildered for a moment. Then he retired to the depths of his dark, ill-smelling shop, mumbling and rubbing his chin in perplexity. Strange, he muttered to himself. He should have known I wouldn't sell him prussic acid, knowing him as well as I did. But how the devil did he kill himself with a bottle rinsed out with almond oil and filled up with water? The end of Poison by Jack Snow.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 17. The Adventure of the Speckled Band by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Amber White. The Adventure of the Speckled Band by Arthur Conan Doyle. On glancing over my notes of the 70-odd cases in which I have during the last 8 years studied the methods of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I find many tragic, some comic, a large number merely strange, but none commonplace. For working as he did rather for the love of his art than for the acquirement of wealth, he refused to associate himself with any investigation which did not tend towards the unusual, and even the fantastic. Of all these varied cases, however, I cannot recall any which presented more singular features than that which was associated with a well-known Surrey family of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran. The events in question occurred in the early days of my association with Holmes, when we were sharing rooms as bachelors in Baker Street. It is possible that I might have placed them upon record before, but a promise of secrecy was made at the time, from which I have only been freed during the last month by the untimely death of the lady to whom the pledge was given. It is, perhaps, as well that the fact should now come to light, for I have reasons to know that there are widespread rumours as to the death of Dr. Grimesby Roylott, which tend to make the matter even more terrible than the truth. It was early in April in the year 83 that I woke one morning to find Sherlock Holmes standing fully dressed by the side of my bed. He was a late riser, as a rule, and as the clock on the mantelpiece showed me that it was only 7:15, I blinked up at him in some surprise, and perhaps just a little resentment, for I was myself regular in my habits. "Very sorry to knock you up, Watson," said he, "but it's the common lot this morning. Mrs. Hudson has been knocked up. She retorted upon me, and I on you." "Oh, what is it, then?" "A fire?" "No, a client. It seems that a young lady has arrived in a considerable state of excitement, who insists upon seeing me. She is waiting now in the sitting-room. Now, when young ladies wander about the metropolis at this hour of the morning, and knock sleepy people up out of their beds, I presume that it is something very pressing which they have to communicate. Should it prove to be an interesting case, you would, I am sure, wish to follow it from the outset. I thought, at any rate, that I should call you and give you the chance." "My dear fellow, I would not miss it for anything." I had no keener pleasure than in following Holmes in his professional investigations, and in admiring the rapid deductions, as swift as intuitions, and yet always founded on a logical basis with which he unravelled the problems which were submitted to him. I rapidly threw on my clothes, and was ready in a few minutes to accompany my friend down to the sitting-room. A lady, dressed in black and heavily veiled, who had been sitting in the window, rose as we entered. "Good morning, madam," said Holmes cheerily. "My name is Sherlock Holmes. This is my intimate friend and associate, Dr. Watson, before whom you can speak as freely as before myself. Ah, I am glad to see that Mrs. Hudson has had the good sense to light the fire. Pray draw up to it, and I shall order you a cup of hot coffee, for I observe that you are shivering." "It is not cold which makes me shiver," said the woman in a low voice, changing her seat as requested. "What then?" "It is fear, Mr. Holmes. It is terror." She raised her veil as she spoke, and we could see that she was indeed in a pitiable state of agitation, her face all drawn in grey, with restless, frightened eyes, like those of some hunted animal. Her features and figure were those of a woman of 30, but her hair was shot with premature grey, and her expression was weary and haggard. Sherlock Holmes ran her over with one of his quick, all-comprehensive glances. "You must not fear," said he soothingly, bending forward and patting her forearm. "We shall soon set matters right, I have no doubt. You have come in by train this morning, I see." "You know me, then?" "No, but I observed the second half of a return ticket in the palm of your left glove. You must have started early, and yet you had a good drive in a dog-cart, along heavy roads, before you reached the station." The lady gave a violent start, and stared in bewilderment at my companion. "There is no mystery, my dear madam," said he, smiling. "The left arm of your jacket is spattered with mud in no less than 7 places. The marks are perfectly fresh. There is no vehicle save a dog-cart which throws up mud in that way, and then only when you sit on the left-hand side of the driver." "Whatever your reasons may be, you are perfectly correct," said she. "I started from home before 6, reached Leatherhead at 20 past, and came in by the first train to Waterloo. Sir, I can stand this strain no longer. I shall go mad if it continues. I have no one to turn to, none, save only one, who cares for me, and he, poor fellow, can be of little aid. I have heard of you, Mr. Holmes. I have heard of you from Mrs. Farintosh, whom you helped in the hour of her sore need. It was from her that I had your address. Oh, sir, do you not think you could help me too, and at least throw a little light through the dense darkness which surrounds me? At present it is out of my power to reward you for your services, but in a month or 6 weeks I shall be married, with the control of my own income, and then at least you shall not find me ungrateful." Holmes turned to his desk, and, unlocking it, drew out a small case-book, which he consulted. "Farintosh," said he. "Ah, yes, I recall the case. It was concerned with an opal tiara. I think it was before your time, Watson." "I can only say, madam, that I shall be happy to devote the same care to your case as I did to that of your friend. As to reward, my profession is its own reward, but you are at liberty to defray whatever expenses I may be put to at the time which suits you best. And now I beg that you will lay before us everything that may help us in forming an opinion upon the matter." "Alas," replied our visitor, "the very horror of my situation lies in the fact that my fears are so vague, and my suspicions depend so entirely upon small points, which might seem trivial to another, that even he to whom of all others I have a right to look for help and advice looks upon all that I tell him about it as the fancies of a nervous woman. He does not say so, but I can read it from his soothing answers and averted eyes. But I have heard, Mr. Holmes, that you can see deeply into the manifold wickedness of the human heart. You may advise me how to walk amid the dangers which encompass me." "I am all attention, madam." "My name is Helen Stoner, and I am living with my stepfather, who is the last survivor of one of the oldest Saxon families in England, the Roylotts of Stoke Moran, on the western border of Surrey." Holmes nodded his head. "The name is familiar to me," said he. "The family was at one time among the richest in England, and the estates extended over the borders into Berkshire in the north and Hampshire in the west. In the last century, however, 4 successive heirs were of a dissolute and wasteful disposition, and the family ruin was eventually completed by a gambler in the days of the Regency. Nothing was left save a few acres of ground and the 200-year-old house, which is itself crushed under a heavy mortgage. The last squire dragged out his existence there, living the horrible life of an aristocratic pauper, but his only son, my stepfather, seeing that he must adapt himself to the new conditions, obtained an advance from a relative, which enabled him to take a medical degree, and went out to Calcutta, where, by his professional skill and his force of character, he established a large practice. In a fit of anger, however, caused by some robberies which had been perpetrated in the house, he beat his native butler to death, and narrowly escaped a capital sentence. As it was, he suffered a long term of imprisonment, and afterwards returned to England a morose and disappointed man. When Dr. Roylott was in India, he married my mother, Mrs. Stoner, the young widow of Major General Stoner of the Bengal Artillery. My sister Julia and I were twins, and we were only 2 years old at the time of my mother's remarriage. She had a considerable sum of money, not less than £1,000 a year, and this she bequeathed to Dr. Roylott entirely, while we resided with him, with the provision that a certain annual sum should be allowed to each of us in the event of our marriage. Shortly after our return to England, my mother died. She was killed 8 years ago in a railway accident near Crewe. Dr. Roylott then abandoned his attempts to establish himself in practice in London, and took us to live with him in the old ancestral house at Stoke Moran. The money which my mother had left was enough for all our wants, and there seemed to be no obstacle to our happiness. But a terrible change came over our stepfather about this time. Instead of making friends and exchanging visits with our neighbours, who had at first been overjoyed to see a Roylott of Stoke Moran back in the old family seat, he shut himself up in his house and seldom came out save to indulge in ferocious quarrels with whoever might cross his path. Violence of temper approaching mania has been hereditary in the men of the family, and in my stepfather's case it had, I believe, been intensified by his long residence in the tropics. A series of disgraceful brawls took place, 2 of which ended in the police court, until at last he became the terror of the village, and the folks would fly at his approach, for he is a man of immense strength and absolutely uncontrollable in his anger. Last week he hurled the local blacksmith over a parapet into a stream, and it was only by paying over all the money which I could gather together that I was able to avert another public exposure. He had no friends at all, save the wandering gypsies, and he would give these vagabonds leave to encamp upon the few acres of bramble-covered land which represent the family estate, and would accept in return the hospitality of their tents, wandering away with them sometimes for weeks on end. He has a passion also for Indian animals, which are sent over to him by a correspondent, and he has at this moment a cheetah and a baboon, which wander freely over his grounds and are feared by the villagers almost as much as their master. You can imagine from what I say that my poor sister Julia and I had no great pleasure in our lives. No servant would stay with us, and for a long time we did all the work of the house. She was but 30 at the time of her death, and yet her hair had already begun to whiten, even as mine has.
Your sister is dead, then?
She died just 2 years ago, and it is of her death that I wish to speak to you. You can understand that, living the life which I have described, we were little likely to see anyone of our own age and position. We had, however, an aunt, my mother's maiden sister, Miss Honoria Westphale, who lives near Harrow, and we were occasionally allowed to pay short visits at this lady's house. Julia went there at Christmas 2 years ago, and met there a half-pay major of Marines, to whom she became engaged. My stepfather learned of the engagement when my sister returned, and offered no objection to the marriage. But within a fortnight of the day which had been fixed for the wedding, the terrible event occurred which has deprived me of my only companion.
Sherlock Holmes had been leaning back in his chair, with his eyes closed and his head sunk in a cushion. But he half opened his lids now, and glanced across at his visitor. "Pray be precise as to details," said he.
It is easy for me to do so, for every event of that dreadful time is seared into my memory. The manor house is, as I have already said, very old, and only one wing is now inhabited. The bedrooms in this wing are on the ground floor, the sitting rooms being in the central block of the buildings. Of these bedrooms, the first is Dr. Roylott's, the second my sister's, and the third my own. There is no communication between them, but they all open out into the same corridor. Do I make myself plain?
Perfectly so.
The windows of the 3 rooms open out upon the lawn. That fatal night Dr. Roylott had gone to his room early, though we knew he had not retired to rest, for my sister was troubled by the smell of the strong Indian cigars which it was his custom to smoke. She left her room, therefore, and came into mine, where she sat for some time, chatting about her approaching wedding. At 11 o'clock, she rose to leave me, but she paused at the door and looked back. "Tell me, Helen," said she, "have you ever heard anyone whistle in the dead of the night?" "Never," said I. "I suppose that you could not possibly whistle yourself in your sleep?" "Certainly not. But why?" "Because during the last few nights I have always, about 3 in the morning, heard a low, clear whistle. I am a light sleeper, and it has awakened me. I cannot tell where it came from, perhaps from the next room, perhaps from the lawn. I thought that I would just ask you whether you had heard it." "No, I have not. It must be those wretched gypsies in the plantation." "Very likely, and yet If it were on the lawn, I wonder that you did not hear it also. Ah, but I sleep more heavily than you. Well, it is of no great consequence at any rate. She smiled back at me, closed my door, and a few moments later I heard her key turn in the lock.
Indeed, said Holmes. Was it your custom always to lock yourselves in at night?
Always.
And why?
I think that I mentioned to you that the doctor kept a cheetah and a baboon. We had no feeling of security unless our doors were locked.
Quite so. Pray proceed with your statement.
I could not sleep that night. A vague feeling of impending misfortune impressed me. My sister and I, you will recollect, were twins, and you know how subtle are the links which bind two souls which are so closely allied. It was a wild night. The wind was howling outside, and the rain was beating and splashing against the windows. Suddenly, amid all the hubbub of the gale, there burst forth the wild scream of a terrified woman. I knew that it was my sister's voice. I sprang from my bed, wrapped a shawl round me, and rushed into the corridor. As I opened my door, I seemed to hear a low whistle, such as my sister described, and a few moments later a clanking sound, as if a mass of metal had fallen. As I ran down the passage, my sister's door was unlocked, and revolved slowly upon its hinges. I stared at it, horror-stricken, not knowing what was about to issue from it. By the light of the corridor lamp, I saw my sister appear at the opening, her face blanched with terror, her hands groping for help, her whole figure swaying to and fro like that of a drunkard. I ran to her and threw my arms around her, but at that moment her knees seemed to give way, and she fell to the ground. She writhed as one who is in terrible pain, and her limbs were dreadfully convulsed. At first I thought that she had not recognized me, but as I bent over her she suddenly shrieked out in a voice which I shall never forget.
"Oh, my God! Helen! It was the band! The Speckled band!"
There was something else, which she would fain have said, and she stabbed with her finger into the air, in the direction of the doctor's room. But a fresh convulsion seized her, and choked her words. I rushed out, calling loudly for my stepfather, and I met him hastening from his room in his dressing gown. When he reached my sister's side, she was unconscious, and though he poured brandy down her throat and sent for medical aid from the village, all efforts were in vain, for she slowly sank and died, without having recovered her consciousness. Such was the dreadful end of my beloved sister.
"One moment," said Holmes. "Are you sure about this whistle and metallic sound? Could you swear to it?"
That was what the county coroner asked me at the inquiry. It is my strong impression that I heard it, and yet, among the crash of the gale and the creaking of an old house, I may possibly have been deceived.
Was your sister dressed?
No, she was in her nightdress. In her right hand was found the charred stump of a match, and in her left a matchbox,
showing that she had struck a light and looked about her when the alarm took place. That is important. And what conclusions did the coroner come to?
He investigated the case with great care, for Dr. Roylott's conduct had long been notorious in the county, but he was unable to find any satisfactory cause of death. My evidence showed that the door had been fastened upon the inner side, and the windows were blocked by old-fashioned shutters with broad iron bars, which were secured every night. The walls were carefully sounded, and were shown to be quite solid all round, and the flooring was also thoroughly examined, with the same result. The chimney is wide, but it is barred up by 4 large staples. It is certain, therefore, that my sister was quite alone when she met her end. Besides, there were no marks of any violence upon her.
How about poison?
The doctors examined her for it, but without success.
What do you think this unfortunate lady died of, then?
It is my belief that she died of pure fear and nervous shock, though what it was that frightened her I cannot imagine.
Were there gypsies in the plantation at the time? Yes, there are nearly always some there. Ah, and what did you gather from this allusion to a band? A speckled band? Sometimes I have thought that it was merely the wild talk of delirium. Sometimes that it may have referred to some band of people, perhaps to these very gypsies in the plantation. I do not know whether the spotted handkerchiefs which so many of them wear over their heads might have suggested the strange adjective which she used. These are very deep waters, said he. Pray, go on with your narrative. 2 years have passed since then, and my life has been, until lately, lonelier than ever. A month ago, however, a dear friend, whom I have known for many years, has done me the honour to ask my hand in marriage. His name is Armitage, Percy Armitage, the second son of Mr. Armitage, of Cranewater, near Reading. My stepfather has offered no opposition to the match, and we are to be married in the course of the spring. 2 days ago, some repairs were started in the west wing of the building, and my bedroom wall has been pierced, so that I have had to move into the chamber in which my sister died, and to sleep in the very bed in which she slept. Imagine, then, my thrill of terror when last night, as I lay awake, thinking over her terrible fate, I suddenly heard in the silence of the night the low whistle which had been the herald of her own death. I sprang up and lit the lamp, but nothing was to be seen in the room. I was too shaken to go to bed again, however, so I dressed, and as soon as it was daylight I slipped down, got a dog-cart at the Crown Inn, which is opposite, and drove to Leatherhead, from whence I have come on this morning with the one object of seeing you and asking your advice. You have done wisely, said my friend. But have you told me all? Yes, all. Miss Roylott, you have not. You are screening your stepfather. Why, what do you mean? For answer, Holmes pushed back the frill of black lace which fringed the hand that lay upon our visitor's knee. 5 little livid spots, the marks of 4 fingers and a thumb, were printed upon the white wrist. You have been cruelly used, said Holmes. The lady coloured deeply, and covered over her injured wrist. He is a hard man, she said. And perhaps he hardly knows his own strength. There was a long silence, during which Holmes leaned his chin upon his hands and stared into the crackling fire. This is a very deep business, he said at last. There are 1,000 details which I should desire to know before I decide upon our course of action, yet we have not a moment to lose. If we were to come to Stoke Moran today, would it be possible for us to see over these rooms without the knowledge of your stepfather? As it happens, he spoke of coming in town today, upon some important business. It is probable that he will be away all day, and that there would be nothing to disturb you. We have a housekeeper now, but she is old and foolish, and I could easily get her out of the way. Excellent. You are not averse to this trip, Watson? By no means. Then we shall both come. What are you going to do yourself? I have 1 or 2 things which I would wish to do now that I am in town, but I shall return by the 12 o'clock train, so as to be there in time for your coming. And you may expect us early in the afternoon. I have myself some small business matters to attend to. Will you not wait and breakfast? No, I must go. My heart is lightened already since I have confided my trouble to you. I shall look forward to seeing you again this afternoon. She dropped her thick black veil over her face and glided from the room. And what do you think of it all, Watson? Asked Sherlock Holmes, leaning back in his chair. It seems to be a most dark and sinister business. Dark enough and sinister enough. Yet if the lady is correct in saying that the flooring and walls are sound, and that the door, window, and chimney are impassable, then her sister must have been undoubtedly alone when she met her mysterious end. What becomes, then, of these nocturnal whistles? And what of the very peculiar words of the dying woman? I cannot think. when you combine the ideas of whistles at night, the presence of a band of gypsies who are on intimate terms with this old doctor, the fact that we have every reason to believe that the doctor has an interest in preventing his stepdaughter's marriage, the dying allusion to a band, and finally, the fact that Miss Helen Stoner heard a metallic clang, which might have been caused by one of those metal bars that secured the shutters falling back into its place. I think that there is good ground to think that the mystery may be cleared along those lines. But what, then, did the gypsies do? I cannot imagine. I see many objections to any such theory. And so do I. It is precisely for that reason that we are going to Stoke Moran this day. I want to see whether the objections are fatal, or if they may be explained away. But what in the name of the devil? The ejaculation had been drawn from my companion by the fact that our door had been suddenly dashed open, and that a huge man had framed himself in the aperture. His costume was a peculiar mixture of the professional and of the agricultural, having a black top hat, a long frock coat, and a pair of high gaiters with a hunting crop swinging in his hand. So tall was he that his hat actually brushed the crossbar of the doorway, and his breath seemed to span it across from side to side. A large face, seared with 1,000 wrinkles, burned yellow with the sun, and marked with every evil passion, was turned from one to the other of us, while his deep-set, bile-shot eyes and his high, thin, fleshless nose gave him somewhat the resemblance to a fierce old bird of prey. "Which of you is Holmes?" asked this apparition. "My name, sir. But you have the advantage of me," said my companion quietly. "I am Dr. Grimsby Roylott, of Stoke Moran." "Indeed, doctor," said Holmes blandly. "Pray, take a seat." "I will do nothing of the kind. My stepdaughter has been here. I have traced her. What has she been saying to you?" "It is a little cold for the time of the year," said Holmes. "What has she been saying to you?" screamed the old man furiously. "But I have heard that the crocuses promise well," continued my companion imperturbably. "Ha! You put me off, do you?" said our new visitor, taking a step forward and shaking his hunting crop. "I know you, you scoundrel. I have heard of you before. You are Holmes, the meddler." My friend smiled. "Holmes, the busybody." His smile broadened. "Holmes, the Scotland Yard Jack-in-Office." Holmes chuckled heartily. "Your conversation is most entertaining," said he. "When you go out, close the door, for there is a decided draught." "I will go when I have had my say. Don't you dare to meddle with my affairs. I know that Miss Stoner has been here. I traced her. I am a dangerous man to fall foul of. See here." He stepped swiftly forward, seized the poker, and bent it into a curve with his huge brown hands. "See that you keep yourself out of my grip," he snarled, and hurling the twisted poker into the fireplace, he strode out of the room. "He seems a very amiable person," said Holmes, laughing. "I am not quite so bulky, but if he had remained, I might have shown him that my grip was not much more feeble than his own." As he spoke, he picked up the steel poker and, with a sudden effort, straightened it out again. Fancy his having the insolence to confound me with the official detective force. This incident gives zest to our investigation, however, and I only trust that our little friend will not suffer from her imprudence in allowing this brute to trace her. And now, Watson, we shall order breakfast, and afterwards I shall walk down to Doctor's Common, where I hope to get some data which may help us in this matter. It was nearly 1 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes returned from his excursion. He held in his hand a sheet of blue paper, scrawled over with notes and figures. "I have seen the will of the deceased wife," said he. "To determine its exact meaning, I have been obliged to work out the present prices of the investments with which it is concerned. The total income, which at the time of the wife's death was little short of £1,100, is now, through the fall in the agricultural prices, not more than £750 in case of marriage. It is evident, therefore, that if both girls had married, this beauty would have had a mere pittance, while even one of them would cripple him to a very serious extent. My morning's work has not been wasted, since it has proved that he has the very strongest motives for standing in the way of anything of the sort. And now, Watson, this is too serious for dawdling, especially as the old man is aware that we are interesting ourselves in his affairs. So if you are ready, we shall call a cab and drive to Waterloo. I should be very much obliged if you would slip your revolver into your pocket. And Ellie's number 2 is an excellent argument with gentlemen who can twist steel pokers into knots. That and a toothbrush are, I think, all that we need. At Waterloo, we were fortunate in catching a train for Leatherhead, where we hired a trap at the station inn and drove for 4 or 5 miles through the lovely Surrey lanes. It was a perfect day, with a bright sun and a few fleecy clouds in the heavens. The trees and wayside hedges were just throwing out their first green shoots, and the air was full of the pleasant smell of the moist earth. To me, at least, there was a strange contrast between the sweet promise of the spring and this sinister quest upon which we were engaged. My companion sat in the front of the trap, his arms folded, his hat pulled down over his eyes, and his chin sunk upon his breast, buried in the deepest thought. Suddenly, however, he started, tapped me on the shoulder, and pointed over the meadows. "Look there," said he. A heavily timbered park stretched up in a gentle slope, thickening into a grove at the highest point. From amid the branches there jutted out the grey gables and high-roofed tree of a very old mansion. "Stoke Moran," said he. "Yes, sir, that be the house of Dr. Grimesby Roylott," remarked the driver. "There is some building going on there," said Holmes. "That is where we are going." "There's the village," said the driver, pointing to a cluster of roofs some distance to the left. "But if you want to get to the house, you'll find it shorter to get over this stile, and so by the footpath over the fields. There it is, where the lady is walking." "And the lady, I fancy, is Miss Stoner," observed Holmes, shading his eyes. "Yes, I think we had better do as you suggest." We got off, paid our fare, and the trap rattled back on its way to Leatherhead. "I thought it as well," said Holmes as we climbed the stile, "that this fellow should think we had come here as architects, or on some definite business. It may stop his gossip. Good afternoon, Miss Stoner. You see that we have been as good as our word." Our client of the morning had hurried forward to meet us with a face which spoke her joy. "I have been waiting so eagerly for you," she cried, shaking hands with us warmly. "All has turned out splendidly. Dr. Roylott has gone to town, and it is unlikely that he will be back before evening." "We have had the pleasure of making the doctor's acquaintance," said Holmes, and in a few words he sketched out what had occurred. Miss Stoner turned white to the lips as she listened. "Good heavens!" she cried. "He has followed me, then?" "So it appears." "He is so cunning that I never know when I am safe from him. What will he say when he returns?" "He must guard himself, for he may find that there is someone more cunning than himself upon his track. You must lock yourself up from him tonight. If he is violent, we shall take you away to your aunts at Harrow. Now, we must make the best use of our time, so kindly take us at once to the rooms which we are to examine." The building was of grey lichen blotched stone, with a high central portion, and 2 curving wings like the claws of a crab thrown out on each side. In one of these wings, the windows were broken and blocked with wooden boards, while the roof was partly caved in, a picture of ruin. The central portion was in little better repair, but the right-hand block was comparatively modern, and the blinds in the windows, with the blue smoke curling up from the chimneys, showed that this was where the family resided. Some scaffolding had been erected against the end wall, and the stonework had been broken into, but there were no signs of any workmen at the moment of our visit. Holmes walked slowly up and down the ill-trimmed lawn, and examined with deep attention the outsides of the windows. This, I take it, belongs to the room in which you used to sleep, the centre one to your sister's, and the one next to the main building to Dr. Roylart's chamber.
Exactly so, but I am now sleeping in the middle one.
Pending the alterations, as I understand. By the way, there does not seem to be any very pressing need for repairs at that end wall.
There were none. I believed that it was an excuse to move me from my room.
Ah, that is suggestive. Now, on the other side of this narrow wing runs the corridor from which these 3 rooms open. There are windows in it, of course.
Yes, but very small ones, too narrow for anyone to pass through.
As you both locked your doors at night, your rooms were unapproachable from that side. Now, would you have the kindness to go into your room and bar your shutters? Miss Stoner did so, and Holmes, after a careful examination through the open window, endeavoured in every way to force the shutter open, but without success. There was no slit through which a knife could be passed to raise the bar. Then with his lenses he tested the hinges, but they were of solid iron, built firmly into the massive masonry. Said he, scratching his chin in some perplexity. My theory certainly presents some difficulties. No one could pass these shutters if they were bolted. Well, we shall see if the inside throws any light upon the matter. A small side door led into the whitewashed corridor from which the 3 bedrooms opened. Holmes refused to examine the 3rd chamber, so he passed at once to the 2nd, that in which Miss Stoner was now sleeping, and in which her sister had met with her fate. It was a homely little room, with a low ceiling and a gaping fireplace, after the fashion of old country houses. A brown chest of drawers stood in one corner, a narrow white counterpaned bed in another, and a dressing-table on the left-hand side of the window. These articles, with 2 small wicker-work chairs, made up all the furniture in the room save for a square of Wilton carpet in the centre. The boards round, and the panelling of the walls were of brown, worm-eaten oak, so old and discoloured that it may have dated from the original building of the house. Holmes drew one of the chairs into a corner and sat silent, while his eyes travelled round and up and down, taking in every detail of the apartment. "Where does that bell communicate with?" he asked, at last pointing to a thick bell rope which hung down beside the bed, the tassel actually lying upon the pillow.
It goes to the housekeeper's room.
It looks newer than the other things.
Yes, it was only put there a couple of years ago.
Your sister asked for it, I suppose?
No, I never heard of her using it. We used always to get what we wanted for ourselves.
Indeed. It seemed unnecessary to put so nice a bell-pull there. You will excuse me for a few minutes while I satisfy myself as to this floor. He threw himself down upon his face, with his lens in his hand, and crawled swiftly backward and forward, examining minutely the cracks between the boards. Then he did the same with the woodwork with which the chamber was panelled. Finally he walked over to the bed, and spent some time in staring at it and in running his eye up and down the wall. Finally he took the bell-rope in his hand and gave it a brisk tug. "Why, it's a dummy," said he. "Won't it ring?" "No, it is not even attached to a wire. This is very interesting. You can see now that this is fastened to a hook just above where the little opening for the ventilator is." "How very absurd! I never noticed that before." "Very strange," muttered Holmes, pulling at the rope. "There are 1 or 2 very singular points about this room. For example, what a fool a builder must be to open a ventilator into another room, when, with the same trouble, he might have communicated with the outside air."
"That is also quite modern," said the lady.
"Done about the same time as the bell-rope," remarked Holmes.
"Yes. There were several little changes carried out about that time."
"They seem to have been of most interesting character. Dummy bell-ropes and ventilators which do not ventilate. With your permission, Miss Stoner, we shall now carry our researches into the inner apartment." Dr. Grimesby Roylart's chamber was larger than that of his stepdaughter, but was as plainly furnished. a camp bed, a small wooden shelf full of books, mostly of a technical character, an armchair beside the bed, a plain wooden chair against the wall, a round table, and a large iron safe were the principal things which met the eye. Holmes walked slowly round and examined each and all of them with the keenest interest. "What's in here?" he asked, tapping the safe.
My stepfather's business papers.
"Oh, you have seen inside, then?"
Only once, some years ago. I remember that it was full of papers.
There isn't a cat in it, for example?
No, what a strange idea!
Well, look at this." He took up a small saucer of milk, which stood on the top of it.
No, we don't keep a cat. But there is a cheetah and a baboon.
Ah, yes, of course. Well, a cheetah is just a big cat, and yet a saucer of milk does not go very far in satisfying its wants, I dare say. There is one point which I should wish to determine." He squatted down in front of the wooden chair and examined the seat of it with the greatest attention.
Thank you. That is quite settled,
said he, rising and putting his lens in his pocket. "Hullo, here is something interesting." The object which had caught his eye was a small dog lash hung on one corner of the bed. The lash, however, was curled upon itself and tied so as to make a loop of whipcord. "What do you make of that, Watson?" "It's a common enough lash, but I don't know why it should be tied." "That is not quite so common, is it? Me, it's a wicked world. And when a clever man turns his brains to crime, it is the worst of all. I think that I have seen enough now, Miss Stoner, and with your permission we shall walk out upon the lawn." I had never seen my friend's face so grim or his brow so dark as it was when we turned from the scene of this investigation. We had walked several times up and down the lawn, neither Miss Stoner nor myself liking to break in upon his thoughts before he roused himself from his reverie. "It is very essential, Miss Stoner," said he, "that you should absolutely follow my advice in every respect."
I shall most certainly do so.
"The matter is too serious for any hesitation. Your life may depend upon your compliance."
I assure you that I am in your hands.
"In the first place, both my friend and I must spend the night in your room." Both Miss Stoner and I gazed at him in astonishment. "Yes, it must be so. Let me explain. I believe that is the village inn over there?"
Yes, that is the Crown.
"Very good. Your windows would be visible from there?"
Certainly.
"You must confine yourself to your room, on pretence of a headache, when your stepfather comes back. Then, when you hear him retire for the night, you must open the shutters of your window, undo the hasp, put your lamp there as a signal to us, and then withdraw quietly with everything which you are likely to want into the room which you used to occupy. I have no doubt that, in spite of the repairs, you could manage there for one night."
Oh, yes, easily.
"The rest you will leave in our hands."
But what will you do?
"We shall spend the night in your room, and we shall investigate the cause of the noise which has disturbed you."
I believe, Mr. Holmes, that you have already made up your mind,
said Miss Stoner, laying her hand upon my companion's sleeve. "Perhaps I have."
Then, for pity's sake, tell me what was the cause of my sister's death.
"I should prefer to have clearer proofs before I speak."
You can at least tell me whether my own thought is correct, and if she died from some sudden fright.
"No, I do not think so. I think that there was probably some more tangible cause. And now, Miss Stoner, we must leave you, for if Dr. Roylott returned and saw us, our journey would be in vain. Goodbye, and be brave, for if you will do what I have told you, you may rest assured that we shall soon drive away the dangers that threaten you." Sherlock Holmes and I had no difficulty in engaging a bedroom and sitting-room at the Crown Inn. They were on the upper floor, and from our window we could command a view of the avenue gate, and of the inhabited wing of the Stoke Moran Manor House. At dusk, we saw Dr. Grimesby Roylott drive past, his huge form looming up beside the little figure of the lad who drove him. The boy had some slight difficulty in undoing the heavy iron gates, and we heard the hoarse roar of the doctor's voice, and saw the fury with which he shook his clenched fists at him. The trap drove on, and a few minutes later we saw a sudden light spring up among the trees as the lamp was lit in one of the sitting rooms. "Do you know, Watson," said Holmes, as we sat together in the gathering darkness, "I have really some scruples as to taking you tonight. There is a distinct element of danger." "Can I be of assistance?" "Your presence might be invaluable." "Then I shall certainly come." "It is very kind of you." "You speak of danger. You have evidently seen more in these rooms than was visible to me." "No, but I fancy that I may have deduced a little more." "I imagine that you saw all that I did." "I saw nothing remarkable, save the bell rope, and what purpose that could answer, I confess, is more than I can imagine." "You saw the ventilator, too?" "Yes, but I do not think that it is such a very unusual thing to have a small opening between two rooms. It was so small that a rat could hardly pass through. I knew that we should find a ventilator before ever we came to Stoke Moran." "My dear Holmes!" "Oh, yes, I did. You remember in her statement she said that her sister could smell Dr. Roylott's cigar. Now, of course, that suggested at once that there must be a communication between the two rooms. It could only be a small one, or it would have been remarked upon at the coroner's inquiry. I deduced a ventilator." "But what harm can there be in that?" "Well, there is at least a curious coincidence of dates. A ventilator is made, a cord is hung, and a lady who sleeps in the bed dies. Does that not strike you?" "I cannot, as yet, see any connection." "Did you observe anything very peculiar about that bed?" "No, it was clamped to the floor. Did you ever see a bed fastened like that before?" "I cannot say that I have." "The lady could not move her bed. It must always be in the same relative position to the ventilator and to the rope, or so we may call it, since it was clearly never meant for a bell pull." "Holmes," I cried, "I seem to see dimly what you are hinting at." "We are only just in time to prevent some subtle and horrible crime." "Subtle enough and horrible enough. When a doctor does go wrong, he is the first of criminals. He has nerve and he has knowledge. Palmer and Pritchard were among the heads of their profession. This man strikes even deeper, but I think, Watson, that we shall be able to strike deeper still. But we shall have horrors enough before the night is over. For goodness' sake, let us have a quiet pipe, and turn our minds for a few hours to something more cheerful." About 9 o'clock the light among the trees was extinguished, and all was dark in the direction of the manor house. 2 hours passed slowly away, and then suddenly, just at the stroke of 11, a single bright light shone out right in front of us. "That is our signal," said Holmes, springing to his feet. "It comes from the middle window." As we passed out he exchanged a few words with the landlord, explaining that we were going on a late visit to an acquaintance, and that it was possible that we might spend the night there. A moment later we were out on the dark road, a chill wind blowing in our faces, and one yellow light twinkling in front of us through the gloom to guide us on our sombre errand. There was little difficulty in entering the grounds, for unrepaired breaches gaped in the old park wall. Making our way among the trees, we reached the lawn, crossed it, and were about to enter through the window, when out from a clump of laurel bushes there darted what seemed to be a hideous and distorted child, who threw itself upon the grass with writhing limbs and then ran swiftly across the lawn into the darkness. "My God!" I whispered. "Did you see it?" Holmes was for the moment as startled as I. His hand closed like a vice upon my wrist in his agitation. Then he broke into a low laugh and put his lips to my ear. "It is a nice household," he murmured, That is the baboon. I had forgotten the strange pets which the doctor affected. There was a cheetah, too. Perhaps we might find it upon our shoulders at any moment. I confess that I felt easier in my mind when, after following Holmes's example and slipping off my shoes, I found myself inside the bedroom. My companion noiselessly closed the shutters, moved the lamp onto the table, and cast his eyes round the room. All was as we had seen it in the daytime. Then creeping up to me, and making a trumpet of his hand, he whispered into my ear again, so gently that it was all that I could do to distinguish the words. The least sound would be fatal to our plans. I nodded to show that I had heard. We must sit without light. He would see it through the ventilator. I nodded again. Do not go asleep. Your very life may depend upon it. Have your pistol ready in case we should need it. I will sit on the side of the bed, and you in that chair. I took out my revolver and laid it on the corner of the table. Holmes had brought up a long, thin cane, and this he placed upon the bed beside him. By it he laid the box of matches and the stump of a candle. Then he turned down the lamp, and we were left in darkness. How shall I ever forget that dreadful vigil? I could not hear a sound, not even the drawing of a breath, and yet I knew my companion sat open-eyed within a few feet of me in the same state of nervous tension in which I was myself. The shutters cut off the least ray of light, and we waited in absolute darkness. From outside came the occasional cry of a night bird, and once at our very window a long-drawn, cat-like whine, which told us that the cheetah was indeed at liberty. Far away we could hear the deep tones of the parish clock, which boomed out every quarter of an hour. How long they seemed, those quarters! 12 struck, and 1, and 2, and 3, and still we sat waiting silently for whatever might befall. Suddenly there was the momentary gleam of a light up in the direction of the ventilator, which vanished immediately, but was succeeded by a strong smell of burning oil and heated metal. Someone in the next room had lit a dark lantern. I heard a gentle sound of movement, and then all was silent once more, though the smell grew stronger. For half an hour I sat with straining ears. Then suddenly another sound became audible. A very gentle, soothing sound, like that of a small jet of steam escaping continually from a kettle. The instant that we heard it, Holmes sprang from the bed, struck a match, and lashed furiously with his cane at the bell pull. "You see it, Watson?" he yelled. "You see it?" But I saw nothing. At the moment when Holmes struck the light, I heard a low, clear whistle, but the sudden glare flashing into my wary eyes made it impossible for me to tell what it was at which my friend lashed so savagely. I could, however, see that his face was deadly pale and filled with horror and loathing. He had ceased to strike and was gazing up at the ventilator when suddenly there broke from the silence of the night the most horrible cry to which I have ever listened. It swelled up louder and louder, a hoarse yell of pain and fear and anger, all mingled in the one dreadful shriek. They say that away down in the village, and even in the distant parsonage, that cry raised the sleepers from their beds. It struck cold to our hearts, and I stood gazing at Holmes, and he at me, until the last echoes of it had died away into the silence from which it rose. "What can it mean?" I gasped. "It means that it is all over," Holmes answered. "And perhaps, after all, it is for the best. Take your pistol, and we will enter Dr. Roylott's room." With a grave face he lit the lamp, and led the way down the corridor. Twice he struck at the chamber door without any reply from within. Then he turned the handle and entered, I at his heels with a cocked pistol in my hand. It was a singular sight which met our eyes. On the table stood a dark lantern with a shutter half open, throwing a brilliant beam of light upon the iron safe, the door of which was ajar. Beside this table, on the wooden chair, sat Dr. Grimesby Roylott, clad in a long grey dressing gown, his bare ankles protruding beneath, and his feet thrust into red heelless Turkish slippers. Across his lap lay the short stock with the long lash, which we had noticed during the day. His chin was cocked upward, and his eyes were fixed in a dreadful, rigid stare at the corner of the ceiling. Round his brow he had a peculiar yellow band with brownish speckles, which seemed to be bound tightly round his head. As we entered, he made neither sound nor motion. "The band! The speckled band!" whispered Holmes. I took a step forward. In an instant his strange headgear began to move, and there reared itself from among his hair the squat, diamond-shaped head and puffed neck of a loathsome serpent. "It is a swamp adder!" cried Holmes. "The deadliest snake in India! He has died within 10 seconds of being bitten. Violence does, in truth, recoil upon the violent, and the schemer falls into the pit which he digs for another. Let us thrust this creature back into its den, and we can then remove Miss Stoner to some place of shelter and let the county police know what has happened." As he spoke, he drew the dog whip swiftly from the dead man's lap, and throwing the noose round the reptile's neck, he drew it from its horrid perch, and, carrying it at arm's length, threw it into the iron safe, which he closed upon it. Such are the true facts of the death of Dr. Grimesby Roylott of Stoke Moran. It is not necessary that I should prolong a narrative which has already run to too great a length by telling how we broke the sad news to the terrified girl, how we conveyed her by the morning train to the care of her good aunt at Harrow, of how the slow process of official inquiry came to the conclusion that the doctor met his fate while indiscreetly playing with a dangerous pet. The little which I had yet to learn of the case was told me by Sherlock Holmes as we travelled back next day. "I had," said he, "come to an entirely erroneous conclusion, which shows, my dear Watson, how dangerous it always is to reason from insufficient data. The presence of the gipsies, and the use of the word band, which was used by the poor girl, no doubt, to explain the appearance which she had caught a hurried glimpse of by the light of her match, was sufficient to put me upon an entirely wrong scent. I can only claim the merit that I instantly reconsidered my position when, however, it became clear to me that whatever danger threatened an occupant of the room could not come either from the window or the door. My attention was speedily drawn, as I have already remarked to you, to this ventilator, and to the bell rope which hung down to the bed. The discovery that this was a dummy, and that the bed was clamped to the floor, instantly gave rise to the suspicion that the rope was there as a bridge for something passing through the hole and coming to the bed. The idea of a snake instantly occurred to me, and when I coupled it with my knowledge that the doctor was furnished with a supply of creatures from India, I felt that I was probably on the right track. The idea of using a form of poison which could not possibly be discovered by any chemical test was just such a one as would occur to a clever and ruthless man who had had an Eastern training. The rapidity with which such a poison would take effect would also, from his point of view, be an advantage. It would be a sharp-eyed coroner indeed who could distinguish the two little dark punctures which would show where the poison fangs had done their work. Then I thought of the whistle. Of course he must recall the snake before the morning light revealed it to the victim. He had trained it, probably by the use of milk which we saw, to return to him when summoned. He would put it through this ventilator at the hour that he thought best, with the certainty that it would crawl down the rope and land on the bed. It might or might not bite the occupant. Perhaps she might escape every night for a week, but sooner or later she must fall a victim. I had come to these conclusions before ever I had entered his room. An inspection of his chair showed me that he had been in the habit of standing on it, which of course would be necessary in order that he should reach the ventilator. The sight of the safe, the saucer of milk, and the loop of whipcord were enough to finally dispel any doubts which may have remained. The metallic clang heard by Miss Stoner was obviously caused by her stepfather hastily closing the door of his safe upon its terrible occupant. Having once made up my mind, you know the steps which I took in order to put the matter to the proof. I heard the creature hiss, as I have no doubt that you did also, and I instantly lit the light and attacked it, with the result of driving it through the ventilator, and also with the result of causing it to turn upon its master at the other side. Some of the blows of my cane came home and roused its snakish temper, so that it flew upon the first person it saw. In this way I am no doubt indirectly responsible for Dr. Grimesby Roylott's death, and I cannot say that it is likely to weigh very heavily upon my conscience. End of The Adventure of the Speckled Band by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 17. The Gallows by I.W.D. Peters. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Tony Scheinman. Tomorrow morning at sunrise, I am to hang for the murder of a man. At sunrise on the 9th of June, the anniversary of my wedding day, I am to be hanged by the neck until I am dead. I am glad the state has not yet adopted the use of electricity in executions. I prefer to spend my last moments out in the open under the sky. The building of the gallows is finished. The workmen are gone, and it seems that the execution at sunrise is certain to take place. But every step along the corridor sends my heart into my mouth. Gladys is working for a reprieve. I am praying she will not succeed. The governor is off on a fishing trip, away from railroad and telegraph. If they do not locate him in the next few hours, I shall be hanged. God grant they fail to find him. It is Gladys's will against mine. She usually wins, but every passing minute lessens her chance to have her way in this. It is now 10 minutes to midnight. Dr. Brander, the prison chaplain, has just left me, gratified, poor fellow, that he has succeeded in reconciling me to my fate. If he had known that the tall skeleton of wood outside, with its lank line of rope, was in my mind a refuge, he would have turned from me in horror. The next 5 hours will be the longest of my life. Every step in the corridor strikes fear to my heart. It is not because I am guilty of the crime for which I was sentenced that I am glad to die. I am guilty, but that doesn't mean that I deserve to die. I am going to hang tomorrow at sunrise because I want to be hung. I could have saved myself, but refused to do so, solely because life had lost its savor. A great wave of disgust with living possessed and still possesses me. I am writing these words now that Gladys may know the truth. She has tried to see me ever since I was brought here, and I have refused to be seen. That is one right a condemned man has, to refuse to see visitors. From the day we were married, Gladys demanded to know my every thought, my every act, every hour of the day. If every one of them was not concerned with her, she criticized, condemned, or cried. She resented, in bitterly spoken words and equally bitter acts, the small recesses of my soul that I, for the sake of my own self-respect, kept to myself. Finally, she determined to show me that there were other men who appreciated her, if I did not. For a while after that, all hours of the day and evening, my home was infested with lounge lizards. I endured it without a word, which infuriated her. Lester Kane, a young fellow, honest and simple, was her first victim. The first time I found him seated close beside her on the dimly lit porch, I welcomed him warmly. We smoked and talked of our days in the army together. I felt that Gladys could safely enough flirt with such as Lester, if that was what she wanted. But Lester called only a few times after that. For 2 months there was a succession of young fellows about the place. Our house was not far from the Westmore Country Club, and the golf links came almost up to our side yard. Our porch was a convenient place to drop in. Suddenly, all that sort of thing ceased. Gladys was away a great deal, but as her mother lived in a town just a few miles away, I thought nothing of that. She became very quiet, was thoughtful, absent-minded, flushed easily, seemed not herself. At first I was a good deal puzzled. Then, suddenly, an explanation for the change in her dawned on me. Joy filled my soul. I was inordinately gentle with her, bought her a small automobile for her birthday, did everything I could to think of for her comfort and pleasure. After all, I told myself, the emotional phase she had passed through was natural. Marriage is a more difficult readjustment with some than others. It had evidently been so with Gladys. If a child came to us, it would make everything right. A child. Our child. It was wonderful to think of. She had always refused to consider the subject, saying she wished to enjoy life while she was young. But she knew I wanted a son to bear my name, a daughter to inherit her beauty, and she had accepted the inevitable. A wave of exultation made me feel as if I were treading on clouds. I longed to mention the subject to her, but I felt that the first word about it should come from her. I spent hours thinking of tender, loving things to do for her. She accepted everything quietly, sometimes with averted face and flushed cheeks. I would draw her inert figure into my arms and hold her close, but she made no response to my demonstrative affection. At this stage of affairs, my firm sent me on a 10-day trip to close a Western deal. It was hard to leave Gladys, but now, more than ever, I felt that we would need money, and lots of it. We arranged for Gladys to go to her mother's, and I was to join her there on my return. It is the same old story. I came home before I was expected, and went straight to our cottage with the intention of having Gladys's room redecorated before bringing her home. At the gate stood Gladys's car. I rushed into the house, but there was no one on the lower floor, not in Gladys's room nor mine. I was about to descend the stairs when I heard a low laugh, a man's laugh from the 3rd floor. I dashed up there and stood gazing at the closed door of the spare room. "What's the idea, running away from me?" asked the man. "You can't blow hot and cold with me." "I told you not to come here again. It's not safe." "I'm not afraid of that husband of yours. You're mine, and you're going to stay mine." I had listened intently, but could not recognize the man's voice. "Go now," pleaded Gladys, "and I'll come to your rooms this evening." "Not on your life. I'm here now, and I'm going to stay." "Let go of me. You're hurting my shoulder." There was a sound of scuffling. I tried the door. It was locked. I put my shoulder to it. The lock snapped. Gladys gave a cry, leaped away from the man. A man whom I had never seen before. The full-lipped, black-browed type, big, soft. As I took in the scene, the tousled woman, the flushed-faced man, a great wave of disgust almost overwhelmed me. "Well," said the man sneeringly, "what are you going to do about it?" "If you take her away now and treat her right, nothing. And if I don't take her away, I'll meet that situation when it comes." "It has come," he said with a laugh, and walked out. I am tall, slender, delicate-looking, but I knew I was a match for that overfed brute. I listened to the clatter of his feet on the stairs. Then I followed him. The man was hastening towards a streetcar. I cranked Gladys's car and followed. It was easy to keep the streetcar in sight and to keep an eye on his sleek black head. He left the car at Hanson Street. I, without a glance toward him, kept on ahead. I turned at the corner in time to see him enter an office building. I was not far behind him when he took the elevator. The man in the elevator gave me the number of his office. He was telling a joke to his typist as I entered, but his laughter died when he saw me. "You dirty thief! You'll never cheat another man out of money!" His look of astonishment as I shouted these words was amusing. He tried to give blow for blow, but I meant what I said when I shouted at him, "I've come here to kill you!" To choke the life out of an overfed beast is not so hard to an infuriated man. In less than a quarter of an hour, he was dead. The police, for whom the typist had called, filled the room even before I had straightened my disheveled clothing. I practically tried my own case, and I was skillful enough to make every word, apparently uttered in my own defense, sound black against me. Gladys tried to save me by telling the true story of the affair, but I made a picture of her as a devoted, self-sacrificing wife, willing to ruin even her spotless name to save her husband. I enjoyed seeing her cringe as I did this. So skillfully had she and the big brute managed that there was not a bit of evidence to substantiate her story. On the other hand, there was the typist's story to help me, and, too, it was known I had speculated in the past and that I had lost some money. I made the most of everything against me, and it was enough. I was sentenced to hang on the 9th day of June at sunrise. Gladys came to the jail to see me while the trial was going on, but I managed to act just as if my story were the true one and hers the false, and, though she pleaded with me to let the truth come out, I would not admit that the truth had not come out. The sentence was a terrible shock to her. Her mother carried her from the courtroom in a faint. Before she recovered, I was in prison. I shall welcome the hour of sunrise as I never welcomed any moment of my life. Not until then will the fear of a reprieve leave me. Gladys is moving heaven and earth to locate the governor. God grant that she does not succeed. It is 4:45. I have spent much time at the window, gazing out into the darkness. What comes after death? That is the question, I suppose, that all men ask at the end of life. I have never done so. It is a futile question, one which none of us can answer. But I believe there will be surcease from the nausea that comes to those who have known disillusion and disappointment. 10 minutes of 5. Now surely I am safe from even a chance of a reprieve. Footsteps in the corridor. Is it my escort to the gallows, or what I fear most on earth? A statement by the warden of Larson Penitentiary. If Traylor had spent the brief period, always allotted to a criminal, for a few last words, his reprieve would have reached us in time to stay the execution. But he walked calmly, unfalteringly up to the gallows, and helped us, with steady hands, adjust the cap and ropes. And he was dead 2 minutes before the governor's message reached us. End of The Gallows. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection, 17. The Scarlet Night, by William Sanford. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Langley was in love with my wife. This had been very evident to me for many weeks. Also, it was most evident to me that his love was entirely reciprocated. The doctor was a young and handsome fellow who bore the reputation of being more or less unscrupulous. An unpleasant story had followed him from another city, the story of the drowning of a young girl. Although the coroner's verdict had been that of accidental drowning, there were those, it was said, who thought that the doctor knew much more of the matter than had been brought to light, and rumor had it that he had left the place because he was no longer popular there. The doctor had a pleasing personality, however, and a way with him that had the effect of disarming any prejudice against him. He was, in brief, a ladies' man, possessing all of the little attentions and flatteries so dear to the heart of women, and he gave them all with a subtle manner of sincerity that made them doubly potent. The doctor's practice was fairly large, and he had also succeeded in having himself appointed local medical examiner for our town. He was deeply interested in his chosen profession, and still fascinated by the dissecting room. He owned a handsome touring car with which, as I knew, my wife was very familiar. My wife was 25, 15 years my junior, pretty and with much charm of manner, yet possessed of a certain hardness of nature and lack of sympathy for the suffering of others, unusual in a young woman of good breeding. She came of excellent family, was well educated, and always had associated with good people. I had become somewhat addicted to strong drink before we were married, but had managed to keep it from her to a certain extent. She knew that I drank, but thought that it was no more than many men do at their clubs. Of my several wild sprees out of town she had never heard. We had been married 2 years when Dr. Langley took up his practice in our town, and from the moment he made a professional call on my wife for some minor ailment, they had become intensely interested in each other. My drinking habits had increased rather than diminished since my marriage, and I no longer made any effort to keep occasional lurid fits of intoxication from her. My love for liquor became as much a part of my life as food or sleep. My position as assistant manager in a large wholesale house was fairly secure, however, and one not easy to fill, which perhaps accounted for the firm still holding me. One cold, bleak evening in November, while I was playing cards in my club, and, thanks to the rum runners who thrived in our town, drinking whiskey, I heard a strangely familiar voice call my name in greeting, and looking up I was overjoyed to behold an old friend of bygone days, whom I had not seen in several years. He had dropped off on his way to another city. The time was ripe for a celebration in honor of our meeting. My friend produced a quart flask of whiskey from his suitcase, saying that it was the duplicate of one he had already sampled, and spoke to me of its age, strength, fine quality, and the high price he'd been obliged to pay for it. Thereupon he presented it to me. I thanked him heartily and opened the flask, and we all drank a couple of rounds from it. All of that day and the day previous, I had been drinking more or less heavily. Cards were resumed, and we played until after midnight, when, with many a handshake, I bade good-bye to my friend, who was obliged to catch a train to reach his destination the following noon. The card game being broken up, we had a farewell round of drinks, and I stumbled out into the night. The cool air soon revived my somewhat befuddled brain. Also, I was soon shaking with the cold. Remembering the generous-sized flask of whiskey in my pocket, the gift of my friend, I uncorked it and took a long drink, rejoicing in the fact that the bottle was still almost 2/3 full. Reaching home, I went at once to my bedroom. My wife was seated in a chair by the window in her dressing gown. As I entered, she rose, and without any preliminaries of speech, she asked that I at once give her a divorce so that she might marry Dr. Langley. She said there was no reason why I should not do this, since I might then marry some woman who cared for me, and that she would be happy with the man she had learned to love. The abruptness of her request, together with the cold, matter-of-fact way in which she put it, dumbfounded me, but hastily regaining my composure, I flatly refused any such action, told my wife that she must remain true to her marriage vows, and that nothing would ever induce me to give her the divorce she wanted. Furthermore, I told her that the doctor was a scoundrel, that many people believed he had murdered a girl before coming to our town. At this my wife became livid with fury, accused me of deliberately besmirching the doctor's character because of jealousy, and declared she would never live with me again. The next day, however, she seemed much changed. She was very agreeable, even tender to me. We walked about the little garden of our home, as we had often done in the early days of our marriage, and I felt confident that she had decided to put the doctor out of her mind and allow our married life to go on as usual. We chatted pleasantly together at the dinner table that evening, and as usual I drank a cup of strong coffee after the meal. A few moments later, A heavy drowsiness came over me, and I knew no more. I awoke with a feeling of suffocation, as if 1,000 tons of weight were resting on my chest. I gasped for breath. I was suffering torture. All about me was blackness, impenetrable blackness. I moved my hands and encountered boards above and on every side. Gradually, to my numbed senses, the horrible realization came to me, and the cold sweat started out on my body. I had been buried alive. The terrible realization had a tendency to clear my mind somewhat, in spite of the difficulty I encountered in breathing. I saw it all now. My wife had given me some powerful drug in my coffee, a drug obtained from the doctor. They had planned and plotted the thing in case I refused to consent to a divorce. They probably had known I was still alive when I was buried. The doctor, as medical examiner, had filed some fictitious report of death from natural causes, and they had contrived to have a hasty funeral. How I had managed to breathe for so long in the coffin while under the power of the drug, I did not know. Now that I was fully conscious again, I felt myself stifling. No power of imagination can picture the horror and torture of mind that my terrible predicament forced upon me. I must die a slow, terrible death, while those who were responsible for the hellish crime enjoyed themselves and went unpunished. The minutes seemed to drag into hours as I lay there, struggling for breath. Suddenly, out of the horrible black stillness, I heard a noise above me. Listening with every racked nerve on edge, I heard it come nearer, nearer. At first I could not make it out, could not understand. Then, suddenly, the truth dawned on me with a horrible intensity. The body snatchers were after me for the dissecting room. I tried to cry out, but was unable to make a sound because of my stifling condition. They reached the coffin, and I heard the shovel scraping against it. Then I felt myself being slowly lifted upward, and the coffin was dumped on the ground. Now I heard a voice, and my blood ran cold, for it was the voice of Dr. Langley. "The drug was an Oriental one," he was saying. "It causes a semblance of death that lasts a long time, but he probably died a few minutes after he was buried. I'm anxious to dissect to see what effect such a drug has on the human body." Then, with a terrible shock, I heard the voice of my wife. "I don't care. Do as you wish. I hated him from the moment he refused to give me a divorce. I could even watch you cut up his body." I struggled to rise in the coffin, gasping for the breath of life, and then the lid was pried off, and, summoning all my dying strength, I rose to my feet, waving my arms wildly back and forth, and inhaling a great breath of life-giving night air. The doctor let the shovel fall to the ground without a word, and staggered back and sank to his knees, while my wife gave a hideous scream of terror. Then she snatched a knife from his kit of dissecting instruments and drew the razor-sharp blade across her throat. She then threw herself upon the prostrate doctor, her blood drenching his body. My senses reeling, I staggered forward, tripped over my coffin, and fell swooning to the ground. None believe my story. Neither will you. I have told it to them all, but they will not believe it. I am in a hospital, where they tell me I have been for several days. It is a prison hospital, where guards in uniform patrol the corridors, lest even the sick try to escape. They ask me if I cannot remember that I came home that night from the club in a blind frenzy of drink and found my wife and Dr. Langley together. They tell me that I choked him with such ferocity and strength that my fingers broke into the flesh of his neck. They tell me that my wife, screaming from terror, tried to escape, and that just as the people in the adjoining apartment burst into the room, I seized a razor from the bureau and slashed her throat from ear to ear, and threw her body, with the blood streaming from the wound, across that of the doctor. Are they going to hang me for this double crime that I did not commit? They will not believe my story. yet every detail of it is as clear to me as the stars that shine in the heavens. End of The Scarlet Night. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection, 17. The Sequel, by Walter Scott Story. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tony Scheinman. Sobered on the instant. The padlock had clicked when Montresor passed the chain about my waist and thus fastened me to the wall. I stood upright in the little dungeon, the blood running cold in my veins. With maniacal laughter, he withdrew from the niche, whipped a trowel from under his robe, and began to wall up the narrow opening. I knew it was not a joke, a drunken jest. I saw that his drunkenness had fallen from him. The dying flambeau fell from my nerveless hand, and cast a fitful bloody glow upon the whitened, dripping walls. I shook the chain frenziedly. "For God's sake, Montresor!" I cried. He replied with a horrible, mocking laugh, and, like a devil from hell, lifted his voice with mine to show that it was idle to call for help. I had always distrusted Montresor. I knew him to be a serpent. He feared me, and was jealous of my person and attainments. In spite of all his fawning and his smiles, I knew he hated me deeply for the injuries I had heaped upon him, and for the open insults I had added to them. And yet I swear he had never in the slightest suspected that it was not Giovanna, the tenor, who was successful with his wife, but I. "Fortunato!" he called, and his hoarse tone echoed in a ghastly way through the gloomy catacombs of his ancestors, and re-echoed along the winding crypt. I made no reply. Cold beads of fear started from my brow as I strained against the chain, and listened to the soft thud of the stones he was building into the opening to make my tomb, and the accompanying tinkle of his trowel. Even then I admired, perforce, the cleverness with which he had secured his revenge. It was the night of the carnival. He had found me in the streets, dazed with wine, and, pretending that he wanted my judgment and a cask of sherry, had lured my staggering feet into the gloomy passages under his palazzo. And he had brought me into this narrow niche in the castle walls to entomb me alive, where no one would ever find me. Oh, it was clever. My memory fails me now, but I doubt not I cried out many times for pity and mercy, and I take no shame in thinking this may have been so. I recall his words, and his horrible mouthings as he worked with more haste and zeal than skill. But I was a brave man always. I did not yield myself to fate. It was unthinkable. I, Fortunato, to die walled in by Montresor. I cursed him and his line. I wrenched at the chain with ferocious strength, more eager to have him by the throat than to be free to live. I called upon all the saints, and particularly to my patron saint. You shall see that I was not unheard. The wall grew high, to his breast, and in the light of his flambeau set somewhere in the wall outside, I could see Montresor's sweating face as he labored with the stones. Suddenly he thrust his torch through the opening, now no larger than his head, and to deceive him I prostrated myself upon the floor and laughed the laugh of a dying man. I heard the thud of another stone, and looked up quickly. My flambeau had died out, Montresor's had disappeared, and there was no opening. I was in a tomb of stone. Absolute darkness surrounded me, and the walls seemed to press in upon me like icy blankets, and silence as absolute as the darkness reigned. I leaped to my feet. Silence, silence, absolute silence, save for my own laboured breathing. Maria! Suppose the mortar hard, and there I could throw my weight against the poor wall he had built. Then I were lost. I called out aloud to my holy saint. Lucky it was that I had the bodily strength of two. I strained upon the chain wildly. I seized it in my hands and tore at it with savage determination. I would not die thus. In desperation, frantic with rage and fear, I made one last prodigious effort to free myself with strength enough to make the palazzo tremble. And in that last great effort, the staples of the chain tore loose from the half-rotten stone in which they were fastened. Hot tears of joy welled in my eyes. I vowed 100 candles to the Virgin, but I could not then take time to give thanks. Throwing myself upon the wall Montresor had just reared, my feet desperately braced upon the rough floor, I fought for liberty like a tiger. Heavens, it gave! The wall gave! It yielded like a stiff canvas against the push of a hand, gave slowly but surely, bulged outward, then went rumbling down. I thrust myself through the jagged opening into the catacombs. I was free! What joy if Montresor had been there, even though he wore his rapier and I had bought my poniard. It was very dark, and yet I could see a gleam of light in the direction from which we had come. Montresor, crazed with the thought of sweet revenge, I drunk with wine. I paused and thought. Should I find him in the streets in this gay time and slay him? No. I laughed insanely, yet clearly. No, there was a better thing to do. With haste and no mean skill, I built up the wall anew, closing the opening of what might have been my tomb, had I been a weak man, and against this new wall erected a rampart of old bones. Then, thrusting the dangling ends of the chain within my doublet, began to retrace my feet toward freedom. I struck my foot against some small, soft object, and halted with a start. I leaned over. I had kicked against Montresor's mask, and I put it over my face. I knew that all his servants were away to enjoy the carnival, but it would do no harm to wear this mask, and it served my purpose. I passed through the crypt, and walked back swiftly and steadily through the range of low arches, through which I had come, staggering to an awful doom. Soon I was above in my false friend's rich sweets, in the cheerful glow of many lights. But all was quiet. No one stirred. I was alone, safe. I went light-footed through the deserted house. I could hear the shouts and laughter of the merry people in the street, until I came to the passage leading to the plaza. There I stopped, with the blood jumping through my veins like wildfire. In this hall, in the corner upon a low settee, lay Montresor, sprawling in a heavy stupor, as drunk with wine as I had been when I had trustfully entered within his doors. I paused over his body. Within my bosom was the dagger with which I never part. And yet I let him lie there, unharmed. When I elbowed my way, masked through the square, it was 12 o'clock. I was in time to keep my appointment with his wife. I laughed. What a jest! And Montresor's wife was awaiting me in the usual place. Such a beautiful woman. I really loved her, and I hoped he did. I was as clever as I was brave. I was, indeed, an exceedingly clever man. I had seen my creditors pressing, and all things turning toward ruin, and that was why I had converted everything possible into gold and precious stones. That night I crept unseen into my own house, from which my servants, like Montresor's, had stolen away to enjoy the carnival, and, securing all the wealth I had secreted, was up and away, my chain stricken off by an obscure armourer. I have no doubt that my body servant was executed for the theft of my fortune, as indeed he should have been for watching my belongings so poorly. But I know not. Then we left the city, while the streets were still crowded and gay, Montresor's wife and I, and went to England, where we have lived a long life, very happily. Years ago I heard a vague rumor that Montresor believed his beautiful wife had gone away with Giovanna, the tenor, who disappeared at about that time. But it was not so. As for Lady Fortunato, she may have guessed the truth, and Montresor will believe, until he dies, that my bones lie crumbling in the little walled dungeon below his palazzo. End of the sequel.
The Ticking of the Clock by A. and H. Greatrakes. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Doom sounded for the bound man in the ticking of the clock. The Ticking of the Clock by A. H. Greatrakes. If Johnson's mind had been at all imaginative or attuned to anything higher than brutal common sense, he would not have sat with his back to the open French window that night. Johnson was a man with good conceit of himself. He prided himself especially on his domestic accomplishments. He was a born cook and manager, he told his friends, and his hobby was to go down to a little bungalow of his in the country and do for himself during the weekends. Usually he had friends with him to whom he could show off his culinary art, but sometimes he liked to be alone. He was a self-made man, was Johnson. His business, that of running up small flats and letting them to artisans, rent strictly in advance, brought him in a generous income, and it was his nature to boast of his smart modes of ejection if an unhappy tenant was not ready with his weekly payments. This Saturday night he happened to be alone. His son Tony had said he might possibly turn up, but had not done so. Johnson had just finished a choice little meal, had cleared the table and settled himself in front of it, meaning to go into some accounts before he went to bed. He was feeling sleepy, particularly comfortable, and too lazy to begin his work at once. He lighted his pipe and sat contentedly, fingering a fat pocketbook on the table before him. The twilight was coming on apace, and Johnson was just making up his mind to light the lamp when he heard a slight noise behind him. "That you, Tony?" he asked, and slowly turned his head. The next moment he felt something thick and dark thrown over his head and face, while a sickening, deadly essence permeated his every sense. He struggled madly and tried to rise, fell back and collapsed insensate into the wooden armchair. When he regained consciousness, he was gagged and bound, strapped into his seat in a way it was impossible to ease. Before him, facing the full moon, the light of which streamed in at the windows, stood a man. Who was he? Johnson thought he recognized the face, half covered as it was by cap and muffler. But when the other, with an impatient movement, flung aside these wrappings, he knew him at once. It was young Merrill, the cinema musician, whom he had ejected from one of his flats in his own inimitable way. But how changed he was! The open face was haggard now and cynical. His deep-set eyes looked derisive. His lips twitched, and the trembling hands were clenched. "Do you remember me, my friend?" he began. "You cannot answer, of course, but I see you do. And do you remember the night you turned us out, my sick wife and me, out into the frost and snow without a penny? You had forgotten it, perhaps, but do you think I would forget? Perhaps you did. You have done so many brutal deeds. But you were mistaken this once, my friend. Mistaken this once." The pupils of Johnson's eyes expanded as he tried with all his strength to pull back from the face of the speaker as it approached nearer and nearer to his with the emphasis of the last word. For there was a mania written on the pallid countenance, and the lurid glare of the wild eyes was shown up vividly by the moonlight. "That night's exposure killed my wife," Merrill went on hoarsely, standing up again. "She, my only friend, died as much by your hand as if you had actually shot her. Her delicate frame could not stand the roughing we had to go through. After 3 weeks of delirium, she died. It is for that, that I have come to balance accounts." Johnson's heart pounded in his chest. His eyes, the only means of expression left to him, pleaded with his captor. "Oh, I like the fear in your eyes, my friend. They look so beseeching, like a rabbit caught in a ferreting net. Yes, I could stand and watch them for hours. For I remember, you know, how my wife pleaded with you. And what you said, too, every word of it, is branded on my soul. But the time is short, and I must get about my business. I have come to make a little entertainment for you." He turned toward the table. "See, I am moving your things. Don't be alarmed. I shall not touch your money, your one god. But if I did, it would not matter. You will have no need for it again, my friend, for I have brought you a present, something far more interesting than money. Quite a pretty little thing, and such a simple device. Look, I have made the table clear, and now I sweep aside the cloth that I may arrange my little toy for you to see. It is a clock, you notice. Just a small American thing. With the hour hand, I am connecting this little piece of wire. You cannot make it out, but you will when I explain. This wooden box, to which the wire is joined at the other end, contains a little apparatus worked by electricity, and this other wire, emerging from the side of it, is connected to the stop on the clock, just under the 12. Now do you understand? Ah, I see by your eyes that you have guessed. When the shorthand reaches the 12, the circuit will be connected by the stop. The electric apparatus will be set in motion. The box, my friend, also contains a powerful explosive. Yes, after 12 tonight, you will need no more money, for I have come to show you the same mercy you showed my wife." The man in the chair gave such a wild leap that it actually made a faint sound on the floor. His limbs, tied at every joint, were immovable. Merrill chuckled, the gibbering chuckle of a maniac. "I love to see you writhe, my friend," he continued in a gloating tone. "I love to think of the commotion in that craven heart of yours. But look, the waiting is the worst part, after all, and it's 9 o'clock now. Already 9 o'clock, and you only have to wait until midnight. What is the wait of 3 hours to my 3 weeks of agony? There, now I have finished. There is no need of a light that you may see the time. The face of the clock is luminous. It is the only light you will have. That and the moon. A mere glowworm fire to show you when the end is near. No one will come. I have taken care of that. So you will have these 3 last hours to yourself. Goodbye, my dear friend. And in your last moments, think of my wife." Johnson's eyes were bloodshot and tense with fear. But with a derisive nod, the other man turned away. He heard the click of the French window as it was carefully shut. He heard the crunch of feet on the gravel getting fainter and fainter. Then, but for the clock, utter silence. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. 10 o'clock. The hands seemed to race over the dial as Johnson, with straining eyes, watched them go round. But there were still 2 hours. Surely someone would come to release him before that accusing clock reached midnight. There were neighbors not a half a mile away. If he could only move one joint, he felt he could loose himself. If he could only call, surely someone would hear him. Could he move the chair? He tensed his body and tried. It would not move this way or that. It had been firmly tied to the table legs. An inarticulate sob rose in his throat. He could not utter it, though, the thick mass that was in his mouth. The shadows gathered darkly in the corners of the room. They were intensified by the moonlight, which lay in a silvery patch across the parquet floor. The tremulous noise of a mouse showed itself for an instant under the edge of the fender. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. 11:15. The mouse, emboldened by the continued silence, came forward stealthily into the open, ran halfway toward the chair, then, overcome by its own temerity, turned and fled under the cover again. There was a faint tapping at the window. The bound man's heart gave a sudden leap of hope. It was only the ivy leaves, stirred by the rising night breeze, that fretted against the window pane. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. 5 minutes to 12. The form in the chair seemed to have shrunk into that of an old man. Sweat poured from the gray forehead and fell in heavy drops on the cheeks. The eyes bulged from their sockets. The mouse, fearing nothing now, boldly crossed from the fender to the chair, running over the left boot of the bound man as it made for the feast of crumbs beneath the table. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The glassy eyes of the dead men gazed with a fixed horror at the dial before them. The clock stopped, but the silence was still profound, for the box on the table was empty. The end of The Ticking of the Clock by A. and H. Greatrex.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 17. The Vanished Millionaire from the Chronicles of Addington Peace. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Vanished Millionaire from the Chronicles of Addington Peace by B. Fletcher Robinson. I, James Phillips, stood with my back to the fire, smoking and puzzling over it. It was worth all the headlines the newspapers had given it. There was no loophole to the mystery. Both sides of the Atlantic knew Silas J. Ford. He had established a business reputation in America that had made him a celebrity in England from the day he stepped off the liner. Once in London, his syndicates and companies and consolidations had startled the slow-moving British mind. The commercial sky of the United Kingdom was overshadowed by him and his schemes. The papers were full of praise and blame, of puffs and denunciations. He was a millionaire. He was on the verge of a smash that would paralyze the markets of the world. He was an abstainer, a drunkard, a gambler, a most religious man. He was a confirmed bachelor, a woman-hater. His engagement was to be announced shortly. So was the gossip kept rolling, with the limelight always centered upon the spot where Silas J. Ford happened to be standing. And now he had disappeared, vanished, evaporated. On the night of December 18, a Thursday, he had left London for Muren Hall, the fine old Hampshire mansion that he had rented from Lord Beverley. The two most trusted men in his office accompanied him. Friday morning he had spent with them, but at 3 o'clock the pair would return to London, leaving their chief behind. From 4 to 7 he had been shut up with his secretary. It was a hard time for everyone, a time verging upon panic, and at such times Silas J. Ford was not an idle man. At 8 o'clock he had dined. His one recreation was music, and after the meal he had played the organ in the picture gallery for an hour. At 11:15 he retired to his bedroom, dismissing Jackson, his body servant, for the night. 3/4 of an hour later, however, Harbord, his secretary, had been called to the private telephone, for Mr. Ford had brought an extension wire from the neighbouring town of Camden. It was a London message, and so urgent that he decided to wake his chief. There was no answer to his knock, and on entering the room he found that Mr. Ford was not in bed. He was surprised, but in no way suspicious, and started to search the house. He was joined by a footman, and a little later by Jackson and the butler. Astonishment changed to alarm. Other servants were roused to aid in the quest. Finally, a party provided with lanterns from the stables commenced to examine the grounds. Snow had fallen early in the day, covering the great lawns in front of the entrance porch with a soft white blanket about an inch in thickness. It was a head groom who struck the trail. Apparently Mr. Ford had walked out of the porch and so over the drive and across the lawn toward the wall that bounded the public road. This road, which led from Muren village to the town of Camden, crossed the front of Muren Hall at a distance of some 1/4 of a mile. There was no doubt as to the identity of the footprints, for Silas Ford affected a broad, square-toed boot, easily recognizable from its unusual impression. They tracked him by their lanterns to the park wall, and there all trace of him disappeared. The wall was of rough stone, easily surmountable by an active man. The snow that covered the road outside had been churned into muddy paste by the traffic of the day. There were no further footprints observable. The party returned to the house in great bewilderment. The telephone to London brought no explanation, and the following morning Mr. Harbord caught the first train to town to make inquiries. For private reasons, his friends did not desire publicity for the affair, and it was not until the late afternoon, when all their investigations had proved fruitless, that they communicated with Scotland Yard. When the papers went to press, the whereabouts of the great Mr. Ford still remained a mystery. In keen curiosity, I set off up the stairs to Inspector Pease's room. Perhaps the little detective had later news to give me. I found him standing with his back to the fire, puffing at a cigarette with a plump solemnity. A bag, neatly shaped, lay on the rug at his feet. He nodded a welcome, watching me over his glasses. "I expected you, Mr. Phillips," he said. "And how do you explain it?" "A love affair or temporary insanity?" I suggested vaguely. "Surely we can combine those solutions," he smiled. "Anything else?" "No, I came to ask your opinion." "My mind is void of theories, Mr. Phillips, and I shall endeavour to keep it so for the present. If you wish to amuse yourself by discussing possibilities, I would suggest your consideration of the reason why, if he wanted to disappear quietly, he should leave so obvious a track through the snow of his own lawn. For myself, as I am leaving for Camden via Waterloo Station in 10 minutes, I shall hope for more definite data before night." "Peace," I asked him eagerly. "May I come with you?" "If you can be ready in time," he said. It was past 2 o'clock when we arrived at the old town of Camden. A carriage met us at the station. 5 minutes more, and we were clear of the narrow streets and climbing the first bare ridge of the Downs. It was a desolate prospect enough, a bare expanse of windswept land that rose and fell with the sweeping regularity of the Pacific swell. Here and there a clump of ragged firs showed black against the snow. Under the gentle carpet the crisp turf of the crests and the broad ploughlands of the lower ground alike lay hidden. I shivered, drawing my coat more closely about me. It was half an hour later that we topped a swelling rise and saw the grey towers of the ancient mansion beneath us. In the shelter of the valley by the quiet river that now lay frozen into silence, the trees had grown into splendid woodlands circling the hall on the further side. From the broad front, the white lawns crept down to the road on which we were driving. Dark masses of shrubberies and the tracery of scattered trees broke their silent curves. The park wall that fenced them from the road stood out like an ink line ruled upon paper. "It must have been there that he disappeared," I cried with a speculative finger. "So I imagine," said Peace. "And if he had spent 2 nights on the Hampshire Downs, he will be looking for a fire today. You have rather more than your fair share of the rug, Mr. Phillips, if you will excuse my mentioning it." A man was standing on the steps of the entrance porch when we drove up. As we unrolled ourselves, he stepped forward to help us. He was a thin, pale-faced fellow with fair hair and indeterminate eyes. "My name is Harbord," he said. "You are Inspector Arrington Pease, I believe." His hand shook as he stretched it out in a tremulous greeting. Plainly the secretary was afraid, visibly and anxiously afraid. "Mr. Ransom, the manager of Mr. Ford's London office, is here," he continued. "He is waiting to see you in the library." We followed him through a great hall into a room lined with books from floor to ceiling. A stout, dark man, who was pacing it like a beast in a cage, stopped at the sight of us. His face, as he turned it toward us, looked pinched and grey in the full light. "Inspector Pease, eh?" he said. "Well, Inspector, if you want a reward, name it. If you want to pull the house down, only say the word. But find him for us, or by heaven we are done." "Is it as bad as that?" "You can keep a secret, I suppose." "Yes, it couldn't well be worse. It was a tricky time. He hid half his schemes in his own head. He never trusted even me altogether. If he were dead I could plan something, but now—" He thumped his hand on the table and turned away to the window. "When you last saw Mr. Ford, was he in good health? Did he stand the strain?" "Ford had no nerves. He was never better in his life. In these great transactions he would have his enemies. If his plans succeeded, there would be many hard hit, perhaps ruined. Have you any suspicion of a man who, to save himself, might make away with Mr. Ford?" "No," said the manager after a moment's thought. "No, I cannot give you a single name. The players are all big men, Inspector. I don't say that their conscience would stop them from trying such a trick, but it wouldn't be worth their while. They hold off when jail is a certain punishment." "Was the financial crisis in his own affairs generally known?" "Certainly not. Who would know it? There might be 6 men on both sides of the Atlantic who would suspect the truth, but I don't suppose that more than 4 people were actually in possession of the facts." "And who would they be?" "His 2 partners in America, myself and Mr. Harbord there." Pease turned to the young man with a smile and a polite bow. "Can you add any names to the list?" he asked. "No," said Harbord, staring at the detective with a puzzled look, as if trying to catch the drift of his questions. "Thank you," said the inspector. "And now will you show me the place where this curious disappearance occurred?" We crossed a drive where the snow lay torn and trampled by the carriages, and so to the white, even surface of the lawn. We soon struck the trail, a confused path beaten by many footprints. Peace stooped for a moment, and then turned to the secretary with an angry glance. "Were you with them?" he said. "Yes." "Then why, in the name of common sense, didn't you keep them off his tracks? You have simply trampled them out of existence between you." "We were in a hurry, Inspector," said the secretary meekly. "We didn't think about it." We walked forward, following the broad trail until we came to a circular patch of trodden snow. Evidently the searchers had stopped and stood talking together. On the further side I saw the footprints of a man plainly defined. There were some half a dozen clear impressions, and they had ended at the base of the old wall, which was some 6 feet in height. "I am glad to see that you and your friends have left me something, Mr. Harbord," said the inspector. He stepped forward and, kneeling down, examined the nearest footprint. "Mr. Ford dressed for dinner?" he inquired, glancing up at the secretary. "Certainly. Why do you ask?" "Merely that he had on heavy shooting boots when he took this evening stroll. It will be interesting to discover what clothes he wore." The inspector walked up to the wall, moving parallel to the tracks in the snow. With singular activity for his plump and unathletic figure, he climbed to the top and seated himself while he stared about him. Then, on his hands and knees, he began to crawl forward along the coping. It was a quaint spectacle, but the extraordinary care and vigilance of the little man took the farce out of it. Presently he stopped and looked down at us with a gentle smile. "Please stay where you are," he said, and disappeared on the further side. Harbord offered me a cigarette, and we waited with due obedience till the inspector's bullet head again broke the horizon as he struggled back to his position on the coping of the wall. He seemed in a very pleasant temper when he joined us, but he said nothing of his discoveries, and I had grown too wise to inquire. When we reached the entrance hall, he asked for Jackson, the valet, and in a couple of minutes the man appeared. He was a tall, hatchet-faced fellow, very neatly dressed in black. He made a little bow, and then stood watching us in a most respectful attitude. "A queer business this, Jackson," said Harrington Peace. "Yes, sir." "And what is your opinion on it?" "To be frank, sir, I thought at first that Mr. Ford had run away, but now I don't know what to make of it." "And why should he run away?" "I have no idea, sir, but he seemed to be rather strange in his manner yesterday." "Have you been with him long?" "No, sir. I was valet to the Honourable John Donne, Lord Beverley's second son. Mr. Ford took me from Mr. Donne at the time he rented the hall." "I see. And now will you show me your master's room? I shall see you again later, Mr. Harbord," she continued. "In the meanwhile I'll leave my assistant with you." We sat and smoked in the secretary's room. He was not much of a talker, consuming cigarette after cigarette in silence. The winter dusk had already fallen when the inspector joined us, and we retired to our rooms to prepare for dinner. I tried a word with Peace upon the staircase, but he shook his head and walked on. The meal dragged itself to an end somehow, and we left Ransom with a second decanter of port before him. Peace slipped away again, and I consoled myself with a book in the library until 10:30, when I walked off to bed. A servant was switching off the light in the hall when I mounted the great staircase. My room was in the old wing at the further side of the picture gallery, and I had some difficulty in steering my way through the dark corridors. The mystery that hung over the house had shaken my nerves, and I remember that I started at every creak of a board and peered into the shadows as I passed along with heaven knows what ghostly expectations. I was glad enough to close my door upon them and see the wood fire blazing cheerfully in the open hearth. I woke with a start that left me sitting up in bed, with my heart thumping in my ribs like a piston rod. I am not generally a light sleeper, but that night, even while I snored, my nerves were active. Someone had tapped at my door. That was my impression. I listened with the uncertain fear that comes to the newly waked. Then I heard it again, on the wall near my head this time. A board creaked. Someone was groping his way down the dark corridor without. Presently he stopped, and a faint line of illumination sprang out under my door. It winked and then grew still. He had lighted a candle. Assurance came with the streak of light. What was he doing, groping in the dark, if he had a candle with him? I crept over to the door, opened it, and stared cautiously out. About a dozen feet away a man was standing, a striking figure against the light he carried. His back was toward me, but I could see that his hand was shading the candle from his eyes while he stared into the shadows that clung about the further end of the corridor. Presently he began to move forward. The picture gallery and the body of the house lay behind. The corridor in which he stood terminated in a window set deep into the stone of the old walls. The man walked slowly, throwing the light to right and left. His attitude was of nervous expectation, that of a man who looked for something that he feared to see. At the window he stopped, staring about him and listening. He examined the fastenings and then tried a door on his right. It was locked against him. As he did so, I caught his profile against the light. It was Harbord, the secretary. From where I stood, he was not more than 40 feet away. There was no possibility of a mistake. As he turned to come back, I retreated into my room, closing the door. The fellow was in a state of great agitation, and I could hear him muttering to himself as he walked. When he had passed by, I peeped out to see him, and his light dwindle, reach the corner of the picture gallery, and fade into a reflection at darkness. I took care to turn the key before I got back into bed. I woke again at 7 and, hurrying on my clothes, set off to tell Pease all about it. I took him to the place, and together we examined the corridor. There were only 2 rooms beyond mine. The one on the left was occupied by Ransom. That on the right was a large storeroom, the door of which was locked. The housekeeper kept the key, we learned upon inquiry. Whom had Harbord followed? The problem was beyond me. As for Inspector Pease, he did not indulge in verbal speculations. It was in the central hall that we encountered the secretary on his way to the breakfast room. The man looked nervous and depressed. He nodded to us and was passing on when Pease stopped him. "Good morning, Mr. Harbord," he said. "Can I have a word with you?" "Certainly, Inspector. What is it?" "I have a favor to ask. My assistant and myself have our hands full here. If necessary, could you help us by running up to London and—" "For the day?" he interrupted. "No, it may be an affair of 3 or 4 days." "Then I must refuse. I'm sorry, but—" "Don't apologize, Mr. Harbord," said the little man cheerfully. "I shall have to find someone else, that's all." We walked into the breakfast room, and a few minutes later Ransom appeared with a great bundle of letters and telegrams in his hand. He said not a word to any of us, but dropped into a chair, tearing open the envelopes and glancing at their contents. His face grew darker as he read, and once he thumped his hand upon the table with a crash that set the china jingling. "Well, Inspector," he said at last. The little detective's head shook out a negative. "Perhaps you require an incentive," he sneered. "Is it a matter of a reward?" "No, Mr. Ransom, but it has become one of my personal reputation." "Then, by thunder, you are in danger of losing it. Why don't you and your friend hustle instead of loitering around as if you were paid by the job? I tell you, man, there are thousands, hundreds of thousands melting, slipping through our fingers every hour of the day." He sprang from his seat and started his walk again, up and down, as we had first seen him. "Shall you be returning to London?" At the question the manager halted his stride, staring sharply down into the inspector's bland countenance. "No," he said. "I shall stay here, Mr. Addington, please, until such time as you have something definite to tell me. I have an inquiry to make, which I would rather place in the hands of someone who has personal knowledge of Mr. Ford. Neither Mr. Harbord nor yourself desire to leave Mewden. Is there anyone else you can suggest?" "There is Jackson, Ford's valet," said the manager after a moment's thought. "He can go if you think him bright enough. I'll send for him." While the footman, who answered the bell, was gone upon his errand, we waited in an uneasy silence. There was a shadow of an ugly mystery upon us all. Jackson, as he entered, was the only one who seemed at his ease. He stood there, a tall figure of all the respectabilities. "The inspector here wishes you to go to London, Jackson," said the manager. "He will explain the details. There's a fast train from Camden at 11. "Certainly, sir. Do I return tonight?" "No, Jackson," said Pease. "It'll take a day or 2. The man took a couple of steps toward the door, hesitated, and then returned to his former place. "I beg your pardon, sir," he began, addressing Ransom, "but I would rather remain at Mewden under present circumstances." "What on earth do you mean?" thundered the manager. "Well, sir, I was the last to see Mr. Ford. There is, as it were, a suspicion upon me. I should like to be present while the search continues, both for his sake and my own." "Very kind of you, I'm sure," growled Ransom. "But you either do what I tell you, Jackson, or you pack your boxes and clear out. So be quick and make up your mind." "I think you are treating me most unfairly, sir, but I cannot be persuaded out of what I know to be my duty." "You impertinent rascal," began the furious manager, but Pease was already on his feet with a chubby hand outstretched. "Perhaps, after all, I can make other arrangements, Mr. Ransom," he said. "It is quite natural that Jackson should consider his own reputation in this affair. That's all, Jackson. You may go now." It was half an hour afterward, when the end of breakfast had dispersed the party, that I spoke to Pease about it, offering to go to London myself and do my best to carry out his instructions. "I had bad luck in my call for volunteers," he said. "I should have thought they would have been glad enough to get the chance of work. They can find no particular amusement in loafing about the place all day." "Doubtless they all had excellent reasons," he said with a smile. "But anyway, you cannot be spared, Mr. Phillips." "You flatter me. I want you to stay in your bedroom. Write, read, do what you like, but keep your door ajar. If anyone passes down the corridor, see where he goes. Only don't let him know that you are watching him, if you can help it. I'll take my turn at 1:30. I don't mean to starve you." I obeyed. After all, it was in a manner promotion that the inspector had given me. Yet it was a tedious, anxious time. No one came my way, barring a sour-looking housemaid. I tried to argue out the case, but the deeper I got, the more conflicting grew my theories. I was never more glad to see a friendly face than when the little man came in upon me. The short winter's afternoon crept on, the inspector and I taking turn about in our sentry duty. Dinner time came and went. I had been off duty from 9, but at 10:30 I poured out a whisky and soda and went back to join him. He was sitting in the middle of the room smoking a pipe in great apparent satisfaction. "Bedtime, isn't it?" I grumbled, sniffing at his strong tobacco. "Oh, no," he said. "The fact is, we are going to sit up all night." I threw myself on a couch by the window without reply. Perhaps I was not in the best of tempers. Certainly I did not feel so. "You insisted on coming down with me," he suggested. "I know all about that," I told him. "I haven't complained, have I? If you want me to shut myself up for a week, I'll do it, but I should prefer to have some idea of the reason why." "I don't wish to create mysteries, Mr. Phillips," he said kindly. "But believe me, there is nothing to be gained in vague discussions." I knew that settled it as far as he was concerned, so I nodded my head and filled a pipe. At 11 he walked across the room and switched off the light. "If nothing happens, you can take your turn in 4 hours from now," he said. "In the meanwhile, get to sleep. I'll keep the first watch." I shut my eyes, but there was no rest in me that night. I lay listening to the silence of the old house with a dull speculation. Somewhere far down on the lower floor, a great gong-like clock chimed the hours and quarters. I heard them every one, from 12 to 1, from 1 to 2. Pease had stopped smoking. He sat as silent as a cat at a mouse hole. It must have been some 15 minutes after 2 that I heard the faint creak of a board in the corridor outside. I sat up, every nerve strung to a tense alertness. And then there came a sound I knew well, the soft drawing touch of a hand groping in the darkness as someone felt his way along the panelled walls. Hit past us and was gone. Yet Pease never moved. Could he have fallen asleep? I whispered his name. "Shh." The answer came to me like a gentle sigh. 1 minute, 2 minutes more, and the room sprang into sight under the steady glow of an electric hand lamp. The inspector rose from his seat and slid through the door with me upon his heels. The light he carried searched the clustered shadows. But the corridor was empty, nor was there any place where a man might hide. "You waited too long," I whispered impatiently. "The man is no fool, Mr. Phillips. Do you imagine that he was not listening and staring like a hunted beast? A noisy board, a stumble, or a flash of light, and we should have wasted a tiring day. Nevertheless, he has got clear away." "I think not. As we crept forward, I saw that a strip of oak flooring along the walls was grey with dust. If it had been in such a neglected state in the afternoon, I should surely have noticed it. In some curiosity, I stooped to examine the phenomena. "Flower," whispered the little man, touching my shoulder. "Flower?" "Yes." I sprinkled it myself. "Look, there's a first result." He steadied his light as he spoke, pointing with his other hand. On the powdery surface was a half footprint of a man. The flower did not extend more than a couple of feet from the walls, so that it was only here and there that we caught up the trail. We had passed the bedroom on the left, yet the footprints still went on. We were at the storeroom door, yet they still were visible before us. There was no other egress from the corridor. The tall window at the end was, as I knew, a good 20 feet from the ground. Had this man also vanished off the earth like Silas Ford? Suddenly the inspector stopped, grasping my arm. The light he held fell upon two footprints close together. They were at right angles to the passage. Apparently the man had passed into the solid wall. Peace, what does this mean? You, sir, sitting peaceably at home, with a good light and an easy conscience, may think I was a timid fool. Yet I was afraid, honestly and openly afraid. The little detective heard the news of it in my voice, for he gave me a reassuring pat upon the back. "Have you never heard of a priest's hole?" he whispered. In the days when Muren Hall was built, no country house was without its hiding place. Protestants and priests, royalists and republicans, they all used a secret burrow at one time or another. How did he get in? That's what we are here to discover. And as I have no wish to destroy Mr. Ford's old oak panels, I think our simplest plan will be to wait until he comes back again. The shadows leaped upon us as Peace extinguished the light he carried. The great window alone was luminous with a faint starlight that showed the tracery of its ancient stonework. For the rest, the darkness hedged us about in impenetrable barriers. Side by side, we stood by the wall in which we knew the secret entrance must exist. It may have been 10 minutes or more when from the distance, somewhere below our feet, or so it seemed to me, there came the faint echo of a closing door. It was only in such cold silence that we could have heard it. The time ticked on. Suddenly, upon the black of the floor, there shone a thin reflection like the slash of a sword, a reflection that grew into a broad gush of light as a sliding panel in the wall, 6 feet from where we stood, rose to the full opening. There followed another pause, during which I could see Peace draw himself together as if for some unusual exertion. A shadow darkened the reflection on the floor, and a head came peering out. The light but half displayed the face, but I could see that the teeth were bare and glistening like those of a man in some deadly expectation. The next moment he stepped across the threshold. With the spring-like rush of a terrier, Addington Peace was upon him, driving him off his balance with the impact of the blow. Before I could reach him, the little detective had him down, though he still kicked viciously until I lent a hand. The click of the handcuffs on his wrist ended the matter. It was Ford's valet, the man Jackson. We were not long by ourselves. I heard a key turn in the lock, and Ransom burst out of his room into the corridor like an angry bull. Almost at the same moment there sounded a quick patter of naked feet from behind us, and Harbord, the secretary, came running up, swinging a heavy stick in his hand. They both stopped at the edge of the patch of light in which we were, staring from us to the gaping hole in the wall. "What in thunder are you about?" cried the manager. "Finding a solution to your problem," said the little detective, getting to his feet. "Perhaps, gentlemen, you will be good enough to follow me." He stepped through the opening in the wall and lifted the candle which the valet had placed on the floor while he was raising the panel from within. By its light I could see the first steps of a flight which led down into darkness. "We will take Jackson with us," he continued. "Keep an eye on him, Mr. Phillips, if you please." It was a strange procession that we made. First Peace with the candle, then Ransom with the valet following, while I and Harbord brought up the rear. We descended some 30 steps, formed in the thickness of the wall, opened a heavy door, and so found ourselves in a narrow chamber, some 12 feet long by 7 broad. Upon a mattress at the further end lay a man, gagged and bound. As the light fell upon his features, Ransom sprang forward, shouting his name. Silas Ford, by thunder! With eager fingers, we loosened the gag and cut the ropes that bound his wrists. He sat up, turning his long, thin face from one to the other of us as he stretched the cramp from his limbs. "Thank you, gentlemen," he said. "Well, Ransom, how are things?" "Bad, sir, but it's not too late." He nodded his head, passing his hands through his hair with a quick, nervous movement. "You have caught my clever friend, I see. Kindly go through his pockets, will you? Here's something I must ask him to return to me." We found it in Jackson's pocketbook, a cheque antedated a week for £5,000 with a covering letter to the manager of the bank. Ford took the bit of stamped paper, twisting it to and fro in his supple fingers. "It was smart of you, Jackson," he said, addressing the bowed figure before him. "I give you credit for the idea. To kidnap a man just as he was bringing off a big deal. Well, you would have earned the money." "But how did you get down here?" struck in the manager. "He told me that he had discovered an old hiding place, a priest's hole, he called it, and I walked into the trap, as the best man may do sometimes. As we got to the bottom of that stairway, he slipped a sack over my head and had me fixed in 30 seconds. He fed me himself twice a day, standing by to see I didn't hollow. When I paid up, he was to have 24 hours start. Then he would let you know where I was. I held out a while, but I gave in tonight. The delay was getting too dangerous. Have you a cigarette, Harbord? Thank you. And who may you be?" It was to the detective he spoke. "My name is Peace, Inspector Addington Peace from Scotland Yard." "And I owe my rescue to you?" The little man bowed. "You will have no reason to regret it. And what did they think had become of me, Inspector?" "It was the general opinion that you had taken to yourself wings, Mr. Ford." It was as we travelled up to town next day that Peace told me his story. I'll set it down as briefly as may be. I soon came to the conclusion that Ford, whether dead or alive, was inside the grounds of Muirden Hall. If he had bolted, for some reason, by the way, which was perfectly incomprehensible, a man of his ability would not have left a broad trail across the centre of his lawn for all to see. There was, moreover, no trace of him that our men could ferret out at any station within reasonable distance. A motor car was possible, but there were no marks of its presence next morning in the mud of the roads. That fact I learned from a curious groom who had aided in the search, and who, with a similar idea upon him, had carefully examined the highway at daybreak. When I clambered to the top of the wall, I found that the snow upon the coping had been dislodged. I traced the marks, as you saw, for about a dozen yards. Where they ended, I too dropped to the ground outside. There I made a remarkable discovery. Upon a little drift of snow that lay in the shallow ditch beneath were more footprints, but they were not those of Ford. They were the marks of long and narrow boots which led into the road, where they were lost in the track of a flock of sheep that had been driven over it the day before. I took a careful measurement of those footprints. They might, of course, belong to some private investigator, but they gave me an idea. Could some man have walked across a lawn in Ford's boots, changed them to his own on the top of the wall, and so departed? Was it the desire of someone to let it be supposed that Ford had run away? When I examined Ford's private rooms, I was even more fortunate. From the boot boy, I discovered that the master had 3 pairs of shooting boots. There were 3 pairs in the stand. Someone had made a very serious mistake. Instead of hiding the pair he had used on the lawn, he had returned them to their place. The trick was becoming evident. But where was Ford? In the house? Or grounds? Dead or alive? But where? I was able, through my friend the boot boy, to examine the boots on the night of our arrival. My measurements corresponded with those that Jackson the valet wore. Was he acting for himself? Or was Harbord or even Ransom in the secret? That too it was necessary to discover before I showed my hand. Your story of Harbord's midnight excursion supplied a clue. The secretary had evidently followed some man who had disappeared mysteriously. Could there be the entrance to a secret chamber in that corridor? That would explain the mystification of Harbord as well as the disappearance of Silas Ford. If so, Harbord was not involved. If Ford were held a prisoner, he must be fed. His jailer must of necessity remain in the house. But the trap I set in the suggested journey to town was an experiment singularly unsuccessful, for all the 3 men I desired to test refused. However, if I were right about the secret chamber, I could checkmate the blackmailer by keeping a watch on him from your room, which commanded the line of communications. But Jackson was clever enough to leave his victualling to the night time. I scattered the flour to try the result of that ancient trick. It was successful. That's all. Do you follow me? Yes, said I. But how did Jackson come to know the secret hiding place? He has long been a servant of the house. You had better ask his old master. The end of The Vanished Millionaire from the Chronicles of Addington Peace by B. Fletcher Robinson.